To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome to OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia. अब इस दिन के लिए हम कब से इंतजार कर रहे थे?
हर एक एंगल में चैलेंज किया जा रहा है.
And VCSA held up the support, held up with the board.
And it will be the 3K and everything. Shut down करते हुए रेफरी और एक और बार.
The champions, it's team.
The survival gauntlet resumes once again, folks. Welcome back. You are watching the OMEN VCSA Split 2. We're still getting over from what we witnessed yesterday. Still not done with the hangover, but here we go on. The love for Valorant brings us all back together. And now I've got along with me on the desk, we've got Scared It, and we're going to be breaking down two exciting matchups today. Both of them for survival. The first stop, we begin with a massive one. SA2L taking on Global Esports Academy.
Well, here's the thing, Fixes. Life has given lemons to all four of these teams, and now it's up to them to make the lemonade out of there and remove that hangover. Because, indeed, yesterday, or rather for all of these teams, the journey in Split 2 has been pretty rough. But now is the time for them to wash everything away and focus on what's to gain. There's only one slot remaining for the LAN, and only one of these teams will move there.
Yeah, that's going to be quite exciting, really, because when we take a look at the brackets, of course, we will be covering match number 9 and 10 today. It is going to be SATUL taking on Global Esports Academy in the first best of 3. Next up, we've got Reckoning taking on .exe. Now, we've seen all these teams going up against each other in the past, but there have been those tweaks and there have been a lot of changes if you talk about Split 1 and the transition into Split 2. I kind of liked your analogy about lemonades because, let's be honest, it's scorching heat outside. So do also let us know how or what are you doing to beat the heat out there, because for me, it is actually such a drag. But for these teams, especially when you talk about SATUL, we saw what they're capable of, and they just did not earn respect of us. They also earned respect of the stalwarts of the community. I had so many big faces come out and appreciate them yesterday after their valiant effort against RNTX, where they almost won to go down to lose.
Here's the main thing, right? After every other win, Revenant XSpark and VLT, these are two teams who are always so nonchalant, right? They're very cool, calm, composed. And for Antidote to dance like that after getting the win against SATUL, that just does not really sing the praises of them. I don't know then what else will, because SATUL pushed them to their utmost limit. It took the heroics of almost every single player on the other side to pull them through. And even after that, just one round here and there, and I guess we might have seen some other team qualifying from the upper bracket. So I think so in terms of the improvement, SATUL has shown massive improvement out there as compared to what they showed us in Split 1 versus what they're showing right now.
You know, they are sturdy as a rock at this time. They've got that composure, they've got that proper guidance, and all of that's in there. But Global Esports Academy, they've also improved. But let's begin with SATUL. King Kappa, this young man, he's been making all that difference yesterday. Now imagine being a sentinel, having so much control. Imagine playing a controller, still being one of the top fragger on the entire server. That goes on to speak volumes about how much he's developed and how much of a key element this player has been. But the others also, they stepped up when the situation demanded out of them.
I absolutely agree. King Kappa gives me the vibes of, you know, less all the way back from the Prime Loud, or maybe the Meteor as well, all the way back from Prime Genji, or even the T1 side. And on the other side of the spectrum, I think so the addition of Hoax has eventually lowered down the burden that was on the shoulders of Helif in terms of calling. And they're both doing a very solid job in terms of, you know, directing the team as to where they need to go. And you've already mentioned about Techno as well, how solid this man has been, the prodigy. A lot of people really call him that out there in South Asia, and I think so he's standing up to the name really, really well. But my entire focus is actually going to be on Miz, because this guy was struggling all the way back in Split 1, while in Split 2, in both the games that this team has played, they have showcased, or rather Miz himself has showcased so much potential. He's out there topping the charts as well in terms of those first kills.
You know, I have something to say about that, and we'll discuss about that a little later. But now let's focus on this young roster. The youngest roster of Split 2 that we have with us: Keyboard, Lil Boy, Risen, NV2K, and UV. Now, for Global Esports Academy, we have seen there's been massive improvement of how they performed in Split 1, where you could say that they were testing the waters. Now, heading on into Split 2, where they did have their tough times, but we saw the improvement was there. But now they've got so much other layers also, where they put in Smokey, and then they got in Lil Boy. I'm kind of interested to see. I think Lil Boy is also going to be playing today as well.
Yeah.
But what are we expecting out of GA? How well they are prepared, especially against an in-form SATUL?
That's the main question, right? Yes, I agree that this team is improving as compared to what they showcased back in Split 1. Right now, yes, they have surprised a lot of people out there considering their 2 games and the performance. But if we're really talking just about improvements, I think so SATUL, they're kind of exponentially ahead right now with the addition of Hoax. But I still feel that if NV2K is feeling himself, if he's showcasing the form that he showed us last time when they were playing against Asterisk, I think so they can give them a very tough competition.
I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup because, you know, I was opening up the history books and we found out, Sked together, that the last time they encountered against each other, it was an easy victory for SA2L, but things have changed. Now, this is where I got in the argument that, you know, this is a different Global Esports Academy, and that is where Sked, without even a thought, answered me back. Fixes, what did you witness yesterday? This was an SA2L that almost defeated Revenant XSpark. And I was kind of at a point where I had no comeback. And this is something, you know, that's going on. This is the debate that's all about. Does Global Esports Academy have what it takes to take down SA2L today? And they will be fighting on these 3 maps. Starting off with Icebox, we've got Haven up next. And if it goes to a third mapper, it's going to be on Split.
Oh my goodness, you know, you're asking if they've got what it takes. I think so, just based on this map veto. If they're able to steal away Icebox or rather secure their own map pick, I think so it's still going to be a 2-1 in favor of SA2L given their success rate on the map of Haven and Split. Now that's the big thing about it, right? I do understand that, yes, the statistics, they are telling us a different story for SA2L. But I still feel if you really just string together the entire storyline all the way back from Split 1, and given what Hoax normally likes to talk about as well, I think so Haven and Split are 2 maps where he enjoys calling and he kind of knows the nooks and crannies of that map. So Icebox is really going to be a key map for Global Esports Academy.
Oh, it certainly will. And now this is where, you know, I want to come back to our discussion that we were having around Miz. So what I've seen out of Miz so far, he's got tremendous potential. There's no doubting that. But we've seen 2 facets of Miz. You know, one facet where he goes all guns blazing, and then there's that version where if he comes under pressure, he tends to underperform. So, you know, that is the one thing that's been bothering me as to what facet of Miz will be seen today.
That's the most important part, and I think so, considering that it's Global Esports Academy out there and the history of SA2L and GEA matchup, they should not feel that pressure. Because even last time I remember Miz was the one who was just outperforming everyone out there. Techno was also doing his own parts too, but on the other side of the spectrum, King Kappa, he's always been that successful man out. So Miz does not really have as much pressure as we would think he might have. So I think so it's going to be a pretty smooth sailing for their side. But again, looking at the agent composition as well, they're still going to stick back to their own Gecko Sova composition. So that's again unique to SA2L. Global Esports Academy are picking the same thing that they've picked up till now, and their success rate pretty decent out there. Win quite a lot of rounds on attack, 68%, and I think so that is technically the main macro player of the map of Icebox. That is attack centric.
You know, to put it more simply, we saw in the decider map yesterday when we're talking about Miz, the first half 10 to the swap, it was, I think Miz was completely missing, and suddenly he had a switch in the second half. He was the one who decided to pick that pace up. So, you know, it is going to be very crucial if SA2L want to have a smooth sailing that Miz hits it off right from the get-go. But starting off from defense, it's going to be interesting.
Absolutely, and I love the fact that you also mentioned about him not performing in the first half out there because he was playing Yoru as well. This time, he's on his comfort jet. And I remember all the way back when this team stole away a map from VLT, Miz was playing on jet and he was playing out of his mind. So I think so this pistol round, they're pushing all the way down mid though, and that's exactly where the other side is. Might be risky out there. Miz though, flash coming in from Gecko, helps him out. He's still able to pick off UV, the first one out there. Trades on the backside as well as Techno finally reaching. And surprising Kibo from that side angle. All the people standing out in Miz. Tyson has the opportunity now.
It's a 2-on-3 situation. Global Esports Academy tried to even out the numbers, but Techno, his presence instantly felt, and now Global Esports Academy down to their final man. He's going to be just risen. Has no control of the spike whatsoever. And for SA2L, Helef and Techno working in tandem with each other.
Yep.
Ensuring that they close in the gaps, and at this point, just getting inside somewhere around the spike.
Absolutely.
Trying to secure it. All right. Risen shall have no issues
30
getting the
seconds
plant.
left.
That's the whole thing about it. The main part is now he's got the free side over towards the A. He's gonna get that plant down as well. And on the back of it, should be able to reposition. But the question is, can he find the first one? Sees both the players out there. Risen dropped down to 40. He's got the recon, he's got the shock dart available. Repositioning out there, Helef and Techno. No util in hand, except the bullet. Correcting on to one, down to 10 HP, one body shot's enough, recon used up, does not know the position of Techno's up close and personal, down to 41, but Techno still answers back. Perfect peek from him, that's the first round for SATUL.
Yeah, brownie points to Risen for that. Did at least manage to secure the spike plant for his team, but he kind of failed there, but it's fine, it's fine. Extra crits could maybe upgrade to those sheriffs. Coming on to the next round, but miss. Oh my god. Those were quick taps with that sheriff. Kinda gets quite dicey sometimes.
Yep.
When you go for those fast taps, usually tends to miss out, but this time he was not really aiming for the heads. He was fine with just those body shots, considering the fact that players do not really up farm.
On the back of that plan now, there's a Bucky as well as a Marshall investment along with the Ghost, so bit of a scrappy out there, but not entirely classics, right? So if SATUL they lose their footing or Global Esports Academy find some kind of timing, they might put a dent in the armor of SATUL.
Enemy tag.
Alright. At least maybe some information that they might be building up on towards the A side. Now clearly established. Miss. Does have that bulldog. 2K a little excited there at this point. Oh, he comes, strikes right in front of him. This toxic screen separating both these teams. The moment the wall falls off, that is where the chaos shall begin. And there you go. Miss gets the first pick off. Helef on that perfect angle. King Kappa to get the third. And all that's left is going to be NV2K and his carcass falling down on the ground as SATUL bag of flawless.
Just dazes the shoulder of LF out there, no major difficulties. Again, good stall from their side. Throughout the mosh pit as well. Broke the recon early, just so GEA could not scale up behind any of that. And then were able to quickly get their members ready up for the defense. Good stuff. And it's the exact kind of start that we saw from their side. All the way back in split 1-2. So the storyline is kind of repeating. And looking at that Outlaw Marshall, no half shields on the other side. It should not budge the other end, but you may never know. A couple of shots out there might actually put a dent. Techno is just going to give up on that entire space over towards the C. There's still a couple of players, one holding mid, one towards the A. This might not really be the end goal of Global Esports Academy.
Scanning ahead.
Alright. No, feels like NVTK wants to commit, wants to go face on. And he succeeds. Ninja Man Techno out of the equation for now. UV, look at him. Cheeky. Almost could squeeze one in. A little boy. And Helef. He's got that idea. The crossing is there in UV. He escapes. Get up close and personal. Maybe a shot from the far lines. As Global Esports Academy now still taking their own sweet time to get the spike planted as SATUL respond back with all four of their remaining players coming to help.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
It's going to go down though, so Wingman's not going to cause any problems, but Hook surely will.
At this point, little boy, the little peek will hurt him. Miss out in the open. Has got very less HP to work around with, and UV makes quick work of him. As Helef will manage to salvage this Bulldog.
Last player
It's a
standing.
little close, but Kibo punishes him, and there you go. SATUL finally did manage to fall. It was their bonus round, but for Global Esports Academy, this is a victory, and this was their bye.
But the big problem about that is that they've lost 3 big
Placing
rifles
bomb
in the
grenade.
previous round.
Uh-huh.
And the fun fact is, they could have picked up this one Vandal, but they had the Guardian in the hand. Not quite sure what they tried to do out there, and I think so that's a very good damage by S8QL. Even though they lost that round with the Marshal, with the Ghost, yeah, they're going to be pretty happy. And on the back of it, still another Outlaw, but Ryzen is going to play with a Stinger and a full shield. Not going to
Yeah, I get the idea.
give any major value to that weapon.
So many weapons dropped off, so ideally the Academy would be having a couple of light armors. That's the assumption, because Lil Boy actually does. It's a miss. A little greedy there, and NV2K punishes him. Hunter's Fury from Hell if committed. NV2K just surviving with mere HP. Finally taken down as King Kappa, a little out on that
Last player
swing,
standing.
will get punished as Global Esports Academy still quite
Spike
relentless.
planted.
They get those quick pickoffs, and now all that remains of SA2L is the IGL himself. Spike planted in a 1-on-3.
If he gets a pick, then maybe doable. Send out a wingman to maybe someone to cause some problems. The Nano's out there, and he will not even get one. Lil Boy's perfect peak. I think so. Techno faced a phantom moment out there. NV2K left with 10 HP. It's just that one headshot, 140, excessive range. So
That enrages me.
I agree.
And that's the moment you are like, I'm done with Phantom. I'm just switching to Phantom.
But for that, you need to hit the headshot.
I mean, even after hitting that headshot, and when you know it's a 140, that really hurts.
Yeah, right now, there's just full scraps out there, all sheriffs with a couple of half shields. Envy is going to play up with his blades, so they're going to try and manage the economy pretty well out there. And Kibo has got reckoning available. Might want to push out on towards this side. It's a stack towards the A, so S8UL really have got the right read now, but look at that, Spike all the way far back. Global Esports Academy not really committing it to any single place. I like the idea of what they're doing. Normally teams in eco round, they want to push out towards one part. So Global Esports Academy are holding it down, waiting to see which part of the map S8UL wants to push out.
And Mist does not have his blade storm available, especially in this
Here.
eco. Could have been quite valuable. But like you said, Global Esports Academy have got 3 ultimates to work with against Asterisk by Storm SNL. This is where the flood comes in, and Techno gets a quick pick. And now suddenly NB2K on that blade storm. Steadily and follows up, but miss. He's quite relentless. And now Reckoning being committed.
2v3.
And Kibo
Last
is trying to
player
push
standing.
in, but King Kappa,
Down A.
that was a shot for the ages. And S8 will quickly convert this into a thrifty with 3 men alive. So 3 rifles picked up, and just like that, the economy instantly sways to S8UL's side.
As soon as the Reckoning was used up, I love the trap play from S8UL. They sent out the Dizzy to follow up on the back of it with Sheriffs. The back and forth trade worked out wonderfully. Though I'm pretty sure Envy losing out on his knives is going to hurt him a lot more, because he had to rely on his shorty and then was eventually traded off too. But a lovely stack from S8UL and a great conversion on the back of it. Techno will use the Viper's Pit as well to hold his spot down. And this is the fun part, right? You use it over towards 410, so it covers every single entry point. You can't really use the rope up as well. And the normal choke point is already covered on the back of it, so you can either try and brute force your way into a stacked site, or you can just decide to go into Miz, who's standing on an off angle on top of the box.
A lot of presence being shown on towards that A side. But S8 well, they're being quite relentless, not really giving up. Look at this, NV2K squeezes in Techno. Gets that pick. Ooh, just the hairs being shown there. As King Kappa, that was a ballsy move. And he somehow made it work. As now the Hunter's Fury committed. And Risen will find Hoax as UV tips the KJ there. The carve instantly placed, and Spike planted. Kibo escaping unscathed. As S8 will just have 2 players to work it around with. And Helef He's already started with one. Can he get more? Through the rope lines. He spotted out Kibo. He's dealt massive amount of damage. And now he also gets the kill. Now this is
Sticking.
looking good. They're already sticking. Miss. He's gonna get away with murder, but no. Risen is the one who's there to save the day. It was almost done by SATUL.
Lovely double P coming in from Global Esports Academy. Kibo eventually was caught on the back of that 410 play by Helef, but after that, lovely peek from Lil Boy and Ryzen. This is what you really need from Global Esports Academy, forcing out an early timeout from SATUL2. Again, Techno being caught out there through the spam by Envy, that is just disastrous for them. And then also losing a couple of members who had some big retake ultimates too. Thrash, Lockdown, they just put all of them out of the round and then take that away.
Yeah, even I was kind of surprised because you saw King Kappa. He made an aggro play. I get the idea that he wanted to catch I think he wanted to catch NV2K off guard, and which he did actually. But after that, the flow just came in, and suddenly he gets taken down. And Techno will be quite unpleased with himself, especially him being the first man, being picked off without any impact. That's not Techno's way.
I think so, you know, I mean, he was literally just standing on 410 so that he does not get spammed out on common angles by the Hunter's Fury. Guess what? And he was like, sure, I'm just going to try and spam here. Let's see if the bullet connects. And it actually did. It's fine though. Right now, they're still going to stick with an outlaw. Pretty decent buyout there. Miz is going to play with the blades in this round, and they want to aggress towards B this time around. Last time they had something similar in mind. It was all towards the A side, but this time around it's only Killjoy utilities to try and put a stall out there. SATUL are actually playing pretty good around the map.
Look at Miz. He's gone way too deep. They know that B side for now is clear. From the backlines you can see Oaks coming into play, and Miz, quick knife burst. And suddenly just two players out of the picture.
And Kibo is 44 HP, so the outlaw is gonna hurt him.
Yeah, one shot and he's done for. At this point, Global Esports Academy having no other option but to commit for a toxic screen deployed, and now NV2K somehow has managed to infiltrate as King Kappa. Defensive lockdown is Hoax also can play like along the backs of his ultimate as well. Thrash ready, but now NV2K getting a little too aggressive. It's punished by Techno as Miz. Magic continues as SATUL. Yeah, it was a partial investment and they made it work.
What a last stand from Techno out there, making sure he protects the lockdown with his life. I did like the idea of Global Esports Academy fighting forward, not respecting the lockdown, but rather destroying it entirely. But yes, it was all a lovely setup by Miz. Gets the first one, picks another one on the repeak on Dewey, and then moves back. And guess what? He also went in for the flank, so that if anyone wanted to play defensively, Miz still would have surprised them. SATUL, the layering in those rounds, pretty solid. I like the idea of LF as well, breaking that recon, though it's still got the first scan, so it's not going to do the job, or rather create the question marks. A scrappy buy for Global Esports Academy, and they're going to go fast.
So much information given. SATUL has got a lot to work around with. As Hawks, he's got a point of contact. He gets ahead of Lil Boy, and he'll get away with a lot more. But NV2K making quick work with that Bucky alongside UV. As Global Esports Academy, they tend to even out the numbers. King Kappa just on an outlaw as Techno is being pushed by Risen, who's on pretty low HP. Spike drop, why is the ask as King Kappa, a classic on a classic duel. And he is going to be the victor as SATUL on the defensive side. 5 rounds already gathered.
Classic on a classic win, only because he had the shield. Otherwise, he was definitely losing that. You know, kind of cheat code out there with the buffer.
That's why we have you. Let us know all those tiny little things.
Major thing for this round is there's no outlaw and there are 4 people on the half shields. Never happening when you picked up the outlaw. This is so classic Valorant thing. Find Global Esports Academy. Scale back on the back of that cascade to pick the orb up. Envy's got another set of knives. So he is fragging out a lot, but there's the Hunter's Fury. A tag on the back of the Recon, but Helep not really getting the pick on the back of it. And Kibo on the back of this orb has now Reckoning available. The question is, which side do they want to go and commit? But look at that far forward position of King Kappa. He can be a thorn.
Can be. At this point, Global Esports Academy, they need to squeeze in some extra rounds. This is not looking good for them, especially with this intervention from King Kappa.
The timing.
Yeah,
And there is no turret watching him. There's only
Exactly.
an alarm bot.
that's not looking good. If he can get around that will spark a lot of chaos as Crash finally gets committed as NB2K on the back of a Blade Storm.
No charges left.
Does get down miss though as G Academy, they
30
pour onto
seconds
the
left.
side. Have it to themselves as SA2L preparing
Spike
for a
planted.
retake as the Viper Pits gets committed. It's looking interesting. Lil Boy doing whatever he can.
What?
But NB2K, his magic continues taking over, but King Kappa, the backstab finally pays off as Global Esports Academy caught with their pants down. At this point, as Helef also strikes back, Ebo gets one, but now the numbers are evened out. Danger Man, Lil Boy still in the equation, as a result of which the Viper's
Last
pit
player
still
standing.
intact, and this is going to hurt SA2L. Everything resting on Helef. Did he actually connect?
remaining.
Oh, he has
What?
now. Now they might have a chance, but he needs to get it done ASAP. But Kibo, standing tall, standing strong, will shut Helef down. And GE Academy finally squeeze in a fourth.
Great round yet again, and this was a scrappy buy from Global Esports Academy. The heroics of Miz with that updraft play first, or rather NV2K, that updraft play on Miz, and then following up with the second one, jumping over to, on top of the 410 to catch Techno. You can't even blame Techno here. He was so far back. You would never know that this is the kind of play NV2K wanted to play.
Revealing area.
Yeah, this is old stuff. Good Valorant on display. Both these teams connect now. And now look at SA2L. The economy is in. He might have some contact. He did spot the head, but he missed.
He was playing ahead of this lockdown, wanted to actually get one pick while Global Esports Academy moved to put their lockdown up. But look at this heavy flank, 3 people.
This is gonna get feisty as Lil Boy lines them up. Both of them dealt with ease. And now Miz, yeah, he's gonna pick on the scraps. Lil Boy still getting his job done as NB2K cleans up Hoax. Helef just on a mere sheriff and fighting it out against UB. Wasn't prepared for Risen. In turn gets punished, but the Danger Man still alive, still kicking. But eventually will be put down to rest as UV gets the final kill. And Global Esports Academy, they now equalize against SA2L 5-on-5.
It's been going back and forth, right? 2 rounds yours, 2 rounds mine. 1 round your, 1 round mine. Again, 2 round yours, 2 round mine. Seems like there's been a handshake out there between the teams though. But the ultimates in the previous round used up. But you can look at the ult economy of, rather the ult cycle of Global Esports Academy. It's been so very good and consistent. SQL changing things up. King Kappa was setting up towards the A side this time around. Mid. There's the Hunter's Fury play. Hold on! Miz!
Wow.
So far forward. He hasn't done this in a while and gets a big success on the back of it.
Yeah. A little bit of that pocket play and it pays off, but Global Esports Academy quick in evening out the numbers.
Standing ahead.
Helef dealt with Risen, ensuring that he's got those corners checked. At this point, King Kappa around Thrusters is in a very precarious position. It's very risky, but equally rewarding as well. And now,
Lovely.
not just getting one, but gets the 2, gets the spike dropped as well. Techno with also the follow-up. It's all down to Risen.
He does not have the spike.
Yeah, not under his control, and Techno puts him into sleep. And
Last
SA12
round in the half.
get a round's lead now, sitting on 6 rounds. We are down to the final round before the switch.
And this has again broken the economy of Global Esports Academy.
It's just so back and forth.
It's always been. Again, Miz so far forward
My ult
in the next play. Did not anticipate him. And then Miz playing inside on the top side. Just moved, so casually moved inside the cope and picked off Evo out there. Did not anticipate that. King Kappa though, hold on. This man is just crazy. The Outlaw and then a switch up to the Classic. Picture perfect Classic Valorant play.
Lovely stuff.
And look at Miz. So quick on that movement.
There he is.
Exactly my point.
Got it so deep. Global Esports Academy, they feel
Last
surrounded,
player
they feel
standing.
threatened, and they
Spike
cannot
down
do
mid.
anything about it. Just to press the matters, Techno, he spits some poison there, gets
Switching
that
sides.
final kill, and SA12, quite a good half, I must say, given it was the defensive half.
Absolutely. Icebox is known to be an attack-centric map. I was about to say when SATUL got 5 rounds that I think so they've already have enough. But there's never enough of getting the Omen laptops out there because you can enjoy some massive savings of up to 80,000, 87,000 INR and some major cashback benefits of up to 8,000. And this laptop comes with the latest Intel Core processor i7 series and also some 5080 RTX. You cannot miss out on these offers. Quickly scan the QR code for more details and get yourself some amazing Omen laptops while enjoying this amazing match back and forth between GEA and SAQL as we move on onto that pistol. And an early call to block out any kind of approach on mid or towards the B side. And this gives them enough room to scale up. Look at how far forward they are.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Global Esports Academy instantly want to thwart off this push coming in from SA12. Techno, does he even care? He's feeling himself mechanically and technically a very sound player, but brought down to low HP as NB2K fighting with life and death. It's going to be UV who's got 3 already and might be getting that 4, but no, King Kappa and Hoax, they come in with those quick trades, and now
One
all
enemy
that
remains.
remains from Global Esports Academy is Kibo with that crispy aim there against King Kappa. It's not going to be easy. He's got a Sheriff on him as well. Spike planted. King Kappa, he's going to play it patiently. It's not going to happen. He loves to dominate, and he did this as now SA12 win the second pistol.
Time to double up their lead out there now. In the previous round, it felt like let's all buy Ghost and not tell King Kappa. Eventually worked around with the Sheriff and did wonderful. Quick on that trade as well, and over towards the end again. Since Kibo bought the Ghost, he did not have enough to buy a Cove as well, and I have really fallen onto that diffuse even if he would have had that thing. Like, absolutely fine right now. Scrappy by out there for Global Esports Academy and a widespread defense. No gamble stack on any side. Just want to try out their luck over there, while SATUL will be looking to double up their lead.
I mean, at this point, we've seen 50s from both the sides, even in their past matches. So really not going to rule them out. But for GE Academy, especially given they've just got near classics, it's going to make it oh so difficult. As initial presence shown by SA2L around that A site, and now kind of changing their direction, moving towards B. And G Academy seems like they've got no clue. They'll get the answer, but I feel it's a little too late for them.
Absolutely. SATUL is still gonna
here.
Spike
their own
planted.
sweet time out there. Global Esports Academy. I've got no clue
So
why they are.
paranoid.
Yeah, why they were shift walking out there, but now alright, finally. The information's been passed on. Techno with snake bite. Still needs to try and survive. Keep already getting that first pick, and guess what? Ryzen with a shock dart rises up high.
He does, but Maze, look at him. Literally on a high pedestal. Gets that kill confirmed. Trying to get the numbers back to play, and finally has equalized it.
3.
Oh,
One enemy remaining.
Gets picked off, and now one after the other, they're just falling down like a pack of cards, and there you go. The 9th also secured for SA2L, and now this is a very important round. They're on their bonus, they'll have those 2 Vandal or Phantom pickoffs, and if they win this, I think they'll have a tremendous advantage. But for G Academy, if they have to fight back this round, they have to somehow figure ways to get this in the bag.
They've got a massive advantage in terms of weaponries for that.
Right
5
here.
full rifles with a full shield, nothing on the other side that can actually match it apart from only one bandit. A bit push from GG.
Turret down.
Kappa was resting Maze also with that follow-up. Hill boy surviving with Mare 25 HP as SA2L still. They've got the numbers advantage there. As this time they decide to stack the numbers, head towards B. They'll meet with a rather wounded Lil boy who's just barely 1 shot shy from being taken out of commission from this round.
Fox has got the ultimate on the back of it, so this is a very winnable round for SA2L.
Certainly is.
And look at the late lurk of King Kappa. Not been
Revealing
planted
area.
for him, but he can definitely find 1 or 2 picks on the back of it.
Master, he's
Placing
intending, he's
swamp
given his
grenade.
position away. Somewhere down the line, Lil Boy knows. But Maze, he's just equally so good. But Keyboard this time out-fragging him.
One enemy
He's
remaining.
gonna catch King Kappa with his pants down. And now the Thrash committed. Folks, he's gotta make some wonders happen as the defense has been triggered. He needs to take down Lil Boy, and he does! In the right nick of time. But it has been half diffused, will be completed. And Global Esports Academy. Wow. Talk about a round being pulled off.
Hoax was like, I ain't got nothing of what Kibo wants to sell me. I'm just gonna run it down to kill the diffuser. That was the perfect decision making in the round. But on the back of it, it was still half diffused. Look at that. Look at the time when he was able to struck him. And Kibo so hot on his heels at the perfect possible time. If he was half a second late fixes, this round was done.
You saw NB2K's reaction, right? Literally had his heart out of his mouth there in that situation. That was a close one. Pinned down to the wire. And now this matchup has gotten oh so interesting as it will back with their full buys. And now Miz wants to explore B along with his teammates. Wingman set for the plant. And now Lil Boy
Spike planted.
waiting for his teammates to show up. And then they might want to commit for that retake.
Got the outlaw though, but it's not gonna catch any damage apart from 3 players now on the back of Kibo taking some of that damage too. 3 people can be one-shotted on the back of it.
Poison's gone. My left side.
Look at this. Risen, Envy, UV. They're all that takes in Global Esports. They've got such a nice stronghold. And all that remains is the Techno, who is lurking in the backlines waiting for a backstab. And will fail. And now just lives with that Vandal, something that SA2L will carry forward.
What an explosive retake from Global Esports Academy. Quickly used up the Hunter's Fury on the back of the harbor wall. Rushed it all the way down to steal the defuse away. Did not give SA2L enough time to set up for a proper post-plant positioning, and Techno was a bit too late with the lurk out there in mid. He thought his team would be able to buy enough time, but they just couldn't. Every single duel just fell in the hands of Global Esports Academy, and I love the fact how last time when we saw the matchup between these two teams, it was utterly one-sided. This time around, it is so back and forth. Again, you can clearly see that Hunter's Fury forcing both the players playing on yellow to go out in the open and peek, and eventually one of them gets picked off by the rifle duel and the second one by the ult itself.
Yeah, I mean at this point...
Hold on.
Yeah, well, go on.
It's a Global Esports Academy timeout?
I mean,
After winning the round?
yeah, it's still fine, right? Sometimes, you know, you've got to maybe add something extra, maybe some few tweaks. You need to get your heads back to one place. So
I mean,
it's fine. I mean, where are you gonna take those timeouts to? It's fine. It's an important junction. Maybe they might have a set play incoming, because if they win this round, of course, SATO is gonna come back with a buy next time around. Pretty sure there might be some execution in the making.
Maybe they were just thinking outside the box.
Yeah, why not? Why
Poison's
not?
off.
We do not love you for the puns though. But yeah. So coming back, this time around, we've got SA12 with just mere sheriffs, and on the back of a Viper's pit. Not really ready, it's just Blade Storm and Mace. And SA12, they're taking their sweet time for the build-up. That reconnaissance piece, broken. Seems like it was a ruse.
Exactly.
It was a fake being sold as SA12 slowly but surely marching on towards that A site. Got risen, and he's got no clue yet. But he's vigilant, he's prepared, he knows now, and he's gonna back off. He knows that Maze, he's on his ultimate. On those Blade Storms, he can conjure magic. And Risen, he's gotta work it out with his teammates. Finally, UV.
You should run.
And now, oh, caught off guard. He gets punished. As now, even the lockdown committed, but Maze a little ahead of the pack, and now they do not have the better weaponry.
There's a counter lockdown as well, and this one is on screen, so it's going to push you all the way back towards either jail or on the other side. Now the lineup is there for Techno, so it's going to find some timing, but on the back of that go, maybe you can try and stick the defuse down. There's also the mosh pit out in the open. UV gets spun. King Cup for the answer back as well. The question is, do they have enough time? One shot, Techno lands it perfectly. And on the back of it, Kibo will have to run out to save the weapon. Lovely approach by SA12. Sold the fake towards the B side. Contact walked up towards A. Planted the spike and went into the post-plant position. They know they've got the utils. LF with 2 shock darts. Techno with a molly. Hooks with the mosh pit. King Kappa with nanos. Yeah, Global Esports Academy, they need to send a few people on flank.
Yeah, I think Miz has had a hearty sleep last night. Look at him, all freshened up. Absolutely clobbering down his opposition as NB2K. This time,
Strike down B.
aggressive against the players of SA2L. As Maze does just get one. A 4-on-4 situation. Still right now as Helif trying to scale.
Yeah.
That owl drone deployed. Not a lot of information gathered. But look at this kid. Spike still not committed towards B. So maybe on the verge of selling another fake. They've got a lot of rotations being triggered.
Highly possible.
Because it's just Risen who's on A. If they can somehow take him down, catch him under surprise.
But he's on an off angle on top of the screens, which he was not really playing, and no one from Global Esports Academy was playing that angle actually, so it might go unchecked.
Now they've got that feeling, and like you said, goes unchecked and punishes King Kappa for this intervention there. As now Miz get a little bit of altitude there. Helif, an important battle. The spike has been planted though. As Global Esports, they have the better numbers. All they've got to do is get that perfect retake. Helif, amongst all the chaos, still thriving as Techno and Helif. They double down, but UV with that trade, and so is Kibo. Being their player, being all that's needed for Global Esports Academy to trigger that diffuse, and now they've got 8 rounds, 8 to 10, still a very end-to-end matchup.
Lovely retake this time around from their side. I thought they're gonna anticipate that maybe SA12 are playing all the way towards back yet again. So might want to speed things up, but did not miss out on those corners. Checked every single one of them. Picking everyone one after the other, and again Kibo at the end able to trade out the rest of the members. Kibo is the man who's actually on the struggling end. 8 in 17 out of the 18 rounds we've played till now. He's been picked off in 17 of them. Hasn't had a lot of success out there, but this time around NV2K want to push out for it, and SA2L probably want to switch up the pace.
Oh, this was looking interesting. Some change in pace, and SA2L want to make this work. Don't have the best of buys though. Still, hunger quite visible. They want this round, they want to end this ASAP. But that's not going to happen because Wizard with the Outlook equally deadly. So is Evo, as he is unstoppable right now, as even UV picking up on whatever's left out, and it's just King Kappa with a Sheriff. And Wizard puts him down. And that being said, Global Esports Academy inching in ever so close. And now back to the debate. Talk about improvement. Who's improved better? Is it the players of GE Academy or is it SA2L? Because it's still looking like an even matchup.
I think so. Now I can very rightly say that it's looking like Global Esports Academy, because
the last time they were bashed brutally.
exactly, just the way how they're making this seem entirely different from what it was. 9
Done
and
their
10,
homework.
neck to neck. And this is SA2L's last timeout to maybe fix a few things. But here's the fun thing. This map is actually a pick of Global Esports Academy, so SA2L are doing a fantastic job by actually being in the lead.
I mean, you've got such experienced players, you've got such young fraggers, everybody in their prime form, and then just to add the cherry on top of that cake, you've got the likes of Hellranger in your team. On your ears right now, some valuable insights, some valuable pointers being given, and maybe a different execute from SA2L could make the cut. Because now I'm pretty sure they're going to come with full buy. It's a very important round, which will dictate the course of the game.
Pivotal indeed. Couple of ultimates available. Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury, one away from
Take flight.
Thrash as well. So this could be a very ult-heavy investing round as well. Because if SA2L win it, they're actually going to put a dent on Global Esports Academy's buy, which will make them move easily towards the map point. Steal it away, maybe transition it into a 2-0. So that's how important this one round becomes. And it seems like Global Esports Academy, they don't really want to fight on site.
Right here.
Look at their positionings. They're happily giving it away. They're like, alright, scale up. We don't mind. We're just going to hop in. We're going to retake that. And we're going to win the round because their retakes have been working. The sims have been going on perfectly. But my question is, for how long are SA2L going to contact play up? Because not using early utils means that's much
Scanning
util you
ahead.
save for the late.
Shot down.
Alright.
Revealing area.
Being made damage on that shot dart, but Techno and Miz, they amp up the aggression. They just don't get the spike plant. They get 2 out of G Academy, but NP2K trying to even out the numbers. He gets 3! And just like that, the Viper's Pit cancelled off. Helif, King Kappa, 2 players alive now. King Kappa, that quick trade evens out the numbers. UV
One enemy
explore a
remaining.
little deep. Danger man down. Now
Sticking.
everything resting on Helif, but the Cove deployed and Kibo will get that defuse. But UV, my man, take a bow. He's been making such crucial plays. He's been getting such crucial frags. Still keeping G Academy in contention. And at this point, I think it's not wrong to say that G Academy could get a lead as well.
It's going to be a scrappy buy for SA2L. And what a round by Global Esports Academy. NV dropping in pit, taking 3.
Disgusting.
Absolutely insane. Picks up the perfect timing as soon as he hears the thrash. Knows that it's one less player watching that part. And on the back of it now, it's a Viper's Pit by a little boy.
Yeah.
And there's an alarm bot out there as well. So it does not really need to play up top. You can just play on the back of it. I love this setup. Exploring over towards mid this time around, leaving the entirely for the retake.
Oh.
Nasty shot by mid.
Yeah, that has to be quite expensive, but NB2K a little bit wrong on that dash, went into the wrong angle and now gets punished as Hoax on the backs of that Sheriff, manages to pick off 2. And suddenly SA2L are almost on the verge of pulling off a thrifty.
Kibo is a bit ahead on this one though. Maybe he can get one and back off.
He has to. Got no other option. Not darts. Not making things easy.
Lovely util play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Spike planted.
Kibo still quite stubborn.
Little
Hoax.
Last player
Little
standing.
boy. Does he know about the whereabouts of Hoax? Finally he does. Whips a couple of shots, but his presence given enough for Miz to close things off. And there you go. Just when we were thinking G Academy could walk away with that lead, SA2L send a resounding message. Sit down, not yet.
Absolutely not yet. And that too on a scrappy by the opener from Miz. And then the trades on back of it. Hoax getting two with the Sheriff up down in mid.
Oh, that was nasty.
Turned it entirely on its head. Back to the exact same setup this time around. Hunter's Fury. Player was tagged up with the snake bite, so this actually might have been way more deadly than what it seemed like. Should not be a problem with Stingers on the board of them. No major ultimate up as well. I'm still surprised though they're not actually wanting to play for any kind of orb because Envy is just one away from his own Blade Storm. So maybe he could have, you know, played with a full shield, saved up enough for maybe the Operator in the next one. Not talking about the Operator, we haven't really seen the Operator plays as well in this entire game.
Yeah, actually, just a couple of outlaws being picked off. That was even happening in the first half.
Yeah, by
Not a lot
SA2L.
happening in the second.
Interesting.
G Academy, you know, whatever rocks their boat. Not comfortable, it's fine. But at this point, got Helif. Alright. Quick maneuver, quick rotates towards that A side. The side
30
left
seconds
vacant
left.
for now. Global Esports Academy not really fighting for it, just waiting for the spike to be planted, and that's where the board does come in. Alright, NB2K is gonna charge in, but with that Stinger, it's not gonna give him that damage as Miz. He's the one with the Vandal, and now he's got the Blade Storm activated. You've got Risen on real low HP. 4-on-3 situation, but UV, I've been talking about how good this player has been in taking down the Danger Man Miz. At this point, Helef quick with those trades as Lil Boy gets another back and forth game of a seesaw going on over here. As Risen, not with the best of buys as time keeps on ticking. And at this point, Techno is gonna get that final kill, and SA2L inching close, now on a map point.
Important one as well. Global Esports Academy. They invested everything in the previous round. Still got something left in the tank though. There's a Blade Storm available, and UV, he's got his own lockdown. And that's why they've now pulled off this timeout. Want to probably discuss something, maybe a set play. Something along the similar lines. You need 2 more rounds. What do they even do at this point, right? Because their retake simulator was running up perfectly. But this time around, it seems that SA2L has had a read on the back of it, and all those 8 HP, 21 HP clutches that were left up for GEA, this time it's not happening. The shots are hitting perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, for G Academy, at this point, very crucial timeout. We've seen so much layers play come out from G Academy in the past. You know, we have seen multiple times they've slowed things down.
Yep.
They usually like controlling the tempo. And on the backs of NB2K, they played quite well. But today, for G Academy, UV has risen up to the occasion. I'm loving this young lad.
Standing ahead.
The way he's trying to redeem not just himself, but his entire team. But look at this. An interesting battle going on. And UV this time, he falls. If Caster's Curse was actually a thing, that did happen.
And that's the lockdown out of this round.
Oh,
Headshot.
And now King Kappa is just pressing on matters, but NB can hold on. If he gets a
Last
third,
player
could be a
standing.
different story. But no,
Almost.
yeah, the dust seems to
You
have
should
settled.
run.
Unless Risen comes up with the clutch of his life, I do not see life being put into Global Esports
Attackers
Academy
win.
as SA2L take them down in quite a nice fashion. But yes, did come down to the wire this game. Global Esports Academy with their match pick, and now SA2L getting that victory.
Phenomenal one indeed. On the back of it, 13 to 10, stealing away the opponent's map pick. Fighting tooth and nail for that one, though. I'll have to say, this is not the Global Esports Academy that we saw last split. This time around, it is a very different one, and they're looking very much prepared to what's to come in the next one as well. But here's the thing, next match is going to be on the map of Haven. Yeah, that's been a playground for SA2L, but I still want to talk a bit more about how crucial were the plays of not just UV but also NB2K in that previous game.
Yeah, I mean, NB2K has just been doing his usual stuff.
Yeah.
This is something that we've seen from NB2K side across all the BO3s that we've seen. I think he's a player that has been constantly delivering. But today was the day where UV stood up. It was just one map. Who knows, in the second he might get even more furious and could also dip down. We've seen, this is the thing with the youngsters, right? They either go all out or they kind of tend to crumble. I kind of like the direction that UV is heading at. But for Global Esports Academy to still push SA2L down to the wire, it was a very close contest. Anything could have happened. Maybe even Global Esports Academy could have walked off with a W, and it still would have been a very good matchup. But for SA2L, I think, especially coming off from yesterday's defeat, their morals were still high. Going up,
agree.
almost beating one of the strongest giants of the South Asian region. I think they knew that they had to be more poised, they had to be more composed to not let it get into your heads, and that is what they did, right? They were quite good on their executes, their trades were perfect, and you could say every single player did their part. And the best of it all was Miz. Finally, I think from yesterday's little bit of that dip down, he's gotten back, he's refreshed, and he's going heavy with those kills.
I 100% agree. There's one big point I wanted to mention in this entire game. Global Esports Academy, one, were really managing the ultimate economy well, and second, they were denying important ultimates to SA2L. Techno did not get as good of a value out of his Viper's pit, neither on defense nor on the offense. Lockdown was the only thing that we actually saw being activated on the back of, King Kappa's plays. And yeah, Miz, he was again becoming that
Both the jets were there.
animated jet, up drafting out there, getting 2-3 Ks out there, but it's fine. But yeah, not a lot from Thrash, or rather from the Hunter's Fury of Helef as well. It got a pick on, one time in this entire game? I think so. Global Esports Academy read it really well that they've got to shut down those ultimates of the other side.
See, honestly speaking, the boomer in me says that it's fine as long as they're getting those kills, right? That's what FPS is all about. You go head to head, you connect your crosshair, you get the kill, you get the advantage, secure the objective. That's it. I mean, as long as Techno still managed to be good with his rifles, be good with his pistols and the other utilities, even if he's not getting a Viper spin, I've got nothing to complain. As long as, SA2L still have that one-up lead scared. Now, this somehow still, kind of pushes me into wondering what's going to happen next. Because G Academy, we've seen them even in the past play in Heaven, and they've been very deadly, especially NV2K.
Absolutely, but he's got to put a performance just like the man on the screen right now, Miz, with 29 kills, an ACS of 367, and 7 first bloods out here. My man was activated.
Yeah.
The Korean jet, or rather the Indonesian jet, to be very specific in this time. 238 damage per round and 24.7 headshot percentage. Yes, I mean, he's one of the biggest reasons why SA2L are 3 rounds ahead of Global Esports Academy.
Oh, he certainly is. I mean, at this point, there's no doubt around that entire thing. But again, I must still emphasize that this was not just a Miz show. I feel like it was every player stepping up. You could not point fingers on somebody that no, he underperformed a little bit, even if not in terms of kills, of course, but the presence, the utils, everything felt very well coordinated, very well synchronized. And I must say, from both the sides, G Academy, they've also improved aeons, but they also need to understand they're just one map away from being kicked out of Split 2.
That's the most important part. And I think so, in terms of focusing on that, they've also got to focus on some of the first kills out there as well. 14 for the side of SAQL and their conversion. In terms of those plants and post plants as well, pretty solid. Both the Jets again leading the charts for their own team. Clearly showcasing the confidence on not just Miss but also NB2K. And I think so this is a very important stat which should boost the morale of Global Esports Academy themselves. They were not that far behind. If we are comparing the ACS head-to-head on both the sides, it's almost even, right? Yes, there's a part where SATUL are kind of heavy, like in terms of the Jet head-to-head, but in terms of KJ head-to-head, we're seeing on the other side, right? King Kappa is the one who's actually lacking behind. So I think this is very good, and it might actually boost the morale up of the players too, and maybe they can steal over the map of Haven.
Who knows? Anything can happen because we've seen Global Esports Academy in Haven. They have been quite deadly. They've been getting those Ws. They've been going for those switch arounds. We have seen so many strats being executed. So them relentlessly scrimming, that is quite visible. And the best part is that UV is in a very good form.
True.
I want the other players also to bring in some shebang, make it more exciting, push it for map 3.
Especially Lilbur. The man was struggling so much on this entire map on Viper as well. I think so it's again not his comfort role all the way back 2 years back. I think so we have seen this man play on Jet as well, maybe switching things up. So I think so this is one kind of switch up which he's not very comfortable with. Maybe, you know, subbing in Smoke might actually change a few things up, or maybe it was just first map jitters. Maybe in the next map he's gonna try and bring out some new things out there. But that is again if in case Haven is gonna be that very close. But that's again of Haven. I think so it's gonna go map 3 fixes.
We all really hope so, because you know Global Esports Academy and SATL, they've got a very nice rivalry also going on outside the game. But who knows, as the mystery unravels in the next map. Before that, folks, we'll be cutting for a very short little break. You guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Welcome once again, folks. You are watching the OMEN VCSA Split 2 as low bracket round 2 matches continue. It is Global Esports Academy taking on SA2L, and the previous game we saw SA2L were pushed down to the wire, but still did manage to walk off with a victory in Global Esports' map pick. Now it is time for SA2L to be playing in their own home turf. That's going to be Haven, and for that we've got Scared Yet with me. So tell me, what is cooking?
I mean, it just seems like a 2-0 is cooking up on the cards given the first map was stolen away. But I know you don't think that, but it's absolutely fine fixes. You'll see what I'm actually talking
Why
about.
do you have to bring Necro's manifestation inside of yourself?
Happens sometimes. I've been working with that man for the past 3 to 4 days, maybe 5 days if you think about it.
We will have to do something about it.
Don't-
But
don't mess about
you know, we still have to be very positive that Global Esports Academy, they can stage that comeback. You know, they have been the embodiment of being those underdogs into the scene. Global Esports investing in an academy lineup,
True.
you know, venturing out and giving these youngsters an opportunity. And I feel
I
like
agree.
they are our future, right? If somebody's going to carry on the torch forward, it's these youngsters, and investing in them, Global Esports Academy has taken the first step. So somewhere down back in the head, I would like for them to really win, at least to make a comeback, because they've done a lot and they can do even better. But Haven, like you said, deep down, I also agree with you, has been SATL's one of the stronger maps. So yeah, that is a little iffy.
But we'll have to see, right? Because the record for Haven for Global Esports Academy has been 1-0. They have won it. They've got with the Breach Teho composition. I really like this one, along with the Wise, Omen and Neon. That clearly shows that they're ready to adapt. And this is the point you mentioned as well. These young lads who are now playing in the academy lineup, the best thing that they have got is that they've got time to adapt to the changes that are constantly being brought in. And if there's any team that has basically got one of the maximum improvements from Split 1 to Split 2, I think so I'm actually going to give that to Global Esports Academy as well, though SATL are also close second, if not the first. So it's going to be a tough battle on this map. I think so with how close Icebox went, Haven might actually go very close too. And maybe a couple of rounds, maybe NV2K's heroics, maybe UV's heroics, maybe Lil Boy is able to step up in this one, and we might possibly see an OT or a map win and maybe a map 3 or Split. I really want to see Split.
Oh, we certainly do, because you know, at this point for Global Esports Academy, they've been making those beautiful plays, brother. And especially NV2K, he's been all over the place. Now this is a young squad. Imagine they just go all guns blazing, you know, as if there's no tomorrow, because quite literally that's the case right now for them. They've got their heads on the swivel. At this point, one nasty blow, they're out of the competition. So play your hearts out, give it your all, and who knows, you might be pushing for map 3, and then we'll talk about the third map later. But taking a look at the composition, and seems like nothing has changed. Both the lineups sticking to their comfort picks.
Absolutely no change whatsoever. Global Esports Academy already played this composition one time. The win rates on the defense 66.7%, probably 7 rounds on the defense, 7.5 on the attack. Again, they've total played 9 rounds and they've won more than 55% of those rounds. So it clearly shows that they are more comfortable on defense rather than the attacking side, but they do not shy away from that attack too. SATUL, King Kappa is going to be pivotal in this one. We see those ciphers, strip fires, and that gives you key information. So Global Esports Academy, with how well they deal with that passive information, that's going to be the main key. If you deal with it early on, re-clear towards A-long, play like that, that's going to be the main way for their game. But since they're starting on the defense, SATUL will set the tempo.
Interesting. SATUL dictating the pace, and Global Esports Academy having one mission to completely distort it. At this point, players set up at A, and seems like it's going to be a flooding at that site.
Few ghosts out there with a couple of classic half shields for Global Esports Academy, while on the other side, Techno. He's got the full utility along with a couple of shrouded steps as well. Now that is interesting. We normally see an Omen via Paranoia along with half shield, but that's not the case this time around. They really want to try and play a bit more aggressive, maybe set him up for the second entry in this round.
Risen.
Oh, the timing.
Oh my god. This is going to be absolutely worse, and Maze, I think he's heard it. Kibo was smart enough to maybe back up him, but Risen somehow gets away with murder. And now King Kappa, he's going to get that quick trade. As now SATUL, they instantly flood onto the site. Hawks inside the dark cover as NV2K from the back. A trap wire broken. So King Kappa, he knows that NV2K corner will be coming in. He did check the corner, but his crosshair not at the right position. Gets punished as SATUL. They do have the numbers, and for Global Esports Academy, Risen and Lil Boy, a lot resting on these nimble shoulders at this point. Experience prevailing supreme as Helef will dismantle GE Academy there, and SATUL to get the first round on the board.
Contact play towards A-long, and then bursting onto the side, 1-for-1 trade, perfect. And King Kappa holding the Sivers was the key. Great approach out there again. I did like the idea of Kibo also jumping there to try and maintain the control, but just could not happen. Pistol round, and on the back of it now, SATUL are going to go in full buy with a couple of rifles in this one, so they are already preparing for the next. Now that's interesting buy. Vandal as well as a Phantom with the half shield. Bulldog with full, and a Ghost in the hands of King Kappa, and they're looking to go towards the seaside. Fair enough, you want to try and have that advantage long range.
Okay. Point Maze. Oh my god, that's nasty. Yeah, gets out time there and gets punished. G Academy having no other option, not a lot of those expensive buys, and yeah,
King Kappa.
he's just waiting for nobody there actually. But I think Lil Boy has an idea, but spike planted. Round really not looking good for G Academy at this point. As Miz gets another, Hawks will follow up. NV2K done and dusted, and Helef to clean things up once again. A flawless round for SATUL.
Simple, straightforward approach, a push towards the seaside. It was entirely empty. Miz with the opener. But one good thing that is happening for them is Helef is just one away from the Rolling Thunder. This is a full buy round for Global Esports Academy, but the buy for SATUL is not shabby at all. And if they manage to get the off freely of C-Long, they can then pivot towards whichever side they really want to. And eventually take the fight to them. But this is exactly what Global Esports Academy are ready for. Look at the trap play.
Oh, nice. We don't usually see three men stack up at C, and Miz, he does not care, does he? As NB2K will trade there, cleaning the numbers out, and now SATL know there is an absolute horde waiting for them. But King Kappa, look at this intervention. Lil boy caught a stray, and now King Kappa, he's hungry for more. But this is what I like about G Academy. You know, these off-angle plays where Risen gets those numbers advantage in his court. Now spotted, Techno is hunting him down, chasing him down. He knows he's hiding in the corner. Finally will peek, and Techno equalizes. A 2-on-2 situation. They've got the spike back, and now venturing through garage.
Their time map is open now. It could be anywhere. King Kappa could have lurked out anywhere. They're gonna rendezvous
30
over towards the
seconds.
garage. The
One
perfect
enemy
timing
remaining.
for NV, and he takes Techno out.
Nice stuff. Good
Kappa.
stuff.
One enemy
Kappa
remaining.
gets one. He's the hero so far of this round. It's a bonus.
It's an open
Now,
plant.
UV. Oh, timing is going to be crucial. King Kappa has no idea though.
He's gonna re-wrap all the way from garage and move back to CT. That's where this plant is for.
Big brain plays for this insanely capable player. Ooh, and UV had no idea, and that's a clutch. That is a clutch indeed. As SA2L in their home grounds, looking also comfortable. 3-0 the scoreline, and they get that bonus as well.
This is such a good plant from King Kappa because you can play from any place. You can play from default or on the back of the backside box or maybe from the garage.
One enemy remaining.
And he decided to just big brain out of all of them, re-wrap from garage and move towards the CT. A lovely play indeed. And on the back of it, a bonus conversion fixes. And I know it's going to be hurting Global Esports Academy in every single bone of theirs.
Yeah.
Sheriffs and a Guardian.
At this point, feels like it's become that mental game. They know at the back of their heads that this could be their final match. Elimination on the line, and they've got to give it their all. And NB2K almost did, but in front of Helif, experience prevailed. Helif has been quite deadly so far. And Hoax with that outlaw.
Nice shot.
Yeah. Seaside is so stacked up. 2 more players around that area. Just UV around a little boy with that Sheriff. Kibo. Let's see. What can he pull out of that Guardian as Hoax? Still poised. Skibo, that's going to be an interesting fault line. Acting on it will be Lil Boy, the spike down, but King Kappa and Kibo get a nice trade. As now King Kappa, Techno, 2 players alive, a 2-on-2 situation.
30 seconds left.
And Kibo,
Last player standing.
this could have gotten down to the wire if Kibo were to be alive. And now UV out in the open, no problem whatsoever for Techno. SA2L get the 4th as well.
It was a bit more close for being comfortable, but it's fine. Big ultimates coming up on board for Global Esports Academy. They've also brought some big guns. The operator now in the mix. They're probably
Last player standing.
one away from the overdrive as well. The Armageddon up. I think so this one round is going to be the most important for at least the first half. Global Esports Academy down 4-0 on the defense of Haven. Yes, understandable, but oh my goodness. Missed out on the shot on the drone too. That's fine. At least now SAT will know where the operator is posted.
That's the pressure.
They're going towards A.
They are indeed. SA2L. This time. Alright. Maze wanna speed things up, and there you go, sliding through. UV this time prepared. Natty shot there. And now UV Kibo, they double up. King Kappa still quite relentless. And now Risen, he's also come into play.
Enemy remaining.
King Kappa quick with those
Last
trades,
player
but
standing.
instantly put down to ground. And now there's a one-on-one. And Rolling Thunder committed from Helif's side. And he's eloping from here. And this could be very interesting if he goes around Suez. NB2K maybe anticipating that he is rotated around
30
towards
seconds
the
left.
other side. And Helif again, he's doing this, winning those mind games. G
Lovely.
Academy, what?
Hold
No,
on a second.
he's supposed to plant
No,
there.
he's just clearing it out. He's making sure that there's
He's got a lot of time.
it's an open plant as well. You can play from whichever part you really want to, but a lovely fast play from Envy. Misses out the shot, and now it's a ball time right on the head, but he slides, swaps the gun midway, and takes down Helif.
Ouch, that hurt. Especially if you are SATL, you might be 4 rounds up, but kudos to NB2K. Quick
Styling,
switch
yeah.
around the weapon, that sliding play coming into play action, and Helif this time could do nothing about it.
Not even Helif's fault, this one. It
Yeah.
was just NV2K's brilliance.
But comments to UV though, this was a nice stop.
Absolutely. Finding the opener on the first one, and then Lil Boy as well. Quickly coming in for the trade, back and forth fights out there, and NV2K wrapping it up with a pick on Helif. He's got the overdrive up ready. Ryzen, he's going to be playing with the Stinger this time around, but I think so that's going to be a big problem out there. Early smoke, which is thrown by Techno. This is just to maintain the control of Orb and maybe create a question mark that
Oops.
they're probably moving towards Ceylon. I really wish that we get a replay of that too in slow.
No, I mean it's fine. Let's not tarnish.
Not to tarnish,
heroics.
it's just that, you know.
I mean, come on. You know, people are unforgiving at times.
Even you want to see it fixes.
No. Loki, maybe, but not now. And now, as we've got NV2K, this time he does not miss. Finally, settling his nerves, looking quite good. As SA2L intending to head up towards that seaside as quick trades from both the Omens. And now Miz, he's getting to do his magic there. Site cleaned up. Get the spike planted. As for the retake, it's a big ask. NB2K, does he want to commit? He does with that overdrive, but the damage dealt, and now Kibo and UV will follow up. Again, G Academy squeezing one more round, and this is really good if you talk about the grand scheme of things, because again, on Haven, G Academy decided to start off on defensive defensive side, and then they've already secured 2 out of the 6 rounds that we had. Now, the goal should be somewhere around the 5th or that 6th position. Once 5th or get 5 or 6 rounds.
5 minimum, yeah, I agree. I mean,
And if they can do that, I think this could be a very interesting matchup.
I 100% agree, and specifically with the way how their retake simulator has not just been working for this map, but rather since the previous map, they should be a bit more confident in terms of leaning over towards one side and leaving the other parts open. Now pushing over towards the A lobby. They haven't done this one this time around, but a lovely shutdown.
What?
And he still hits the shot after that.
No way.
I'm done.
That shot passed through my soul. At this point, I cannot comprehend what my eyes just witnessed. That was just shot from the stars, but now SA2L tensions increase.
Oh,
NV2K
good night, King Kappa.
getting a little notorious,
Good night, King Kappa.
little mischievous. Hey, let's not rule him out yet. No, he's got to crack them on that sheriff, and yes,
Helif took the bullet for him.
yeah, quite literally.
Literally, yeah, it's gonna be falling down, but still 4 people out there. King Kappa has swapped up to the operator now.
It would be interesting to see what he can make out of it. But for me, I would just throw it out of
30 seconds left.
out of their reach. But
You gotta go all the way towards your spawn to do that.
yeah, I mean, they do not have enough time as well. King Kappa, he's got the angle right. Misses a shot. I'm telling you, tension's taking over.
Spike planted.
Little self-doubt there. And Risen is waiting it out. They know what's waiting for them. Rolling Thunder being deployed. Techno out in the open, completely dazed.
Last player
As
standing.
Risen and Kibo, they follow up. Good util plays. And now Hawk, he's got no other means of escape as UV just stomps him down and will gather the operator. As Global Esports Academy, 3 rounds on defense. Wow.
Chef's kiss indeed, that retake. Perfect flashes to blindboard Techno, and then King Kappa out there on long. And on the back of it, just obliterating everyone. What a round by Global Esports Academy. They've now forced out a timeout from S8UL. 3 rounds in unison, and all 3 of them have been a retake fixes. They are not really denying any side entries. They're just taking it all away after that.
I mean, I'm still not really over what NV2K just did to Miz.
We don't talk about that.
He did him dirty there, for sure. And this was incoming, right? SA2L, they need a little bit of a reset. They need to rub it off their shoulders. They know it's not looking good, but it's fine. At this point, I want to see what the call-in is about, because 3 rounds given away, it's not looking good for them. They need at least 8 rounds on the attacking side, because let's not forget, G Academy, they've also shown their prowess in the grounds of Haven.
Here's the thing, I think so 7 round is probably what S8UL would now probably look, because that's the maximum they can get eventually.
I mean, they can still get 9.
Yeah, they can still get 9, but I mean, let's be honest. There's a Steel Garden available right now, a couple of points, and then there's going to be an Armageddon available, and then a few points after that. NV2K is going to be ready with his own ultimate, so maybe being proactive this time around, surprising them all, moving towards the spawn. Techno already able to answer back one, but QB super quick on that trigger, and the repositioning should be getting to second as well. Keyboard support is absolutely impeccable. S8UL missed their timing.
But King Kappa trying to keep things alive now in a 1-on-2. And does have the spike back though. Where does he venture from? We've seen him making those big brain plays.
Again, but rather Envy is ready this time.
Yes, but he misses. Something that you do not get to see a lot, but this is something we haven't seen at all. This man was dazed, for Christ's sake, and chops his head off.
Kibo is not going to go there in time. And this is the same plant that Lightning Fast did yesterday. But the only difference is, this time, King Kappa is moving towards the spawn to re-wrap all the way. Probably go back to Heaven and then play it, but it's fine. Nah, he's just going to hold this place down and spawn. I like the idea though from Kibo. He's going all the way from Silver, so he's going to be crossing potential places where King Kappa could be playing from. And he should isolate it towards the spawn. He's got the aftershock available to try and delay though.
Oh, King Kappa, a 4K, and somebody gave him a cape. Super Kappa is what we must call him, because this man, especially, I had no idea. I was not expecting this, especially after what G Academy initially did to S8UL. For King Kappa to clutch it like that, he's sitting at 14 kills, 14 for 3. That's how good he's been. Every round S8UL has won, he's been alive.
Some guidance salvos combination this time around though. What was the A lobby? Still can't get the control. UV. Can you be the man to actually put another death on the head of King Kappa?
Blinding.
That's not happening right now, but rather the other way around. The peak timing on the back of the owl drone. Miz in an off angle.
I know exactly.
Nasty corner check. That will be taken down too.
Sorry, what?
Missed out a few shots out there. 33 HP in the hands of NV2K, but as long as he's alive, he's going to be happy. Got the Armageddon available to try and steal away one more round. It's planted for default.
Indeed it is. King Kappa.
Way
getting a
too
little
far
brave.
ahead.
Yeah, this is something. I do not know if it's going to work out or not, but they somehow do. Nice set play coming in. And King Kappa walks off with a kill. Numbers favoring SATUL as the 6th definitely on the horizon.
It's going in.
Almost
100%.
there. Yeah, and G Academy, they have no intentions of really going for that retake.
Can't.
Yeah, of course, they will have to save those weapons for the next round, but Helef did have that window, but missed.
Can eventually go in for the chase if he wants to. He's got enough from the bank. But yeah, gonna be holding it down again. Another good round from SA2L, showing presence over towards the A lobby first, and then the main pack over towards Garage get activated.
Alright.
For the past 2 rounds, 8th and 9th, they have constantly been exploiting this opening in Garage. And I think so Global Esports Academy on the back of this timeout will discuss the exact same thing.
I'm pretty sure SATUL, they've got a couple of more tricks up their sleeves. I'm sure we haven't seen them go down to B a lot. Maybe this time. Maybe towards B, or maybe just do what's been working out for them. Hit A. Or maybe just hit C. That's been their comfort spot. Maybe a different variation of a C execute. But whatever the case is, you could see tensions across their faces.
Yeah.
Whilst for SA2L, they're not celebrating yet. They know it's going to be an exciting one.
Pretty sure Global Esports Academy are also thinking the same, that it's going to be an exciting one, but only if they get another streak of 3 straight rounds. Why for both the sides, half shields, the 4 of them for Global Esports Academy.
Scanning ahead.
It's got a Guardian into the mix, saved up from the previous round. Every single time, UV has basically been setting up over towards the A side. Kind of want him to... I think so this time around that setup's going to be working out perfectly. Without the taunts, but again...
This bot down too low.
Yeah, this was ahead of the curve. Was able to take one down though, but on the other side, TP in the back.
What?
UV still wins it in 5 HP.
Where's the communication? Global Esports absolutely dismantling SATUL as Helef, the last warrior, eventually he falls.
I'm out of here.
Even after that, getting that head tag,
Remember, bullets hurt.
they prolonged it so long. Break it down for me, Scared.
They just went in for a massive flank from B. 3 people playing for the flank, and again the credit goes to UV, standing behind the box, first catching on to miss. Got down 5 HP, absolutely fine, but he should not have got techno. That is absolutely outrageous.
That's preposterous. You know, this is unacceptable.
Nah.
At least for SA2L, pretty much should be gutted with themselves. But UV, take a bow, young man. That will definitely have them scratching their heads that particular round, as G Academy, they get that 4th. Very close to their 5th, and now they've got some decent buys to play around with. Fast lane being deployed, Miz trying to get very close and personal there. Risen holding it off, nice shots there. Gets Helef out of the picture, but Techno quick with that trade as Lil Boy does indeed want to capitalize. Position a little given away, Spike
Out in the open.
out in the open. Folks decided to commit for it as they're on pursuit to get another kill. Lil Boy finally succeeds. Damage done from both the sides, but it is Global Esports Academy with that comeback into this. 5 rounds secured, 2 in quick succession, and maybe A 6-6 is on the horizon.
Yeah, a lovely last stand on towards the side. Should be given good praises for that for the rest, both the players. Ryzen along with Lil Boy holding the ground down, and then Keyboard taking the space too. Eventually buying enough time for the rest of the cavalry to hop in. Ryzen again finding that opener, putting that spike down out in the open was the main key to turn the entire round on its head. And look at how far forward the Vice Wall is over towards the A side, Global Esports Academy. And I mean, to be honest, if they're not putting anything on the back of it either, it gives you deep information out there, yes, but hasn't really paid off till now. Garage has always did. This time Hoax though, only gonna send out his out zone and no one on the back of it.
Yeah.
You asked for a B hit, this time it's gonna be a B hit.
Everything on the line. G Academy at this point, they're literally playing like their careers depend on it.
They're going A.
And to be honest, that
Stun.
it is the case. And now, there it is. I do not have any idea why are you taking fights against an informed UV. Trades back and forth, still down to a 3-on-3 situation as the wraparound begins. As Hoax, he's gonna get that, but Lil Boy eventually trades him off.
Low HP.
Now down to a 2-on-2, Miz out in the open, and Lil Boy does it once again and escapes with murder. What? Brother, what?
Ryzen just don't give 1v1, and it's about it.
10 seconds
Yeah, perfect salvos. There's a small window for him to plant right. He's gonna go out, send out the paranoia as well. Both the players blinded. All Ryzen needs to do is survive, and the round is done. Global Esports Academy. Ryzen's gonna farm his KDA now.
I love it. What a turn of events. We were maybe anticipating SA2L to be clobbering down Global Esports Academy on the attacking side. And to be honest, in the start they did. But again, UV emerging as a hero, Miz kind of having an off map, to be honest. The previous game went his way, but this time he's been shunned down. Look at him, 5-on-11 on an attacking side.
Lil Boy on that flank in the previous game set the entire path. Miz has been trying to find something, but has always been on the struggling end. It seems like again his Jet, absolutely gorgeous, but his Neon, not so much. Struggles a lot out there, and
Locating targets.
has been a problem for SATUL at least for now. Go over towards the A side this time around for an ace plate. Hoax needs to run away, hopping out of the relay board. And also dodging away. Oh my goodness, there's everything thrown at the man except the kitchen sink. And he still returns the favor to the other side. 1-for-1 now. Lil Boy, the only man standing, 65 HP. Do something. Give me something. Absolutely possible. And Lil Boy will clutch it out, 11 HP, and win the pistol to give the lead to Global Esports Academy.
Lightning has struck the grounds of Haven. What on earth are we witnessing? The resurgence of Global Esports Academy, and how impeccable Lil Boy. This is something that you were mentioning about.
Yep.
This young lad, given the moment, yes, he was a little uncomfortable in the previous one, but this time he's more than made up for it.
I mean, for the rounds that he's providing those impact frags, I think so, yes, he's outdoing himself. SATUL. Hoax did everything in the previous round to survive until the last fight with Lil Boy. Bulldogs, Guardian, Stinger into the mix. They want to go towards C. Kappa is here, has got a kill strip out. Ready to maybe catch one, but lovely play again from NB2K. Moves on the other side, does not give that pick. Miz on the other side, and though quickly finding one with the shorty.
Paranoia deployed. Lil Boy this time around. Let's see.
Side has become stacked.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. The small pause. And SATUL are now going back towards BNA.
Overthinking. He's finally spotted out. The shorty does not have that much range. And Lil Boy and Huey
30 seconds
capitalize.
left.
And now,
Yeah, should be done.
yeah.
Unless...
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Lil Boy just keeps on farming, getting those kills, and he is exuding confidence. Just in the last 2 rounds, he secured 8 kills. And now G Academy, they have gotten the lead, walking into a bonus with confidence surging through their bodies.
If they continue this way, I'm pretty sure that we might be going to split. They for sure want to go. Inside a couple of players again. Can we miss? Sent all the way back, rushing because of the guided salvos out there, but there's nothing behind it. All being sent outside of the garage. The cavalry is going towards the B side. Like the idea again. You have the weaker weaponries, you want to take close range fights, you take control of B after
Spike
pulling a
planted.
fake towards the A. LF.
Launching
QB with that. Now hell if that gets a trade. That's an interesting one. SATUL, they'll have to put everything out. They need to get that defuse maze. Almost on the verge of defusing it as Oaks. He wants to put his body on the line, but NV2K, a 3K out of for Bucky. Are you kidding me? And just like that, Techno also falls. NV2K secures a Vandal, secures a round, and that's the bonus converted for G Academy.
Global Esports Academy said SATUL converted their bonus. We're going to do them one better. And that's the second timeout being forced in the first 3 rounds of the second half. They might be scratching their heads at this point, not understanding as to where GA actually want to hit. Because again, look at their early utility. It clearly shows that they are taking the space over towards the Sivers, maybe going in towards an A split, and that too very fast. And they also sent out the Teho drone to back it up. SATUL bought the fake. The defense at the B side was weak, and the revised wall of UV outside the garage stops anyone from flanking them from the garage, or rather picking up a timing on them. And I think so the layering behind that is so very good by Global Esports Academy that SATUL are just getting caught by surprise.
And this is where, even if you put everything aside, G Academy have finally found out that they can win. And they really want to press this one. They cannot lose the momentum that they have built on at this point. Not at all. 9-6, SATUL bleeding at this point. And Miz opting for Marshall. He's been quite under the weather this map, and this time connects. A valuable opening. Something that SATUL desperately needed. Oh, the push comes in. G Academy is still wanting to press matters towards C. And Lil Boy
Spike planted.
ensuring he makes no mistake. SATUL, they're wrapping up.
Strength in numbers.
Yeah, they do not have the better weaponry for SATUL at this point.
Shadows traveling.
Elbow sending out the paranoia as well to stop any kind of pursuit from garage. They're just trying to buy time. But here we go. There's the retake.
Oh, this is looking exciting. Looking interesting.
One enemy
They were
remaining.
intending on a retake, but sit down, said the players of GE Academy as Kibo gets that final kill. And GE Academy inching to pull off another one of those surprises of the split 2.
They haven't really just pulled 4 rounds together, Fixes. They've stringed together 7 consecutive rounds. All the way starting from 10th and now till 16th. And with the way how they are playing, 1 away from Overdrive, 2 away from Steel Garden, just a few away from the Rolling Thunder as well. They are very well suited to win this entire half only on the basis of their ult economy. This time around, the Miz going very fast towards the A-Long. Wanna try and take that space, and Global Esports Academy, Fixes anticipating the fast push, were playing all the way back towards the spawn.
I mean, this is sublime stuff. Especially what G Academy are doing at this point. And now SA2L pretty much throwing the entire kitchen sink in front of G Academy. The operator committed. Techno, he's gonna go for that swing, and NV2K, he's gonna survive this one. Escapes for now, and he will get by both these players.
Nah!
Heavy util committed.
Impossible. NV2K stuck, blinded everything. It took LF to finally shut this man down. While he was peeking outside of B main. Mike is going to be committed there, and Ryzen has found an opening. LF still holding on to the side as Techno
Down mid.
will eventually repeat and get the trade that he was looking for after such a long time. It's going to be a push towards A. From the shadows being committed as well.
Cover going out.
Lil boy. Starting default?
Okay.
Spike planted.
Steel Garden is available for UV, so he can buy time, and he's also got a couple of Razor Wines.
Alright.
Commits them.
He does, at least for now. He does, but EXE Esports Academy numbers really hurting them.
He's out one of the Razor Wine.
Yeah.
Nothing left now. All guns.
Got the Rolling Thunder to act across. SA2L has been dodged, has been escaped as UV pulls off another spectacular play. And he's gonna get the 4th also. This is it. This is over. GE Academy, they're doing this because SA2L's economy, I'm pretty sure, must be in tatters.
My big question is, why would they want to put the ultimate on site in this situation? It's almost clear that players will not actually play on site. It's a small error out there from SA2L, and Global Esports Academy punishing it heavily. 2 of the players jumping down to their death in abyss. And UV is the Reaper. 7,000 in his bank account. NV2K with the Outlaw. He's got the overdrive ready. They're going to go towards C-side, but this is where a trap is set up. 3 players. Stun. Close contact.
Oh, look at Miz. He's gone deep, and
What?
NV2K, he's gonna punish him off. This is where they're mentally shattered. And GE Academy, they're doing this. King Kappa through the mid, wants to catch somebody off guard. A wrap around at that. And will do nothing really set up for him. But no, Lil Boy. Timing as Hoax this time. It's good for 1. A little cheeky there. Now he knows he's in a world of trouble. Helif, even from the backlines, trying to get a wraparound.
Trying to pace the players.
30 seconds left.
Kibo.
It's only 30 seconds remaining. They've got to commit towards the A side.
Yeah, and
Shadows traveling.
SA2L has flooded with numbers. Got
Last minute with the information out.
yeah, and Hoax. That's an important kill. He knows there's another guy. Time is
seconds.
running out. Just mere 10 seconds as Lil Boy comes in with the shotty,
One
but
enemy
Helif there to
remaining.
shut him down. 7 on the clock as now Helif will deny not just the plant, but will also take Kibo down, and Global Esports Academy. This is gonna hurt them a lot. They were this close on getting that 12th, and SA2L finally get some respite.
And they've got enough money for the operator in this round. If they were to win streak together, then Global Esports would be smacking their monitors. Lovely timing on the back of it again. If I'm not wrong, Hella finding Miz out there. And the rotation of Hoax, picture perfect.
I don't know how this game is really.
Miz, he's holding down Garage with the operator. There's no one actually showing their attention there. It's a simple, straightforward fake towards C and a push towards the A.
Okay, interesting. Quick surveillance. Found out that there's nobody tucked in around the sewers. Rolling Thunder finally committed by G Academy as NV2K deciding to go on an overdrive. Finds nobody. Again around the sewers.
Spike
Risen
planted.
getting the plant, but Hoax with her ricocheting shot that does not find anything at all as Miz completely stunned, completely dazed, but Hoax being the hero there takes down NV2K, Kibo, Lil Boy, UV, quick response from their side as GE Academy this time. They do not fail
Match
this
point.
time. They get the round and it's just not a round. Now, it's safe to say they're on a map point.
Kibo just used up the Rolling Thunder in the previous one. They kept every other piece of utility for the post plant. They used the Teho drone to quickly scale up towards the A-long as well. And that's the bare minimum util, and I love that. On the back of it now, as you mentioned, not just on a map point, but also putting S8QL on a broken economy. King Kappa with the Sheriff. He's got the neural theft available, but you need to get one person out of this round in order to activate that. And guess what?
Ultimate's ready.
He's the
All
first
set.
one to fall, and that's the Cypher. No more tripwires for you. For passive information, Miz all the way pushed out of A-long, and he gets two!
What?
That is insane!
But still, scale stepped in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
Headshot.
Of course, they've got the better weaponry. Risen does not have a lot of HP. And now somebody from S8 needs to take charge.
One rifle down already. They can be hurt. Hitting their heads right now again. Stinger.
Oh, look at
Closer
this.
personal.
Techno. He's gonna take those shots. He does indeed. And now a paranoia to follow things up. And an aftershock. But Lil Boy just too good there. And now it is just Hoax.
1v2.
Does have a Vandal though. But Kibo and Lil Boy, they will be a little patient.
Hoax has got a couple of shock darts and
30
recon as
seconds
well.
left.
Yeah, exactly. And look at Kibo. He's waiting for that fault line.
Spike planted.
Spike planted. He wanted to buy some time. But Lil Boy,
Attackers.
all
win.
it took was him stepping up. And G Academy just like that. Even the numbers, one each. Still not celebrating, still no. The task's not over yet. But still, this young lad, the youngest team so far from the split 2, has taken down S8UL, which houses one of the most, in fact, a few of the most experienced players in the scene.
I agree.
What a turn of events, man.
I wasn't expecting that, to be very honest, but I am probably happy with this result, if not the happiest, because now we're going to be seeing map 3 that's going to be of split, and it's also one of my favorite on the other side. But putting my personal interests aside, Global Esports Academy, on the first half, yes, it was looking a bit dicey, but then they kept on stringing together rounds after rounds after what S8QL were also pulling on their own end. But as soon as it swapped, as soon as GEA went on the attacking side, that early win rate of 66% that we saw, you know, they were standing up to that, and right now it's going to be even better.
You know, correct me if I'm wrong. If you've got any other pointers, do add on. And for all you viewers also, you certainly can. Because at this point, S8UL started off with a shock bang. They were doing everything right till Global Esports Academy. They had those heroes stepping in,
Yep.
right? Initially, it was all about UV trying to keep them inside the game. But later on, as the game progressed, we saw Lil Boy, that clutch was there. Then NV2K, he also got back into his groove. And Miz, surprisingly enough, he was missing in this map.
It just seems that he's not that comfortable on Neon.
I mean, the last time he played really well.
I mean, maybe an off map then, I guess, for him. But to be honest, if we are ranking the agents based on how comfortable a player is, I believe Jet is going to be on top for Miz. And after that, yeah, Neon or Raze, either one of them. Struggles on technically both of them though. It just does not feel like home. But one person who was feeling it in this one was definitely Lil Boy.
Yeah.
In the first map, yeah, he was struggling, but this time around, Envy and Lil Boy, they were just in a league of their own. Boys were not stopping, and UB was also clutching up whenever things were getting hard for the team.
I think UV no cap has to be the MVP in this one, but no, let's give it to Lil Boy. Let's give it to this young man. I mean, 22 kills. I'm pretty sure UV must be somewhere around, because I'll tell you, those crucial rounds where he got those 4Ks, and
yeah,
that was game changing, man. That really gave G Academy the belief that they can do it now.
Round number 12 on defense, UV was standing in the backside of A, and he was still able to clutch or get 2 kills
that
out
rolling
there.
thunder, right?
Exactly. I mean, insane plays out there too. So again, multiple opportunities for all the players to shine, and everyone bursted like a supernova out there, killing out all the things that were in their vicinity. And guess what? It was just S8QL right next to them. 6 times they got the side, they converted every single one of them. Only one single round given while they were on the attacking side. 6 of 9 for S8QL, again on the struggling end out there. First kills as well this time around for Global Esports Academy. So in all of these stats, we can clearly see that it was GEA who were dominating, regardless of the fact that there's a flawless and a thrifty for S8QL.
And I'm pretty sure now this is, this is everything out in the open. Imagine SA12 taking down RNTX, the one map out of them. They pushed them almost on the verge of sending them to a low bracket, and now G Academy has evened the scores against SA12.
Yep.
And this is making things a lot more spicier, because even when you look at these stats, Lil Boy on 22, UV on 18, I mean, still pretty good. And everybody, I think, performed. Risen also had some good util placements. But this is where the concern is. Miz, 10 on 19. If Neon is unable to perform during the attack side, I think he had a lot lesser kills. I mean, he did have a little bit of a recovery in the second half, but in the first half, I mean, he would not be pleased with himself.
Here's the thing, I was having this discussion with Spartus and Fritz yesterday as well, and we were really discussing about how solid of an agent Neon is. And with the how Neon works, you're either here on a Neon, you're a top Neon player, you can break the crosses, or you're on the struggling end. There's no mediocre Neon out there, and I think so Miz is probably on the struggling end, but hopefully we are not going to see that. Maybe we're going to see Ray, since the next one is going to be split.
I mean, whatever will come up is going to be very exciting. Now, mystery has shrouded this entire matchup as it gets unraveled, folks, after this short little break.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
We were all confused what's gonna happen, and finally the moment has arrived. The decider mapper. Whoever wins this survives this gauntlet. Whoever loses bows out of Omen VCSA Split 2. That is what's at stakes. A survivor do or die matchup. And it is Global Esports taking on SATUL once again. The academy lineup of Global Esports. My apologies. And now we're down to Split. Yesterday, you did bring up this point that Split has been Hoax's playground. He loves shot calling on this. But you also did mention a couple of moments ago that Hoax also loves shot calling on Heaven. What are we looking at?
I like the fact how you quickly mentioned how he loves short call on both of them and bringing Haven's, result out there. But I think so. Split is again a map that Global Esports Academy have not shown till now. Not just in Split 2, but also in Split 1. They've also had their own scrims out there, right? Fight nights, but even in that, there has never been the map of Split shown up. So this is something entirely new out of their book, and I think so. Not just you, but even SATUL might get surprised on this.
Of course, they were surprised for what happened with Heaven, with them in Heaven. So, I mean, would love to see G Academy pulling off something, out of the box. But the good part is, this is where G Academy, the players realize, sometimes overthinking could be a curse, right? Just act. And they did, right? Sheer resilience, sheer hero plays, and they won by the virtue of that. They know they're young, they're raw, they've got cracked aim. Show that. And that's what they did against the experienced veterans of SATUL. They somehow shut down Miz. They found ways to play against him.
Yep.
And now in Split, we remember yesterday's first half for Miz wasn't good at all. Is it going to continue today as well?
That's the big thing, right? It might be possible that we will see almost the similar thing. Even on Yoru, yes, there were some good plays that he was trying to make in terms of fragging. That's where he was struggling. So I think so even in the agent select, we're going to see the same thing. Both the teams leaning in on what they're comfortable with rather than trying any new thing out. But my question is, what is Global Esports Academy comfortable with? And that is the proper meta composition, the Breach Teho Viper Omen into a Yoru. Now the question is, how good of a Yoru can NB2K play on this one? I love the composition of Global Esports Academy.
We've seen NB2K in the past also, and right now he's in a good form. He's going through a good run. He's surging through confidence, especially G Academy winning that previous matchup. They're coming in heavy with the momentum. SA12, however, they start off on the attacker's side, and eyes will be pinned on how Miz is going to perform. Whilst for G Academy on the defense, heavy stack at A.
They're going to try and start aggressive towards the A side, Global Esports Academy. This lineup feels comfortable on the attacking side, and that's why they would always prefer to start on the defense. Lil Boy a bit too aggressive out there in main after that one-way smoke. Sees a couple of players. Yes, he's going to run back quickly.
And at this point, he certainly has to, but on the air, it's going to be UV catching the bird as Miz does get a trade. NP2K though, just too good. Multiple frags off the board, and now UV, he's going to start cleaning things up. Down to Helif in a 1v3, spike drop down. What does he do?
Viper down.
This.
More of this.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
But look at that. As quickly as he got the first one, now he's going to reposition from mid. But this is also the time where Ryzen has quickly joined Kibo. Both the flashes available. He's got the drone out there as well. The question is, when will their senses tingle? Helif has got the perfect timing on them.
Oh, they want to...
Oh my
his position.
goodness, the timing.
And now, Buhon out there. And suddenly Helif with a clutch
Did they really
of
think
the
they
day,
could scare
perhaps.
me?
Being the savior for Residual. Just when they wanted to take that momentum away, to tip them off a little bit, Helif comes to rescue SA12 from tatters.
This double initiator composition definitely has got its perks, but having Helif on your side is the best perk you can probably want in a situation like that. Look at that. Quick leading Kibo out there for the headshot, and then the swap. Instant. When you use a util in such a situation, you are bound to give... You're basically giving 1v1 on the other side because Ryzen peaked. Helif capitalizing on that small error.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, Global Esports Academy wouldn't be pleased with what happened. This round was destined to be theirs.
they had everything. They
Yeah,
had,
they had 3 players.
They had every
For
single
God's
thing.
sake.
Yeah.
And this is going to be gutting. Helif, once again, having a go at it. This time gets to UV. Will drop him down, though. Gets his hand on that Spectre.
And
But
they're-
does it matter, though? Because SA2L have quickly squeezed on to the A side.
King Kappa is in heaven. He's gonna create those
Spike
question marks
planted.
in mid-round.
He will. Resin. He has to play with fire. King Kappa, he does not miss. In an instant, Cyber Cage drop down.
One enemy
And
remaining.
now he's gonna go for more. And now he's just gonna press it. But it's gonna be Techno who gets the final kill. And SA2L off to an explosive start once again.
Losing any major weaponry out there apart from just a Spectre. They're gonna be pretty happy about it. It's absolutely fine to reinvest in that. Again, Helif in that first one, and then King Kappa catching the next two quickly. Global Esports Academy. Now this is going to be an important round for them. And the big thing is, with how many weaponries can they win this one? SATUL on the other end though. Judge Bulldog, what a TP, Lil Boy. Quickly catching them on the back of that stun as well, and throws out a smoke to take that space. 3 people from GEA over towards the B side who will now rotate and pivot towards mid.
Interesting. Horn deployed. No information's card. At this point, oh yeah, he knows. Now a set play coming in, but Techno just quicker on the triggers as Risen will reposition himself on the elbow. But Kibo, he's gonna get those kills. He is farming for sure. As now Hoax just notches things down a little bit.
Helif has got ult on one pick.
Yeah, it's still a 2-on-3 situation. Crossfire isolating those angles, but Lil Boy, better weaponry there as G Academy. They bounce back. secure their buy. And now it's going to be interesting. A very important round in this first half. As SA12, they're going to go ham on those investments.
Secure it pretty healthily as well, right? With
Yeah.
3 of the weaponries carrying forward, and it's only Kibo. Bit of on that struggling end. Picking up a Spectre for the round, while on the other side now, that's going to be important. Nightfall available for Helif. Could not use the previous one, now can definitely do it. Starting off with a bit of a different default out here, 1-3-1. It's over towards mid.
Indeed. Quite heavy at that. At this point. We've got GE Academy. Alright. People around mid. SA12 having 3 players. As the Haunt, rather the Prowler, checks through vent, finds nobody. But Risen is waiting on the house there. As NV2K. King Kappa has been a constant menace, just constantly on the lurk.
Drone going out.
Trying to maybe find an off pick.
Like the proactiveness of Global Esports Academy. Presence in mid, then check clear B main, quickly DP to A. And now on the back of it.
He knows and he will connect. But Maze, equally good on that trade. He needs to get a second one, and he does. As the Nightfall gets committed, this is an important round, and Helif knows that.
30 seconds left.
Skibo, Speedy King,
Spike planted.
even for UV, need to plant the spike and have done that. As for G Academy, 3 players alive. Do they go for a retake, or is it going to be a save?
Got the numbers right now, at least 3v3 on the side. There's a tripwire. Oh, lovely play. Kibo answering back. Now it's going to be saved. The re-wrap from Helif is picture perfect. Kibo can't do anything on the back of it. He's going to be dead.
Remaining.
And now Helif will also suffer the same fate. But yes, nonetheless, the round secured for SA12. They get the 3rd on the board and miss. You know, we had our speculations around if he's going to show up, and he is done. He's been good so far. And 3 rounds for SA12 and GE Academy need to pull themselves back into this.
They're probably going to focus on mid this time around though, because they lost it. And they were constantly in those questions as to where SA12 are actually going to end up. There was only Helif who was sent all the way towards B side with a Haunt, and he was able to pull rotations away from A. Had that not been the case, side would have been stacked up. The result would have been different. But this time around, things changing up. The other side again, that TP play though, but no one broke that Haunt, and unfortunate, the trap is not going to work at all. While the hit towards the A is now going to speed up.
It's going to be interesting. King Kappa, the side, they feel like it's quite open. Risen guarding it though. They've got those SMGs, those rifles, next by, but 3 players peeking in front of King Kappa. As he stood helpless there, as Techno, oh, that's the wrong Yoru. That's a flashed out version of Yoru, and Techno realizes he could be in grave danger. As Miz, they play with fire. And now, alright, folks, want an expensive investment there, and Techno will double down. He's got 2 players covered, and he's gonna get those kills. Will be Helif, but UV with that trade.
Last player standing.
Interesting. 1-on-2.
Missed. He's got the showstopper on 1 pick. Sticking, and he's got no clue where Ryzen is. Global Esports Academy are gonna stick this through and get another round in their back pocket. It got very risky. They invested the Rolling Thunder, but again, NV2K rather, was just caught jumping out there in elbow. And on the back of it, a paranoia being sent out by Techno set Helif up for success for the next 2 picks. There was a snake bite in their feet as well. I mean, this was just absolute circus. Madness of a round, if you say. Global Esports Academy, even after winning that, they still don't really have the best buy out there, but neither do S8QL. Shorty in the hands of Miz, wants to play with the showstopper probably. The Guardian has been finding a lot of success out there. The snake bite being thrown away. Oh my goodness, Techno just took his time, did my UV dirty out there.
Yeah.
Shorty in the hand, Miz still trying to connect some shots, was not really able to, so has to give up the space.
He has to, at least for now. A lot of time remaining, and now again these two players duke it out. It's gonna be Risen. Comes out on top. Miz shut down. And now for S8QL venturing through mid this time, transitioning around B. Helef needs to find Kibo. That's a nice peek. Kibo knows what's incoming, what's in store for them. As Lil Boy, he's gonna play on this, and he does succeed. For now, gets another, but King Kappa enough to shut him down as Hoax even follows up. And Hoax, wait a second, he's got another Rolling Thunder there. Hoax, 22 HP under Dream, and he secures it. The hero play that we were looking for has been delivered by the captain himself.
The back and forth out there in the mail room. Turned everything around on its head. Ryzen getting caught without a weapon in hand. Hoax taking his sweet time to get that pick, and as soon as he did, he got the Rolling Thunder. NV2K getting caught between a rock and a jumpy place. All he could do was just see his death incoming.
I mean, imagine, rounds are going so back and forth, at least from the past couple of rounds. And ideally, according to the script, it has to be going in GE Academy's favor right now. And it's getting very interesting.
Is it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, especially when survival is on the line. Everybody has to put their A game on, especially for S8QL, considering they've had our hopes really high. Changing, stirring things up in the South Asian Valorant after quite a valiant outing against RNTX, but now here they are, backs against the wall against Global Esports Academy, who bested them in their own map pick, and now are off to a good start, but can never really rule out G Academy.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Pace now finally being slowed down by both the teams. Outlaw in the hands of King Kappa. Wanna try and catch Curious Envy. Not so curious indeed.
Oh, NB. That was a little cheeky. Just a little tinge of damage done. Not enough to punch him out though. As King Kappa.
I know exactly where you are.
That was a nice pickup. And Miz will also follow up. It's a good thing that Miz and King Kappa, both of them are showing up. Especially for G Academy. With limited buys, just mere sheriffs on their hand. S8QL stomping them at least in this round. Techno leaving no stones unturned. To actually go for a plant. That will give it to Helef and Miz. He's gonna secure the final kill, and almost flawless round. And S8QL register their 5th on the board.
That too on the attacking side of split, which is fairly difficult if you think about it. And Global Esports Academy was struggling on the attacking end. Or rather, S8QL were the ones who were struggling on the attacking end of this map. It's on the defense where they were able to string quite a few rounds together. So
from a 10-2, they really pulled off a comeback yesterday. So
exactly, and if you really think about it, 2 rounds on the attack, while this time 5 rounds already, and maybe 6th incoming. As the showstopper was right on the face of UV. Seems like they had a perfect read out there. Now it seems even more possible, but Lil Boy, something else to say.
I mean, to be honest, read him like a book is the statement out there as Miz. Oh, he knows where Lil Boy is. Has him tucked around that garage, and Hoax, gotta check the angle. What?
Spike down B.
Little miscommunications, they're really hurting them. And now, Techno find a kill, and he does. But Miz is there for the trade as Lil Boy continues on with his glorious run, a 3K, and suddenly Miz left to fend for himself, and against Ebo, it's going to be difficult as he does get him, but Lil Boy, quite extraordinary. A 4K, bringing him and the team back. The third for G Academy comes up.
Missed out on the operator though this time, but it's fine. Not fine actually, but alright. Stingers and a Spectre for this round along with the judge. To be very honest, Neo, I was actually confused as to why Hooks was still straight walking when they kind of knew that Lil Boy was stuck in that corner on the back of the side. Maybe bit of a miscom out there, but right now, a bit more pacey. Rise in with a shotgun in the hand, or rather a shorty. Does not do enough damage, just tickles Miz.
And now Miz is just going to follow up. NV2K getting a little up close and personal. Gets those trades equalized, and now Techno. See Lil Boy this time. That trade on the trigger as NV2K gets himself back around that mail room. V2K just getting a little hasty there. And alright, Techno. Alright, bring it on.
My boy just does it to NV2K, doesn't he? That too with a classic right click out there. It's getting personal now. It's getting way too personal.
Of course, why shouldn't it be? At this point, imagine, you know, being in the scene for so long, and suddenly the title of being the prodigies shifting away enough to enrage this young man from Bhubaneswar. And now SA12, let's see what are they up to. Global Esports Academy deciding to hold on to any sort of buys, and SA12 should have no trouble whatsoever in planting as the horde comes in. Quick trades, and Techno, he's doing his job, and Helef will also double down, and SA12, without even breaking a sweat there, easily secure the 7th.
We're ready for the people bursting down all the way from heaven, quickly shedding them. And also any possibility of Thrifty in the previous one. Timeout being called again. It's the second timeout of Global Esports Academy out here in the attacking side itself. With 2 rounds remaining. Coaching staff really wanted to be a 5-7, huh?
I mean, at this point, that's the best they can get, right? And they need to. Especially when SA12 just recovering from yesterday's loss at Split. They have turned things around. Worked on their mistakes. Look at Miz. 12-8, and Helef. Incredible start. Gave SA12 that momentum that they had lost out in Haven, and the others have been doing quite well. And as for King Kappa, he's not got his opportunity to shine really. Hasn't come down to him yet. But for G Academy, this is a round where they have to convert. They need to know what SA12 are up to.
They've got a Yoru as well. To be very honest, they can try playing a bit more aggressive on the extremities or on certain parts of the map. Which is probably what they're also trying though. But here's the thing, right? We're seeing Ryzen play on this corner. We're seeing Lil Boy aggress towards the B. Haven't really seen them set things up for Envy, where he then can reposition himself on the back of the gate crash. I'm not seeing that kind of thing happen. Go towards the mid. Ryzen's gonna send out Only got some information. Sees a couple of players. There's the store shopper right onto the side, but it's entirely empty.
Yeah. Too much space occupied already by the players of SA12. G Academy giving them the due respect there. And now, out of that great crash. Oh no! outplayed on the timing. As Kibo still trying to keep things alive, still trying to keep things afloat. Rolling Thunder committed, but Techno, he's just too good right now. No stopping this young man, and King Kappa finally finding his moments and banking upon it. As now SA12 on the verge of getting their 8. No stopping them, it seems like.
Last round in the
Imagine
half.
it's a 9-3 even after the timeout was used up. That would be heartbreaking for Global Esports Academy as they're playing with 2 Judge, Stinger, a Guardian and a Bulldog. No major ultimates to work with. They've thrown everything in the previous round. King Kappa one away from his own. Techno has got an ult of his own. Maybe we're going to see some cheeky smoke TP play all the way towards the B stairs. And never mind, it's a full-fledged day. So again, pretty fast on that too.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, SA12, they are just getting away with anything and everything, but this could have been close in personal, but missed. He's got vengeance on his mind as NV2K
Strike down A.
quickly deciding to maybe find some sliver of hope at this point.
One enemy.
NV2K, lot resting on his shoulder, will be denied as SA12 close this half with securing 9 rounds, and GE Academy absolutely in tatters. Just 3 rounds on a defensive half. Really, things aren't looking good for them.
They're looking atrocious, they're looking treacherous, and so is their journey into the lower bracket now. Is it all gonna begin with a curse, is the question.
There's no lower bracket from here on. There's just getting back to your boot camp and grinding for split 3 next for G Academy.
Maybe this 9-3 curse is now gonna become a blessing for them. We never
It's
know.
been ages, man. I don't know if it's still relevant anymore.
If you win the pistol and the follow-up round, yes it is.
But what really scares me off is now SA12 have got their heads back. And especially whenever you're going for those deciders, a lot on the line, you tend to make those small mistakes. And that is what G Academy are doing. They're getting overwhelmed. And for SA12, in the latter phases of those rounds, all they were doing was they were just flooding onto the site, and G Academy couldn't deal with the regression. But now things might change. Techno knows could be a pour coming in. He's preparing himself, and he's got Miz for backup.
She's the first one. Should have on the head though. It's gonna be dazed up out there. NB2K quick on that trade, but quickly finished off on the other side too. In the position with that horn for a couple of players. 54 dazed up, but so is UV and Lil Boy. We'll get the side, we'll get the plant, and they're gonna go exploring out there in the Kaiju's territory. You should not have entered, says King Kappa. Hoax with the answer. Kibo, the only man standing, but not for long, as his soul has been reaped up by the Reaver.
Yeah, the Grim Reapers, they do strike on split. And now all of them feeling so comfortable. And it's slipping away from the hands of Global Esports Academy, and it's slipping away really fast. At this point, if they do not force buy, if they do not get some rounds back, I'm sorry to say, but this might be over for them.
The curse starts from the pistol, but if the pistol is lost, then there is no curse.
Yeah.
3 Stingers, a Sheriff, a Bucky. We've already seen how solid the defense of SA12 is. Showing the same thing again. We've seen Helep always play around the mail room. On his defensive side, there's a trap there on the other side. Lil Boy trying to answer back, almost. Catching Techno out there, just 35, but the region is gonna help him get up to 60.
Look at him.
Them down.
Previous round, he was around A, this time around B, and he's always got Miz playing along with him.
Yep.
G Academy, they've got their numbers stacked up around mid. Trying to venture through B around the tower now. For Helef, that's going to be an interesting point of contact, but Miz is ever so present on a 4K already. Everybody just lining up for him. And he trims them off from this map to get his ace. As SA2L have completely devoured GE Academy.
11-3. Huh. A fanatic loud Sao Paulo comeback, huh?
I mean, that's a whole different analogy over here, because both of those teams, if you look at the history, yes, I remember that, but then again, we need to understand the fact that GE Academy still the rookies on the block. Yes, they went against the behemoth, they challenged them, but now they have taken over. Kibo trying to just delay the inevitable here. A one-off trade. Just look at GE Academy's buy. Nothing on them, and now UV. Oh my god, it's not looking good for him. But he lines up too! Alright, I take my words back.
Seems like they got some breath left out here, and that was a nasty shot to the skull. They've also got another recoverable Bulldog out there, and they can take up the A side very quickly.
Okay. Here. Elephant Hawks.
For the plant now.
Uh-huh.
Helef.
Spike planted.
Find the timing. Can he find a gap? Hawks is gonna push out Ryzen from that corner. Helef should get the pick. Snake bite right to the feet of Hawks, and
Marked one.
Haunt. Hold on. No one's breaking the Haunt. Alright, that was a bait setup for Helef to actually peek into Envy. And now Hawks is the only man left, and Hawks was the only man left.
Oh my god, what a round that was. Just when we thought that SA2L is on a clobbering mission, GE Academy saying that we still have some fire left in us. Fire before getting doused
What a shot.
usually burns bright. The tinder still alive. And at this point, they've managed to barely keep their heads above the water. They have replenished their economy, but still such a tall ask, especially for GE Academy against a very settled SA2L at this point.
Singers and half shields for them in this round, so can potentially surprise, and just like that, Envy was taking that space away. Lil Boy with the answer back on the other side. Ryzen what's out for, and Helef lands the shot though, but a bit of a spam out there with the Guardian and help of Lil Boy to be able to get not just one, maybe two. Miz sassing out of there, does not want anything about their selling.
Yeah, still 3-on-3.
Spreading out all the way back now.
Yeah, UV. That's a crucial kill. The Vandal being brought down, and suddenly EXE Esports Academy can rest assured this round should be theirs, but hold on.
There.
Miz, he's starting to cook. Combo not planted yet. And now, GE Academy, they've got
30
other
seconds
ideas on their heads. The only thing holding Hawks back is that weapon. He's just on a vanilla classic there.
55 HP in total for both the players combined. 11 on Hawks, 44 on Miz.
Yep.
51 for Kibo. And 104 for Lil Boy.
10 seconds
Second
left.
through the math there.
If somehow we can deny the plant,
Spike
it's
planted.
going to be such a long shot.
Not happening out here. It's only Miz if he can eventually pull something out.
Vandal.
He's got a Vandal exactly, and he's also going in from main. So Hawks needs to divert the attention onto him, but that does not happen, and it's not needed. It's all down to Lil Boy. The man with a mission, the man with a dream. Has been clutch for a while now. TP's on the back of Paranoia. Half is going to be stuck by Hawks. The cover is there, and it's enough. Miz lands another. And SA2L move to series point.
Oh my god, what a time to secure that thrifty. SA2L bringing in all that carnage And these young lads of G Academy being the recipients of it,
One dead.
helpless at this point. What do they do? Handshaking, everything put on the line. Still not enough.
And again, but so disciplined in that entire play. First of all, that we cleared the vents on the back of the fault line, took control of mid, realized that GA were going towards the A side, so Miz just double satchels in to try and catch a timing, is also able to do that on UV, and as soon as he gets a pick, he's able to move back. But right now, since Miz was the one who was the main key in the previous, guess he's the same key in this one as well.
Yeah.
Gets an early 2 picks on the back of it, now just 1 point away from the showstopper. Imagine what kind of dream-shattering play it would be.
Oh, following it up with the brawler. No information given though, and UV will shut him down. A little excited. And UV,
Big answer.
big answer, at least for now. Even the numbers took the danger man out of equation. But Techno still there.
He's got paranoia in the hand.
The paranoia, but nothing to follow up. He knows all he's gonna do is try and delay. Cheeky play. Nothing coming out of it. As Techno position, but he needs to be careful. UV was pushing from the mains, and now the Viper's Pit deployed. Interesting to see how King Kappa and Hawks will pose an answer. Oh, quite some punch
Almost.
on that aftershock. Risen, brought down too low. Kappa, it's an interesting fight. He wins this duel. And now a neural theft to be deployed, and now, oh my god, UV's position.
Should be
And now
noted.
UV, that 4K, he's dazed. Still at this point, he's got his Viper's Pit now, playing out of it, and will clutch it out with an ace. And G Academy, still life left in them, and UV gets to be the hero once again.
SATUL wanted a villain and UV became one.
Did they want a villain actually?
Yeah, I mean, he had to become a hero of his own squad, so he had to become the villain of others.
Okay,
And
if you
it's
put it
also
that
that-
way, but yeah.
It's also a dialogue of Viper, man. Come on, I just wanted to make it more dramatic out there. But Global Esports Academy, now 1 point away each from the dimensional drift as well as their rolling thunder. It's going to be important. Miz quickly making that trap play. But again, oh my goodness, little boy, breaking the wrist of Miz out there with that TP. It's an impeccable play.
Yeah. At this point, SATUL now do not have the best of buys. They have a lot of cushion, and we have seen pulling those thrifties off.
Not another one.
I mean,
Seems-
you never know.
Seems difficult again. There's only
It's
two
very
people to
difficult. I mean, of course, it will be. And G Academy, every single round is a trial by fire.
And me as a judge this time around does not want anything of what their classics would be selling out there. Alright.
Alright, Rolling Thunder committed at this point. Hello, just hiding, not giving
What?
his position away. And he gets ahead, gets
What?
another. We talked about those thrifties, and maybe it's in the making. UV,
30 seconds
the
left.
hero of previous round, has to rinse and repeat once again. Has to dismantle SATUL. He's gotta keep himself and his entire team in competition. Kibo pushed back a little bit. King Kappa
Time.
around heaven. And G Academy, they will get that plant, but on the retake. Okay, UV, not this time. Not this time. Gets overwhelmed, courtesy to Helif, and that starry play. As GE Academy bow out, but SATUL live to fight another day. But they were pushed to the limit, smiles on their faces as they survive elimination.
They were dazed, they were concussed, they were blinded, and even after that, they survived. That is the name of SATUL. The squad does not care who's in front of them. They will eventually win out. Their strategies on point, their plays were on point, the macro impeccable, and then when it came down to the micro play, you know what, you can just leave your mouse and keyboard right there. If it's gonna hit the shots like that, you might as well just stop playing.
And this was so much needed, especially for SA12, because from today onwards, every match was a do or die for them.
Yes.
And them winning this, and the best part is all of their players are back in scintillating good form. It was much needed, and everything came off out of Miz first. He was that mystery package. Which version of Miz were we going to witness? And we saw the good side of him. That initial first half was quite stellar, and then we saw the others also picked up. At a point, King Kappa, he was not getting a lot of kills. Eventually, he also showed up. There were clutches all around the corner, but heart goes out for UV today, man. And Ace even still could not win the game. He did so many multi-kills. But as a team, GE Academy, still, they put their hearts out. I mean, pushing SA12 to the third map, but that first half debacle really came down to hurt them towards the end. Few extra rounds, maybe they could have been in contention.
I was really thinking that since they're starting on the defensive side of Split and how Global Esports Academy really like to control the pace on the attacking side, this was the best way for them to start the last map.
Yeah.
Because you're basically on the stronger side of a map, and then transitioning it to your comfortable side could have been wonderful. But if this man plays with an ACS of 432, no matter how many strategies you try to apply out there, it just is all gonna go down in drain. 27 kills for the MVP in this series.
432 ACS.
6 first kills.
That is mental. That's absurd, and that is lovely. If you are an SA12 fan, to have your duelist get back into his best A game, especially when question marks were raised. I would love to see maybe SA12 heading on inside the LAN, and then it's going to get so spicy. Maybe a redemption matchup against RNTX once again. Would love that. But looking at few stats and figures, SA12 had 11 first kills, 7 out of 8 post plants converted, while GE Academy not really good in their post plants.
Struggling out there a lot, getting the side only 5 times and then planting it, or rather converting it twice. SA12 on the other end, 7 conversions out of the 8 plants, and that is a behemoth of a leap as compared to what they did yesterday, or rather what Revenant XSpark allowed them to do yesterday. A couple of thrifties as well. Yeah,
important thrifties.
Absolutely, 2 of the most important thrifties. One of them was for the conversion towards the 13th round as well. And on the back of it, SA12 easily, rather not easily, but on the struggling end, winning out this entire series. Miz, 27 and 12.
That's ludicrous.
We played 28 rounds in total.
Yeah.
It's got 27 kills.
That's
Not even 28, rather. 18 rounds in total. That's a bit iffy.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can get away with it. But the matter of fact is that Miz is back, baby. This is what SA12 needed, and not just that. Every single player has delivered. Especially even Hawk surviving almost every round, just 6 deaths there. That's interesting. But yeah, today NV2K could not really live up to that pressure. But the match MVP will be King Kappa. 51 kills across the 3 maps. So very well played. I think he's been the one player who's been constantly delivering for SA12, never really out of form. And this time, nothing different as well.
Really want the same thing from your Sentinel player, specifically in those engagements where he's going in for those backstabs. He's now forced to make some individual 1v1 plays, no util whatsoever, and in those situations he was able to bring out the best performance of himself. He's also got 6 first kills, as you mentioned rightly. So again, King Kappa was a very big tool for SA12 to eventually pull through in this entire series. But yes, that's about it for this one series through, right? We've still got one more best of 3 remaining out there.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I literally need a reset of what we all witnessed. I think it was a song of fire and ice, and both these teams played some good game of Valorant there. But now, of course, with SA12 winning this matchup, they move on ahead to lower bracket round 3, whilst the next game will decide who they go up against. It is Reckoning taking on .exe. We saw Reckoning lose yesterday, hence they have been ported back, but .exe haven't been that great either lately, especially their ongoing struggles keep on continuing. Against Reckoning, it is going to be a very difficult game, but this is something that Reckoning ideally should be winning, but we have witnessed quite a lot of surprises, so who knows, things might be a little different up next. All of that, games will begin after this short little break, folks.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
One enemy remaining.
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. No confiaron, pero mira, no.
Yeah, the break was slightly longer, and for all the good reasons, we wanted you to get your popcorns ready, add that extra butter up as we welcome you back once again, folks. You are watching Omen VCSA Split 2 as we head on to the final best of 3 of today's evening. This is going to be another eliminator where the loser goes home whilst the winner lives to fight another day. Will go up against SA12 next. I'm talking about Reckoning Esports taking on .exe.
You talk about my pick'ems, I've already, made the matchup between Reckoning and SA12. Reckoning should technically win this one given the strength that this team is showing and the statistics on the, that are on the board. But .exe, again, a team that surprises us many times. They've got a couple of new entries. You may never know if they might pull a rabbit out of their hat.
Brother, in your pick'ems, I believe you did also put Velocity in the low bracket. So let's not get there because this young man
we haven't reached there.
beside me told that it's going to be a 2-0 for SA12. We all know how that aged. So yes,
Hey.
we are going to disregard whatever he just said for now. But we're going to take into factor what's coming up next. A very exciting best of 3. I'm talking about .exe, who have been rather lackluster, to be honest.
It seems like they've kind of, they're missing that one spark which they had previously right now. Kohli, RBK, Machiavelli, DC, Trinity. 3 of them are the exact same people who were in this roster when it was playing in Split 1 with the rebranding of OG. But it just feels like after Hooks and Wenka left, this team is kind of, all around the place rather than moving in one straight direction. And I think so it's just coming down to how comfortable the players are together with each other. I think so Trinity and Kohli are still trying to find their groove.
No, but where does the buck stop? Okay, has it been wrong shot callings? Has it been players being quite uncomfortable with each other? The synergy not being there yet? What's going on for .exe?
Here's the thing, in one game they were eventually thrashed when they were playing in the upper bracket. In the lower one, they were able to thrash the other side. It all came down to, I think so, their own confidence. So that's going to be the most important part.
You talk about confidence. Reckoning is going to need a lot of that, especially with what VLT did to them yesterday. I'm pretty sure they'll have to bounce back hot and heavy. We know BHG, Monet, they're exceptional imports, but Deadly 10, he's definitely risen up, but eyes will be on Paradox. Which version of Paradox are we going to be seeing? Because so far, throughout this entire competition, he's been silent.
Indeed, and there was only one time when we actually saw him activate, and that was on the map of Lotus Inn for a couple of rounds when it felt like the OG Paradox is back and we are kind of getting the glimpse of his glory days. But it needs not just be for 2 rounds, it needs to be extended. Reckoning on the match against VLT, it seemed like they will at least give a tough competition, but VLT, it's more like, you know, that villain when you power up and then you show up at the same doorstep again, but the villain has also powered up and that too a bit too much.
You know,
That's probably what Reckoning faced.
so far we've seen in the split 2 a lot of controllers actually, you know, getting a name for themselves, especially even if you talk about this matchup, Monye. I think little light needs to be shed on this young man because he is such a deadly fragger, to be honest, by all rights. Multiple frags, we have seen him. He's well adept even with the operator. We've seen that as well. I think he's a complete package for his team.
He indeed is, and honestly, he's many a times in those situations where you might not expect him to win, but he still comes out on top. The aim is absolutely precise, but you mentioned about BGG out there playing smokes on one side, Kohli being the initiator on the other side was also playing Omen a few times here and there. Headshot percentage almost similar, damage per round almost similar, but look at the main difference in first skills. BGG has 11, Kohli has only 4. Now, it's not a good start to have more first kills on a smoke because you need to avoid the early duels and survive for as long as possible. But if you're winning them, you might as well just be like BGG.
You know, everything almost equally contested, but that first skill is making all that difference. Goes on to show that, you know, BGG on the Omen likes to play quite aggro. You know, he's the one taking charge, he's the one, you know, finding those off angles. And we've seen all of that happen till yesterday when they posed no response to VLT whatsoever. And a lot might say that game is unfair, but you know, they're still in the same competition. They'll have to be prepared. The first game, yes, it was completely filled up with drama. We saw how they got thrashed, and again they will be going down to Haven. So Reckoning, a little bit of a redemption arc maybe for them, because they are the ones who've chosen Haven.
I like the idea. Last time I remember in Split 1, Haven was the first map itself. It went to OT. Yes, at that time, OG, now .exe were able to win that one, but it was again 14-12. So Reckoning, I think so. They're again pretty confident on this map. Yes, against VLT we saw a different result, but it's fine. It's VLT. But really want to have a look at what .exe would kind of like to play, you know, in these kinds of scenarios. And it's a Sova, Omen, Yoru Cypher into the ISO, the double duelist composition. A bit of a weird one there, but you know, if it works, it works.
Whatever rocks your boat is all that we want to say. But you know, this is it, right? What do they need to change today, Scared, for Reckoning to have an easy time against .exe and vice versa? Because we'll talk about that. But looking at this composition, this is something that you love because Teo's being abused in spam. We're still in the older meta. We've got Neon alongst with KJ, so double controller for Reckoning. And what is your take on this?
I somewhat like this composition if only there was a Sky instead of a Teho, because with that you've got some more avenues to work with. The Teho works just fine, I will not deny that. It's just that it's most like a Neon, right? If you're either a very good Teho and you know how to use the special delivery, or you're just using the Teho. Right now in this scenario, they're both gonna keep the exact same composition, no change whatsoever. But there's a big difference in terms of those attacking and defensive win rates. But I will not take these stats at their face value, because .exe played against EXE and they were more of a new team around the block. They moved forward from Pro Morello, while Reckoning played against VLT, an entirely different team.
Yeah, some interesting stats being brought up, and .exe, I think Haven is something that most of the teams find their home at. They feel warm, but it all comes down to .exe and their attacking side, which has been one of the major issues, if I must address, right? Every time on the attacking side, they kind of seem out of ideas. Yeah, the last time, I think they did manage to come off with a victory, and as a result, they're in this. And RVK, yep, surely getting himself energized, a little shake of the hands. DC has been quite an interesting prospect, and Trinity, a lot resting on him as well.
I like how even our production is improving time after time. You can look at that. This looks so very cool, right? Right in the player cams, you got all the weaponries and also the util that they're buying. And I agree. There have been some key pillars for both of these teams, and DC has been a bigger one. It's more of DC versus Monair. Which one of them will outperform the other? Because they're both the ones who do not really take the first entry, but rather are mostly on the lurks out there. This time around, full-fledged B push out from .exe, not going for those extremities.
Look at this. I mean, at this point, .exe
Spike planted.
instantly swarm in, get the plant, and now they're poised on their post plant. Whilst for Reckoning, they're going to take their sweet time, and the drone just getting all that surveillance done. We'll just find the Omen, but DC, all right, Monet, this is what we have been talking about, right? Him being so deadly, and if you talk about deadly things, Deadly 10 has been such a star for Reckoning, not in this round anymore, gets picked off as BGG and Monet wrap things up. Reckoning get a nice retake, and .exe left behind.
Tricky was mostly left out of the action of that one. BGG and Morai taking everything for themselves. On the back of it, Deadly as well finding a lot of success out here. I do like the switch up, to be honest, right? Reckoning back in split 1, they used to put Monair on those sentinel roles, while Deadly used to be a bit of flex out there, but this time around things have been very different. Deadly has been sticking to the sentinels, Monair a bit more flexing here and there, and that has given a lot more leeway to Monair as a player.
Ooh, BGG.
Lovely off angle.
Yeah, you know, this is what we've been talking about, right? All of the players of Reckoning now feel quite comfortable, especially against .exe. Another go at it, but Deadly 10.
Spike down.
Everything seems to be lined up for him. A 3K by all means. And BGG just to wrap them up as .exe. They now have to rely on the next buy round as Reckoning Esports looking even quite comfortable in their bonus.
Gonna carry not just one, but rather 2 outlaws into the next one. And an investment into the Vandal as well.
Turret out. Here.
With how flawlessly they are going, this doesn't look very comfortable for .exe.
Time to jump.
Still want to look at what their idea is of the default for this map. Paradox. What?
Oh my god, finally. Cracked Para is back. And once he's activated in the server, quite difficult to stop. And always a pain.
Spam angle from B main, or rather from the B side itself.
Yeah.
All the way towards spawn is just crazy.
Yeah, he's on a redemption arc. And by all means, we want to see that comeback.
What?
But look at this, BGG. Stop it, please. This is preposterous. It's their goddamn buy.
Enemy
And on
remaining.
just mere bonus weapons, just by the virtue of those mere specters, they're able to pull this one off. Now RVK all by himself, feeling quite lonely, trying to trigger the plant, maybe bait somebody out. But Reckoning, they're not gonna fall for this. As Monier from long cleans him up, and Reckoning looking oh so comfortable.
But Outlaw, man, might as well just...
Felt like it reached us as well. We were also caught in that collateral.
And look at how calmly he used it. You put the first shot out there to break the shield, waited for half a second, and then landed the second shot while the players were together. And it's the exact same position where he was playing in the previous round as well. Now these are the things that .exe need to brush up on. You need to basically expect the players playing in those positions and then put them out. He's still doing the same thing.
Oh no.
It's still the same result.
Nasty. No matter whoever shows up, the outcome has always been the same. The inevitable. so far has been BGG on that Omen, ever so deadly now. .exe really running out of options. Scaling towards B. They've got DC with a Sheriff.
The bot is gonna trigger in a while.
Yeah, that definitely will. I think he's had that little sound cue. And now, ooh, deadly 10. No way. No way this is supposed to be legal, right?
No
As
more
TC
targets left.
find something out of this entire fiasco. .exe this time will get a plant. As guided salvos will follow up. Reckoning on that retake. Nice paranoia coming out, and Deadly 10 just spraying through that flash. As Kohli, he's gonna trade him off. And now 3-on-3 numbers equalized. As .exe, they have to defend with all their might. As for Reckoning, they've got the weaponries. They're waiting for the 4 as DC. Another cracker of a shot, but BGG, somebody stop this man. Monnier, he knows. The players around the gong trigger that diffuse as BGG barely on 17 HP, and that's all it's required.
And they've got enough time.
Yeah.
Barely enough time. What a round from Reckoning. When it seemed it's all lost, maybe .exe are finally gonna get there first. Seeing the same telecast of what happened in the last map of previous series, the 4-0 beginning.
What do you do about these two imports, man? BGG and Monet playing this game on an easy mode at this point, whilst .exe left scratching their heads. And this time they've come up with full buys. Now that's the only respite they had, right? They've kind of ordered down to the wire, maybe tested Reckoning just a little bit. But Trinity, this young lad, alright.
Forced to make a fast play because double tap is expiring.
Yeah. And now Tricky is prepared for that. Still not peeking yet.
It's gone.
Drone sent out. Oh. Trinity is not gonna like himself reveal like that, would he?
It's alright. As long as the rest of the cavalry is hidden. And look at the diligence of Reckoning. Re-clearing through sewers.
He's got that bone. Telling him. And now Tricky is just gonna follow up. Machiavelli. The trade though, but still numbers really not favoring the players of .exe. But hold on.
I know
Looks
exactly.
like has been even now. Kohli and DC, two players now heading towards the seaside. As the from the shadows being committed.
He sees him!
Yeah, BGG's position compromised.
30 seconds left.
Positions himself a bit, dodges both the shock darts
Spike
No.
down.
and also the bullets like Neo in the Matrix. My man is just playing with .exe at this point. It's all down to DC. 15 seconds in the card. Not enough time. And it's a crossfire. Needs to find one. Oh my goodness, the guy just dropped second smoke like insane. And there's a salvo in his feet. DC. Just pray and save the weapon for the next round now.
Given the fact that they allow him to do that, and no, denied. Again, BGG, what an absolute demon this player has been. And for Reckoning, I think they want to make a statement to the world. They do not deserve to be here. They're supposed to be the ones enjoying that upper bracket run. And a message out for Velocity. Next time they meet, they would seek their revenge.
There's going to be some big question marks out here. Let's be brutally honest, Fixers. We're not really seeing the util dump that we normally would in any kind of execute. In everything that they're trying to pull. It's more like there's just a couple of things. Maybe a recon towards the backside, yes. And then Trinity. With his double tap, sometimes sending out the contingency. Haven't really seen the undercut thrown in this entire 5-round journey. And that is a big sign of concern because that shows .exe is not comfortable with the comp.
Now from here on, how does .exe remedy this hemorrhage? Because you're on attacking side and you have not even won a single round. And Trinity's got an Arsenal jersey on him. And me, being a Liverpool supporter, I kind of have this urge to say
Jesus.
some things which I'll try to avoid.
Just
Yeah,
get out of here.
I'm sorry for that. But DC, this is moment to shine. Through that cyber cage, gets one, but Paradox. Oh, he's back. He's back. He's taken yesterday's loss as a lesson. And now the numbers are equal.
But not the ultimates out here. Deadly 10, he's got his own. Kohli has got the Hunter Fury to probably answer back, but RVK needs to survive this flank.
Okay. Nice. Much needed. Now they've got the advantage. The spike planted. And for .exe, conversion has to be there. Oh, it's going to be a close one. And Kohli is prepared for everything. And a much needed bounce back. But the damage has been done. Reckoning 5 rounds already on defensive half. And so many more rounds yet to go.
Fun fact is that even after that 5-round streak, they don't really have a solid economy that would think them off to have. Because after this round, they're going to be going broke. It's a pretty solid round though. Coming in from .exe on the back of Markavelli's dimensional drift, quickly pushing it out all the way towards the site. While DC was holding out the garage push from the other side, in 1-for-1. It was a big one at the time. Reckoning, the garage push did not work out, so let's quickly move back over towards the A. Maintain that control over the lobby. Spike is not being committed. .exe, they're just exploring right now.
It's fine. As long as they can squeeze through rounds, push this game. Ideal objective 7, the number, but Reckoning just not are interested in letting that happen. Icebox again around the sewers, sends a drone, spots the Omen out. Defensive lockdown being deployed just to keep them at bay. Try and prevent them from swarming through C. And now, cover. There's the entry. Oh, and that is the crucial pick that .exe needed, and the Hunter's Fury following up. Finally, answers being put forth, and now Kohli is getting in a little bit more. He's getting a little feisty, and this is exactly what .exe wanted.
30 seconds left.
Might as well want to save the next 2 weaponries out here for the next round. Tricky. 700 in the bank. Paradox with 250. And they've got RVK on their backs.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, that was nasty. Tricky.
I rarely see a shift walking Neon.
It's fine. I mean, at this point, it's okay. Come on. No, his choice, man.
Not a shift walking Neon.
It's fine. He wants some exit frags, just hiding, tucked in a corner. Does not want to give his weapon away.
He's just way too far away.
It's fine. I mean, let's cut some slack on that. Come on, let's be honest.
You know what? Talk to me about the Arsenal jersey point you were about to make.
Are you a Gunner fan?
Now I'm curious.
No, I think that would turn out very sour because we just won the Prem League. So I'm kind of gloating, but we'll steer off. Because if we get into soccer talks, it goes on. But now, coming back to the realms of Valorant and the map of Haven, let's talk about what Reckoning.
The broken
changed.
bye after 5 straight round is crazy.
And from that broken bye, they've squeezed out a Marshall for BGG, and he's changed his direction. He's at B this time.
Not quite sure if that's the correct part because EXE want to try and scale up over towards C. And as soon as you hear the contingency, a Viper's pick being thrown out. Oh my god. What a lovely play. Yeah, he dodges, but it's fine. It's someone else out there. Trinity will win the duel, but they cannot gain the space on the back of it, at least for now.
Yeah, that is...
Big brain play by Moner.
Yeah, and he's so good at that. C completely thwarted off, at least for now. As .exe, they'll have to find other avenues of entry onto the site.
They're gonna brute force C.
Yeah. Oh, BGG, not lucky this time. Easy. As .exe feeling conditioned a little bit as TC. He squeezes through Munair, and yes, that brute force has happened. Now, where does that leave us? Tricky, he's got a
Spike
Phantom
planted.
Paradox on a Sheriff. Surely Tricky wants to save, right?
Again,
Why not?
he's got enough in the bank to probably go for the full buy in the next round, so might as well just give it a try.
It's a 2-on-5.
Maybe he can get an ace.
You never know, we've seen a lot of that.
Paradox also has got a bunch of utility available. They're surely not getting to the DC. At least they'll probably try to play for some of the exit frags here.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh. He did not get tested as RVK.
Huh?
He is gonna
Alright.
deny Tricky of the luxury of taking Phantom to the next round. And now .exe finally having their nerves settled. Looking poised there. 3-5.
Exactly. And all the 3 rounds that they've got have been a C push.
One enemy
Yes.
remaining.
I think so it's about time that we're going to see Deadly set up in a way where they're going to be holding on to that C side a bit more. Reckoning are constantly getting the A-long for almost absolutely free. No contest out there whatsoever. They're still putting 3 people on the back of that push. A deep smoke to maintain that lobby control, and all 3 of them pushing on the back of it as well.
Yes, oh. Heavy stack up round A. BGG, this paranoia has to count. So, alright, RVK just better at the aim duel. The numbers overwhelming, but Tricky, hold on. This is his moment of glory. Armageddon being committed by Paradox. And after the dust
RVK,
settles,
he's on side.
RVK, he's already made it on the side. But now,
Munair's
oh my
got-
god. Munair, despite knowing RVK's position, RVK, that's cracked. If it isn't, I do not know what is. As Deadly 10. Okay, can he at least get RVK? No. King RVK is back. Back with the quadra.
4K out here in this round, and eventually breaking the economy of Reckoning once again. Finally forcing out a timeout from the Wolves out there. .exe. Impeccable performance. Leading with example. And I think so the IDF was pretty good for Reckoning. But it was just the timing on the back of that smoke that eventually got BGG by surprise. He was putting out another smoke, and at that very moment the rest of the team pushed out forward on the back of that steel cage as well, blocking the vision. The Armageddon was put out in a way where if there was anyone caught in that lobby, they would have been destroyed. But RVK being one step ahead, if I'm not wrong, he probably double TP'd in that scenario to try and move out of Sivers and then catch a timing out of an air. And the flick was nasty.
Yeah, it was quite nutty. And this is what you want to see from the IGL or RVK manifested. We've seen RVK having a really good time, especially on that Sheriff, but this time, even on the Rifle, proving his prowess. And .exe, they finally get themselves back into the server. Feeling much more comfortable right now. 5-4 the scoreline, where we were thinking Reckoning is literally cruising on an easy mode. .exe have just made this matchup quite interesting, but hold on, Tricky with the overdrive. Okay. He's missing, but Deadly, he does not miss. Connects. Paradox, not around the sewers. He's getting cheeky around the doors. And Machiavelli. Okay, shots taken. Just a little damage done.
DC.
But look at DC. They're pushing in tandem with each other. Munair, he's gonna take his sweet time since he knows, oh, snake bite deployed, it's gonna hurt. And Munair, one of the deadliest players, but Kohli. Alright, all good in the hood so far, at least. .exe do not have the best of numbers, and Reckoning, even on a scarce buy, they have been punching hard.
They're going to be pushing in onto the site now. They're still on the backside. Deadly though, answering back. Sheriff is enough. And it's all down to a 1v3. Spike out here, tries to go for the fake TP. Still has got one more available.
Thrifty.
Machiavelli, how much more can he do? The answer is absolutely nothing. A thrifty round conversion for Reckoning. NODWIN left in shambles out there. I like the idea. Reckoning were constantly pushing A. It was not fruitful. This time they decide to push towards the garage and B. Or rather the C long and B. Quickly getting the value on the back of it. Early few picks. And then stacking towards the A side to try and counter .exe's rotation. Lovely play.
Lovely indeed. 6-4. Now at this point, back into this. Oh, tricky. This time taking the danger man down, but Trinity comes with an interesting trade. GG. Right. Possession not given out yet. Dogs. Oh, that's wrong, Yoru. And now he's gonna just keep on spraying down till the point he's pinned out. And .exe, they've got the numbers favoring them. And now they would eventually want to scale up A. Or are they? Look at Deadly's position.
Exactly. He's going to be holding out towards this backstab. You don't really have DC. There's no information out there.
Maybe now.
Nope. Did not hear a single thing. I still think the backlines are empty, but Delhi can eventually find a perfect timing though. They've got to check this corner. Putting it down now. The ball is out. Oh, lovely. Flashed out. Possession reveal. Still went in 1 for 1.
Yeah.
It's all down to Deadly 10 now.
I mean, that's the best he could have made out of that situation, right? He did whatever he possibly could. Deadly just having one alarm bot at this point. Oh,
that ultimate cleared out in the entire CT, so you know he's not coming from there.
yes. Important piece. Heavy utility deployed, but both these players are under hell. Now, they could be under fire as Deadly was just good for one, but Machiavelli making no errors. And .exe get the 5th, and it is suddenly becoming a very exciting half.
5 and 6 though in front of us. Reckoning have already got 6 rounds on their defense, to be honest. I think so they've done their job. But considering what we saw against Realty, I think so. Maybe one more round. NODWIN, you'll have to give it to them. What a great pullback. After all of that being down 0 and 5, now just 1 round behind. Almost gonna equalize the odds out there. Deadly 10. He's 1 away from another lockdown. Not quite sure when he deployed the previous one, but okay. This time around,
Drone is down.
we're playing towards that B connector out here so that he can provide some quick support to the team.
Look at this stuck up onto a CA side, but BGG little out of posy, and now alright, DC commits that neural theft. And look at the way they're changing directions. And now .exe bent on executing a C strat. Of course, they've got Deadly in front of him. Hunter's Fury committed. And now Spike still not planted.
What a big brain fake they're trying to pull, but
Ooh, no.
might
That's
be-
gonna hurt Deadly and Tricky. A quick trade though. Look at this. I did salvos and now Paradox. That's enough to get the job done. And Reckoning, they're looking sharp in this one. Monnier taking Kohli out, and an easy diffuse as DC took too long.
Switching sides.
I was about to say, you know, out of the 5 rounds which .exe have won, 4 of them have been on C side.
Yeah.
Only 1 of them have been on A. So I was really hoping for them to eventually move back towards the C side and get the plant down. It was an empty side. DC was already out there. Also got the first pick. That was the best thing that they could get. But there's still one more better thing that all the people out there can get, and that is the Omen Max 16. A beautiful laptop out there, comes with the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, which gives you a desktop level performance, that to anywhere, anytime. The NVIDIA GeForce RTX 5080 as well, along with the Tempest cooling fixes. I kid you not, it's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I mean, did check it out in the studio, and so far, I just got better at my shots. So, might be considering it whilst I'm traveling, but for now,
You were playing against Irons.
doesn't matter. As long as I hit my head, it's fine. You still get that satisfaction, but now Paradox, this is his redemption. And now Tricky follows up.
Spike
Side
planted.
C up for grabs, and Reckoning sees this opportunity and get the plant. At this point, .exe
Last player standing.
limited options, down to their final man, not anymore.
3-player chunk down, 35, 22, and 15. Could have been a round, but it's fine. It's Reckoning. Now on the back of that pistol will be doubling up their lead. Investing in massively. What are those rifles out here? 3 rifles, a couple of sheriffs. Interesting buy. All 5 classics on board on the other side. So no marshals, no sheriff shenanigans whatsoever. The same Viper wall all the way going. It's a bit more changed out there, fixes, if you really look at it. This Viper walls also cover the B connector towards the A. So if Reckoning really want to pivot, they can quickly jump towards B side. All they need to do is block the C connector. And it gives you a big angle on the back of which you can also make a lurk play, scale up till the Sivers. Try to send out a few surprises here and there.
I must wait a moment.
Big scan out there as well. One in Sivers, and everything that they've done towards A is now going to keep the rotators, or rather all the 4 players, pinned on that side.
The interesting factor is 3 rifles have been bought up by Reckoning, and the onus is on .exe to maybe at least take 2 down. And by the looks of it, Reckoning just easing their way on towards the C side, whilst the entire stack of .exe
30
is
seconds
around
left.
A for some reason. They finally get that idea, and now they get the confirmation. .exe, everybody swarming in from their spawn. All 5 of them trying to overwhelm Reckoning with numbers. But is it going to happen? It's the big ask. The idea, at least here, is to try and take down a couple of weapons, maybe hurt the economy a little bit. Monet just getting a little interested.
Yeah, they're all just going to die down to the spike.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
absolutely fine.
yeah, that's the end goal, right? Mission submission is activated, and for Reckoning, yeah, they're gonna ease themselves up, but .exe have to do that. They'll have those full buys coming in, and this is a round where they change their fortune.
Do they? Because this seems to me like a full buy round for both of these teams. Couple of regens and a half shield mixed. It's very much doable. BGG and Deadly 10. Only 2 people who've been basically on that double digits for their side, and RVK for the other side. Rest of the players also need to step up eventually to have an easy going at it.
All right. It's looking interesting. RVK. Ooh. It was a cheeky encounter, and this is better. Much better from .exe. Trinity and Machiavelli work it out. Foil their ideas around A. As for Reckoning, they'll venture towards C. DC is present. And so far, they realize that the trap wires have been laid out. giving them that respect. But where do they find those off picks?
This has pulled the rotation away from the A side. So now Munair has got the timing to probably move on the side and maybe find a surprising pick. I like the idea.
If you can venture a little deep, maybe towards the connector.
At
where
least,
Trinity is. Oh no.
at least this will give them the plant on the side.
Yeah, the plant is there. I'm pretty sure they must be on the pursuit for at least trying to get this round. Also,
Default plant.
default plant being set up. Paradox pressed for now. Checking around heavens. He's got that drone for himself. He's gonna know two players are coming, and hence maybe a special delivery to follow up. Should compromise, hence .exe changed their ways, and now DC spotted out. Monye is gonna do him dirty there, just spams through as Deadly 10 across the corner. Another shot being taken. Monye. Now the numbers equalized, and Paradox back to his old ways.
No time.
And no time for .exe, but won't be necessary as Paradox gets the 3K, and my man is back.
DC jumped down from heaven and he was waiting for his teammates to support from Graffiti, but Munair held onto his snake bite till his poison cloud's fuel expired and then sent it out to delay that push. DC was isolated out here. They got the first pick on him. Marcavelli again low on that HP, was picked off again with the spam, and then Paradox holding on to the angle, picking off the people who were pushing out of Graffiti out there with the dry peak. Phenomenal play from Reckoning.
Indeed.
And they convert their bonus round as well.
Yes, sir.
Got double the rounds of what .exe have on the table right now, and it's another broken buy.
I mean, the way things are shaping out, it feels like .exe, they need to win this one, of course. But they're banking on the next round. So ideally, considering 11-5, that has to be it, right? That's where they'll have to go all out. But we know they still have RVK. But Monye, what do you do about this player? He's just so broken.
There's still Trinity up close though. Might be a surprise factor.
Could be a potential surprise, but now they know
Spike is going towards the A side though.
Yeah, I mean, still, at some point, when they clear through Omens, okay, BGG, he's gotten through the positions, not compromised. Monye is trying to buy some time, gets a quick reload, as Trinity is going to face off against
left.
two players. Now,
Spike
Monye,
planted.
oh my god, Deadly watching guard from their spawn as the paranoia sets in. Machiavelli will still find a kill though. Deadly on 69.
One enemy
And
remaining.
RVK loves that position and gets taken off. And oh, Deadly and Tricky double up. Machiavelli dealt with. Reckoning, an easy 11.
Oli has got the ultimate now to play around in this round, but Paradox is ready with his Armageddon for the past two rounds. Not quite sure even if the ult cycle is going to help .exe out here. They were able to squeeze in 5 rounds on the attacking side, but Reckoning's attack has been looking even better.
We'll rip this. This
They've
should
constantly got those layerings out here, right? If they would have realized C was stacked up, they would have sent out the spike towards the A side. They were able to take the C side, and they were like, alright, cool. If you're going to claim what's being given for free. Set up, changed a bit again. Fire over towards the B this time around. We go directly to fire, broken already. Taking the control in a flash.
Spike planted.
Oh my god, Trinity still trying to take matters to his hands. And Tricky there to respond back in due fashion. A 4-on-4 situation in this moment as look at .exe. They've had an op committed, and now they will have to play this one out, see it to the end. And now everybody pouring in through the windows. DC finds an important opener. on that retake, but BGG stands tall, gets 2, but RBK quick trade. A 2-on-2 still, and Monet and Deadly combo up. And Reckoning just tearing .exe apart to their map point.
Laughs out here. And one boot camp while poker faces on the other.
More like faces in disdain at this point. Because ever since the swap, .exe they have looked
single round.
yes, quite brittle on their defense. At this point, Reckoning, it's all about just barraging through, blitzing their way.
.exe are giving so much respect to Reckoning. They're taking the map in their back pockets and then moving around it.
Look at how they've set themselves up. Machiavelli with that Guardian wanted to do something, but Kohli and RBK do as a result of this. Kohli does better. Please gets 2. Now Deadly and Monet. We know these two are capable of extraordinary plays.
A bit too much to ask, I guess.
I mean, I'm still not going to rule them out, at least for now. They still have a lot of time to play, though.
It's a B side, my guy. It's a B side. Every single avenue is now being watched out for. Spike is not in the hand. A smoke on their face. It's got to be a massive throw from .exe if Reckoning is winning this, which I'm pretty sure is not going to happen.
I mean, at this point, for .exe, they've got to put
30
everything
seconds left.
on the line. .exe, it's fine, you know, 20 seconds, just stay alive, save as many weapons as you can, and Reckoning seem to scurry out of here. Deadly, does he know that he's gonna meet RBK? RBK, what? And he's gonna get the plant. This is disgusting.
Trinity is low as well. And he's got a ton of util to play around with. Monair covering his 6.
Standing.
Could be winnable. I don't think so now. It's happening. Monair is going to throw out the ultimate as well. Sticking. Sticking. Full sticking. He's just out of it. He's dropped it down. It's all going to go down to Machiavelli as he moves in. 1 HP indeed. Was DK'd out there, but he still saves the round for his team. Almost a massive throw.
Yeah, I mean, I had my sit down ready for you, scared. But, yeah, you gotta thank Machiavelli for that.
I have to.
But that was a narrow escape. .exe literally had their hearts out of their mouth for a moment. I mean, never rule out Deadly and Monet.
I choked onto air after seeing what happened. Monair getting that 2K or 2 people out.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, again. Pushing out Redley out there. It's absolutely fine right now. They're going to push all the way down towards C-side. No one to stop them. Except for Machiavelli now. It's going to be also...
Ooh, kill contract.
Committed. Ready. Can he find him?
What?
Tricky says absolutely not. But Machiavelli on the side answers not 3, but rather 4 out here. And it's only Monair remaining.
Okay, okay.
Maka?
He's just upping the ante, right? Just increasing the difficulty.
Probably getting a few odds.
I'm still not gonna rule him out though. He's
Ace?
got maybe a few tricks up his sleeves. All right, starts cooking.
Give him an ace.
1 given away. 45 seconds on the clock. That's enough time. But this owl drone.
Give him an ace.
Time to jump.
They know he's being pushed back a little bit. Oh, that being there. Monair exposed, and DC this time won't flinch.
Nah, DC.
Shuts him down.
That's so dirty. Machiavelli was here. This could have been an ace. Yeah, it's alright. It's alright.
It's fine. I mean,
As long as they survive, that's what they'll be looking forward
but
to.
the good thing for .exe is now they're hurting Reckoning's economy. At this point, couple of few rounds here and there. Maybe if .exe somehow could get to 10, I think the momentum could sway their way.
Still believe?
I mean, we have to, right?
One hero-
Possibilities have to be
Here's
there.
the thing. Here's the thing. One heroic round from either Paradox or Moner, and it's going to be done.
And he started flexing, so I'm pretty sure something's cooking. I mean, Reckoning, they've taken their timeouts today. They've looked much more promising. And at this point, you know, they'll have to win this one. Surely they'll have to.
Reckoning has got a history of bringing some crazy good imports.
Always.
In every
And quite animated imports also.
Absolutely.
Carry that Riz game. Always. With that Sharingan on Monet. Or is it more like the curse mark?
On the nose?
No, the tattoo.
I guess that's Sharingan probably, but we'll have to get his eyes checked, man, because he is
I need
definitely.
to reconfirm. I've just gotten old, but I'm kind of confused if it's a Sharingan or a curse mark of Orochimaru, but I'm pretty sure it's got a lot of anime fans.
It's something from Naruto, so that's
Yeah,
okay.
surely. I mean, of course.
Uchiha for the win.
It's there, but getting back to this game, got Reckoning. All right, getting a little excited there. Lee against RVK usually does not miss like those, but RVK is being equally better there. Trinity,
Pushed out Sivers this time around to try and gain some of the map space, which they've lost in Garage and B main. Tricky's basically way too far forward out here. Got to check some way, right? No, not the tri-peak, not the tri-peak. One, and he's got to get the second as well. Support from Marcavelli as Trinity gets 3. The wrap up, everyone did not anticipate how close he would be. And this is going to be another round for .exe.
Lee against
left.
Deadly.
One more.
Deadly, come on. No is the answer as .exe. They survived this, okay? Reckoning come off a timeout. And .exe pose somehow thwart their threat back. Neutralized. And this is the shift in momentum I've been talking about. It's kind of the same old storyline that's repeating, where Reckoning start off with a shabang and they kind of get carried away to the point where .exe from nowhere, they're just 4 rounds away from pushing to an OT. And now look,
The broke
economy
is
in
the
shambles, yeah.
Exactly. So you can technically say just 3 rounds away, unless
I'm out of here.
it's a big throw from .exe, which almost happened. And by the way, that is the cursed mark that Sasuke also had on his neck.
RVK.
Question is
Ooh,
What a
this
spam.
time Lil unlucky.
absolutely Deadly 10 catching that pick on the back of it, and now Deadly 10 has got the lockdown. They've been pushing everyone away from that B, and Tricky has got the magical fingers out there falling up on the back of that drone.
I liked how you said magical fingers, but alright. Deadly 10, finally
Down A.
getting back to his old ways. Nice shrouded step and Monet. Oh my god. And suddenly RVK DC, 2 men alive, up against the world. RVK has to pull this one off. Has to keep the ship running. Cannot afford to lose this one. As Tricky gets the plant around A. The problem is Monet is alive. Does not matter if he's at 8 HP. This man is even deadly at 1.
You almost
And
missed him.
not yet. Still not ruling out. Oh, wants to increase the difficulty. DC barely by the whiskers, surviving as RVK. He doubles up. Tricky in a 1-on-2 right now, and RVK with that 4K. This is what .exe needed, and you can see the little smile from Machiavelli. From his hearts, he knew that they needed this round desperately, and that has happened.
Big one indeed. It was almost being stolen away by a Reckoning. Tricky getting caught in that spam as well, and then the lurk play over from the garage, catching one more. But now, another important round. .exe, they have to be very focused down out for every single round out here. This is the operator. Machiavelli this time around, but BGG answers Kohli, who was playing A long. He has an operator of his own, and on the back of it, find that first blood. That's why this guy has so many first kills out here. Machiavelli on the jump peak, deadly 10, a bit too wide, a bit too far. Was able to quickly shut one down though. Trinity overstaying his welcome out there in the open and Severs. One trade yet again. It's all down to a 3v3.
Right, DC destroys the drone, and Monet, he's cooking. Little does he know that he's got RVK right beside him. RVK shifting his attention, shifting his angle. Now behind the Revenant boxes as the guided salvos come in. Along with that, the paranoia. DC prepared. BGG on the backlines. DC's important pick, but Paradox and BGG changing their fortunes, and Machiavelli is all that stands between Reckoning winning this game and .exe keeping themselves alive in this map. Alright, not taking any chances. Machiavelli in a 1-on-2. Does have his flash available, but BGG and Paradox, they're just prepared. Dark cover though, Paradox finally knows possession given away, and BGG this time unforgiving. Takes him down, and Reckoning, what seemed like an easy map for them, they were surely pushed till the very end. .exe did pose a lot of challenge, but eventually they emerge victorious.
Almost fell out of the hand, to be honest, but
yeah, almost slipped away, but still, all good in the hood. The only good thing, I mean, they took it till 12, right?
Yeah.
Had it been stuck around 11, the comeback would have been there, and things would have been completely different. But yes, the news out here, ladies and gentlemen, is Reckoning 1-up, and .exe, after kind of being really pushed back, they fought their ways in. Now the second map is going to be very exciting.
I agree. I mean, we were really talking about this itself, right? Back when in Split 1 they were playing Haven, it went to OT, and that time OG were able to win that one out. Reckoning kind of let it slip out of their hand. But this time around on Haven, you could see those ideas too. There were, and I'll point out one thing.
Okay.
When Reckoning was playing against VLT, you could constantly see the change in Viper Wall towards the sea, from garage to be window. There were many variations to that.
Okay.
This time, Reckoning did none of that. There was just one specific kind of wall. There was one specific kind of defensive setup, and they were kind of rinsing and repeating the same thing.
Okay.
This shows that they still have a lot of tricks up their sleeve. And I think so this was one of the reasons why .exe was still able to get a few rounds on board. Had there been those variations added, I think so the scoreline would have been even more favoring for Reckoning.
It could have been, but then again, I mean, would you say that Reckoning at a point got a little erratic about their approach? Because it felt for a moment like, they could just walk away with this map, or maybe just run away. And still, .exe, I think a few hero plays, they started shaping things up. Even after it was a 5-0, they kind of got it back, and it was a very competitive half. But then again, Reckoning, once they got that reset, the sides were swapped, they took over, and thankfully they touched 12. Otherwise, I'm telling you, this game would have gone for an OT, and OT is a different ball game.
Possible. And many a times the team which pushes it to the OT eventually closes it out because of the momentum that they carry and how they're able to break free from all of that. But pretty solid game from both of these teams, I agree. There were very iffy moments here and there. Some of the gaps left open, explored by the other side, but all in all, very clutchy moments out.
Yeah, for me, my MVP has to be Monet, bro. I enjoyed every bit of him. Like, constantly always being a step ahead. And even the good news is that Paradox is starting to feel himself. So let's find out what the stats say. Is it going to be Monet, BGG? Yeah. This, I mean, scared. Okay, you can have that. You literally call that for now. But BGG, early momentum always. I think from round 1, He had his impact, he had his presence felt, and 20 kills. I think one of the lesser MVP that we've got with the least amount of kills. That goes on to show that everybody from Reckoning actually has stepped up in this first game.
It was a collective effort, not a one-man show, and yes, this shows it perfectly. Now, 37% hit shot ratio also shows you that he was really focused on hitting all those skulls, breaking them open, right? And this is also one of the reasons he had 4 first bloods out of the 13 that his team had. That also shows how aggro he was playing in many rounds. If it was also in that last round when he had the operator finding the opener onto Kohli too, so clearly shows you does not shy away from the fight whatsoever. 8 plants down for both of these sides. Reckoning converts 6, while .exe were only able to convert 5. Couple of flawless rounds from Reckoning 2 with a thrifty, and that's the main reason why we are seeing this big change in the scoreline too. Just a couple of rounds here and there, and the story would have been entirely different. I 100% agree with you. And look at the stats: 20 for BGG, 17 and 17 for Deadly 10 and Monair.
Deadly has been making such an impact for himself. I think Deadly were for Deadly to be in this roster, he's always been that special child. And especially in the era where we're seeing so many young kids step up, Deadly has been one of those players that has always been there at the top of his game, always delivering. And I kind of see a very bright future for this young kid. And as he matures, he gets past, 22, 23, that's where we're going to see him at his peak. But
Probably.
Given the role he's under and that transition phase he's had, he's impressed me quite a lot.
I like the fact how you mentioned about his role, because it's not the first time he's playing the Skilljoy, or rather the Sentinel one. He used to play the Duelist back when he was playing with Medal. Then he switched on to some of that Initiator role, and now he's finally found his groove onto the Sentinel, where he is showing up big time. And I think so that showcases his versatility. And yes, I agree, this player is going to bloom a lot.
He definitely will bloom, but this series is far from being over, as we've got one more map after this, folks. But all that action will resume after this short break.
Hold up. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's the leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fera, jao sare, ek mara fera, gole gare. Sare mere bantar bhave, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de mat bahane, palatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kare tere baare, mere meri team mere piche kya karega kuch ab. I said I got your back. I said I got your back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We a pack. You can never take us down. And it's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. हम खड़े से यहीं ऊपर आसमान तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं भी वर्क हार्ड एंड यू प्ले हार्ड चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. All we do is improvise and adapt.
One enemy remaining.
Manifestations done, and we are back after this short break, folks. You're watching the Omen VCSA Split 2 as the gauntlet resumes. It is Reckoning taking on .exe in a very exciting best of 3 in which Reckoning have managed to take over Haven, their map pick. Now, we dabble across into Split. What are we expecting? How do .exe bounce back into this.
It used to look pretty solid map for them all the way back in Split 1. The storyline was a bit more different towards Split 2. And to be very honest, the resurgence that they showed all the way towards the second half of Haven, if we are just looking at that, I think so there's still a possibility that we will move over towards Sunset. But yes, with the train that Reckoning are carrying forward, specifically after those timeouts, you know, those set plays and then the change in their plans, that is where Reckoning is getting, or rather, .exe is getting caught off guard.
I mean, at this point, the point where I feel like .exe is getting diffed at, it's primarily coming down to those duels, those encounters, those big brain plays. Especially, I feel like if .exe have to win, they'll have to figure ways to shut down both Monet and BGG.
And Deadly 10.
And Deadly 10 as well. So they've been making some big plays. And they'll also have to keep Paradox. So entirely they'll have to figure how to stop them. But looking at the draft, anything that catches your eye?
Absolutely nothing. Everything exactly the same. First time Reckoning is picking this composition up. This time around though in Split, haven't really shown this map up out here. So we'll have to see how much Tricky has prepared for his flash TP combinations, for his one-way flashes out there. Deadly 10 again back onto Breach, onto that initiator role with Monair switching onto that Sentinel. Again, you know, I remember this is almost a similar type of composition that they picked all the way back in Split 1. They were doing pretty decent out there, not a lot of success, but some good ideas.
And now it's all about .exe also understanding that we cannot let Reckoning just walk away with rounds, and .exe beginning on the attacker side, which has always been a bane to them because they've not really fared off well in that. But slowly but surely they kind of improving. But now against Reckoning's rock hard defense, what do they do? Both the duelists from this, I mean Trinity and Tricky. The previous game did not have a lot of kills, but for Reckoning it did not matter. But for .exe, they were left wanting for more. Now moving ahead, .exe stacked around B, and they're gonna meet Monair present over there. His tripwire set, he's got his spy cam also available, and now abundant information. And Reckoning, press matters. Two players done and dusted already as Trinity takes down Monet. .exe to find some respite now in a 3-on-4 situation.
Pulling it down from Heaven out there, Paradox. Giving the 1v1 though. Hook in the skull, DC, not just one, rather two. Trinity makes it 3, and they're all falling down. It's crumbling for Reckoning. They're still holding strong as the right click misses every single one. And DC will close out the round for his team. What a play, what a hero. And I can see your expression, Fixes. That's the exact one I had.
You know, that is exactly the kind of expression a lot of people would have had, especially with how the round began and how .exe backed themselves up. DC and Trinity, just when I mentioned that Trinity has been a little off, he gets reactivated at least in this one. A good start nonetheless. As .exe, every round is important because if they lose this map, they're pretty much out of the competition.
A pop flash now being kept ready outside of the B main. But hold it down though for as long as possible now on the back of that stun. But I love the fact how .exe, they were just holding out for any kind of push. Playing it all the way far back, RVK Spots too. It's still not quite clear as to where exactly the stack would be. .exe has taken a gamble that is probably towards
double peek.
the B side, but a lovely double peek out there. DC answering back.
Yeah, a little overcommitment there. Paradox left with no option but to fall eventually. But Monet, this time Monet got the cheeky angle there. Trinity ensuring got all those corners checked. Monet dashes in. The first stun follow-up was amazing. Still managed to find Kohli. And now could be Deadly 10. If he had a ghost or a sheriff, things could have been different. But BGG makes up for it. And so does Machiavelli. quick kills, and suddenly it's in round, brought down to the wire. But DC, better weapon, clutches it out. But EXE were pushed to their limits.
Only one weaponry carried forward in the next round, and that clearly shows you how far they were pushed. So it should be a pretty simple full buy round for Reckoning Esports, and a difficult bonus for .exe. Going it over towards the A side again, Monair getting one on the back of that stun, which was picture perfect. A few trades back and forth with BGG answering back. Right now a Bucky and a Stinger added with a couple of upgraded pistols.
Okay, Trinity takes down Tricky, an important duel, and .exe needed that, given the fact that did not have the best of buys, swarming onto the side, now looking quite decisive with their approach, but Paradox, hold on! Evens the numbers. Now, Deadly 10, so ensuring that nothing happens through main as they switch their way. And this time around, the 8 hours, smoke settles in, and BGG knows. Are a couple of threats that he has to deal with. As the Boombot spotted out. No information whatsoever collected. BGG is gonna act upon this now. A paranoia to follow up. RBK does find that quick trade, but instantly .exe, they're changing their ways once again, and now Monair, he's just coiled up, ready to strike, his fangs out wide, and .exe, changing a lot of lanes, aren't they?
But Monair's position has given them so much information that this is not going towards the B side. This rather still going to be an A hit, and that too all the way people from main.
10 seconds left.
It's going to get so difficult for them.
No, Monair, don't do that. But Paradox holding strong, but not enough. The numbers
One enemy
overwhelm him, and the plant denied. 1 second on the clock, but not needed. As Monair wraps them in a sheet and sends them off. As Reckoning, they find their way back into this. 2-1 the scoreline.
Phenomenal one indeed. Good round coming in from Reckoning. Couple of rifles carried forward, but they do have enough to squeeze in a full buy for this round as well. Monair has got his ultimate available. Armageddon one away from Paradox. Trinity on the other side, not from Showstopper, and that's why he's starting B. On the back of that smoke, he wants to quickly pick that orb up and then meet up with his team to go in for the execute, or rather the team will meet up with him for the execute. Couple of early utility out there outside A. Nothing major apart from that. Just a deep smoke out here to maintain the control of A long. And the second Prowler sent out to confirm that there's absolutely no one behind that.
Constantly on the lookout for maybe Tricky pushing B main. I mean, you could see 2 players of .exe deployed. Trinity, he wants to explore mid. He'll be joined with 2 of his allies. It's now Monair, he's got a read of what's going on. And now this tripwire, alright, it's being broken. And they know they're squeezing through. Paradox, he's got that angle checked.
Kohli and BGG.
Oh yeah.
This is going to be the most important fight.
30 seconds left.
Sure. Establish control there, but Paradox, important guided salvos, but won't matter. Machiavelli gets the kill, but BGG succeeds as well. And now, Reckoning still not giving up on it, but the swarm is there. They flood on, they get that spike planted, and now, Reckoning, 4-man strong, will have to go for that retake.
And a futile out here left for them as well. RVK along with Machiavelli playing on side. Tricky maintaining that heaven control, was able to take down Trinity. But the question is, do they know about DC? I think so now they do on the back of that mural theft. Location revealed. Tricky taking RVK down as well. It's all down to Machiavelli. Up close and personal. Catches one. BGG quick on that trade, quick on that trigger. And it's all down to DC, who's down in Vents, and he will remain there. As the round is taken by Reckoning, and a picture perfect play. I told you, BGG And Kohli's fight to maintain the ramp control is going to be the key for this round, and it eventually turned out for Reckoning.
There have been constant haunts, right? Both BGG and Monet. And for .exe to really excel or even have a chance at excelling,
You forgot to
they'll have to figure ways to shun them down. And even if they deal with one, the other is already ready. So that's the task that they are up against.
Major ultimates on board for .exe if you see. Showstopper.
Why is that underwhelming?
My goodness. Okay, that's the whole thing, right? RVK is going to pick the orb up now. There's 4 major ultimates on board. So they might as well want to, if they get a pick or two, they will brute force their way with this buy. But the re-clearance from Reckoning, it's just so damn good. The stun, guided salvo combo. That is why Teho has been nerfed.
Yeah, but at least not in this tournament. At least for now.
One
BGG
enemy remaining.
never
Spike
misses his
down
duel,
mid.
does he?
Flawless.
As the wars continue for Reckoning. And there you go, Paradox will finish things up. Quite clinical as Reckoning did have a slow start, but they recovered.
What was the scoreline that I mentioned? It's gonna happen.
You mentioned a lot of things. You said it's going to be 2-0. We saw how exciting it got. And now, you know, I'm still not going to rule .exe out. I kind
Same.
of feel like this team takes its sweet time to cook and gets conditioned and then answers back. But again, you know, the key factors we've already established. We move on to the 6th round.
I just feel that they take the sweet time to cook and then sometimes just overcook. Happens sometimes out there, but oh my goodness, BGG, what a player! Throws out that smoke extra high just to get that 1 pixel out of there. Trinity, Showstopper, catching absolutely nothing.
Grenade is live.
Bot taken care of now. I mean, I thought maybe that's going to be a right click onto that one, but again, Drone spotting out the position of a couple of players out there. Still Trinity up close, personal, but Tricky and Paradox have got tricks up their own sleeve, and not one, but rather true. Screens is there. Kohli, backside. How long can you stand? Not long enough, says Tricky. As another round grabbed by Reckoning.
That's lovely. And this time, Reckoning did not have to push themselves till the limit. Getting the job done, easy peasy. So far, Reckoning 4 successive rounds and .exe. I'm kind of pondering whether they'll get a timeout next, because they need one desperately at that.
What are they going to discuss is the big question, right? They've still got 4 major ultimates on board. They can pair up a couple of them together as well. I was really hoping for that to come out in the previous round. But that just did not happen. They're not winning the fights in mid. BGG is just owning them at this point. Be it towards the ramp against Kohli, be it in the mid. .exe, the composition, whenever you've got an Astra in your composition fixes, it's always, or rather mostly, so that you've got a ton of utility for the post plant. And then Astra can technically roam around wherever in the map where you want to. But again, it needs to come to fruition. That is just not happening. They're not even getting the spike down. And if they are, Reckoning are just retaking it so very quickly, you do not have the numbers left.
Yeah, and that's kind of bothering, to be honest, at this situation. I mean, look at the ease at which Reckoning are playing at this point. And yes, this round is quite crucial. But that's the thing, right? The thing that's holding them off is those buys. They just have mere sheriffs to work things out. And we know
Tricky.
RBK on a good day connects, but
Spike
what
down
do you
B.
do? You've got a Tricky on a Yoru with an AWP.
One more.
This time won't be the case. But still,
Drone is down.
he's not deterred. He's holding strong as Kohli trying to maybe lure around some attention on it.
It's the default Viper play where you play towards the A side to create question marks, maybe walk up ramp. But Reckoning are not giving them the room to do that. That is the fun part about it. The double smoke composition, you really want to break the map apart and then try to find some timings on different avenues. Maybe find some lurk timings on when you're playing with the Viper, but that is not happening right now. Tricky up in the smoke,
Spike planted.
Shorty in the hand and a dimensional drift in his back pocket.
Welcome to my
Kohli's testing his Viper spit as well. Now this round seems doable for .exe, but Tricky again wants to follow up on the back of it. Dimensional drift, too much information. Sees two players up close. Stun comes in. Can he find the third one is the big question. Absolutely not. DC just stuck behind that box. He's got the Sheriff in hand. Trinity answers back. Kohli as well makes it a double. And this round is falling out of the hands of Reckoning Esports.
In the blink of an eye, fortunes change. And Kohli, the hero, he prevails as .exe could be an expensive commitment, but none of that matters as long as the round is theirs. 3 rounds on the board as Reckoning on their 4th as Tricky once again commits for the op.
Finding the first one, not the second, even though they find the opener. That's the main problem, right? A bit of a problem out there. Maybe they could have swapped the operator out there, you know, when Tricky was going in for the dimensional drift play, while the operator could have marked any kind of exit from the pit. That might have changed the entire dynamics of the round, but it's absolutely fine. It did not happen out there again. Oh, Deadly 10 turns around. Swap Makaveli out of this round out here. Monedo, an unconventional miss, but Kohli just hops back to try and give that one to him. PGG answering back onto DC, playing for that flank. It's all down to RBK. A 1v4 makes it a 1v3. A bit presumptuous of Paradox out there. A bit of a white peak. BGG takes the head and will claim the round.
Beautiful, beautiful comeback coming in from Reckoning. Oh, at that very moment when we thought that maybe .exe could be picking the reg up, Reckoning answer back. And at this point, .exe in a little fix. What do they do? How do they salvage this situation? Got that Cosmic Divide to play onto, but for that they need that plant. And for Reckoning, ensuring they stop them. And now look at this, the round has begun and Trinity stops them off.
Not a lot of HP out there in the hands of Trinity out there. Though again, Tricky finds the one who had the maximum, takes down DC. No Cosmic Divide in this round again. Bulldog and a Vandal still to work with. Fun fact, fixes. The spike has not been committed till now. If anything, it's left all the way in spawn. I don't know if...
Is that intentional though?
Yeah, of course. I don't see any Omen out there in this lineup. Unless Makaveli can do something about it.
Okay.
They're all 3 players. Yeah, they're going to be flashed out. Makaveli catches one. Trinity, all right. Finds a perfect shot onto the head of BGG, but Paradox should see the spike. Please look at the spike.
He does. I'm pretty sure he's got a chuckle on his face.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere, and he's going to catch one.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my god, he's just calling his players out back. He's like, hop in, people. They can't do anything.
It's a comedy of errors now.
Silly round indeed.
10 seconds left.
No way. Was it even intentional? What was the idea?
Last player standing.
3 seconds.
Let's wipe them out was the idea. What did I say? It's fixes. You mentioned about cooking, right? I remember I told you that sometimes they overcook.
I don't know if that's the definition of overcooking here. Because you cannot afford to make mistakes like that. You know, at this junction.
That's generous of you of calling it a mistake and not a blunder.
I was just trying to be humble there, but you know, at this point, this is unforgiving. They need to understand what's at stake.
And Reckoning call a timeout on the back of it is just crazy.
Yeah, maybe sip on their energy drinks, but whatsoever. Oh, panic struck. It felt like they've been hit by lightning there. Such mistakes.
So were us. You know what? Fixes, sometimes it's okay to lose your composure and sometimes it's okay to laugh out the things that are actually funny out there on the screen.
It's baffling. It's baffling, to be honest, what we just witnessed. I mean,
Oh my god.
I don't know, was there a miscom? Was it maybe on purpose? Whatever the case was.
Yeah, we can just throw it out of the box right now. Again, Reckoning. Here's one thing, right? Reckoning, even though this time they found out where the spike was, they were able to convert this round. But if you really look at the hold on side, they did lose it on the B. Right? So I think so this timeout was just to fix the errors that they are facing while they are trying to hold the side down. Creation was revealed indeed after that though. So on the way, on the back of the showstopper, they should eventually catch one. Absolutely not. Munair on the back of that cages. Just whatever to help out Deadly 10.
4-on-5 situation going on. Kohli feeling the heat and Paradox giving him exactly that. RVK, a dying respite, answers back.
Paradox is low.
Yeah, changes fortune. Now numbers equalized. EXE commits for that cosmic divide in RVK. He wants to redeem himself. And now haunt out Monet. Oh my god, disgusting. This young man as Monet. What?
How?
Sorry, what?
Marcavelli saves the day for his team. But how the heck did he get the pick on DC? Show me the replay for that one. I think so it was one of the shooting or a random bullet reaching the head. That was absolutely crazy.
Was it? Can we have that on a slow-mo, please? I mean,
Jeez, man.
a slow-mo, yeah.
Alright, first one.
All of this is fine. You know, I just want to see. Wow.
You
Just
guys just did not do that to us. They did not. Alright, Tricky. Alright, Tricky. Catches one and then TP's out as well. It's a conundrum, man.
Yes, at this point, I have nothing but to exceed. .exe again pushed back. 6-4 the scoreline. Reckoning doing so well. 10 rounds already. And now BGG. The dark cover deployed. Looking at .exe, kind of stalling themselves around the B mains. Whilst you've got Kohli on the lurk, Marcavelli still eventually made. Finally they decide to go for an entry. That Prowler deployed, instantly shot down. But oh my god, that presence from Monet. Quick communication, that's what needed. Shuts him down. BGG as well. And now RVK just left with Kohli. And he needs to pull off something miraculous. RVK trying to piece it together, but two players speaking at the same time. Kohli still alive in a 1-on-3, quite difficult at that. And Reckoning, oh my god, 7 rounds and .exe left fumbling at 4.
And the economy is broken. No full buys out there. Just some sheriffs with the shields and maybe some util. Problems around the corners. .exe. Struggling in that scenario. And as you mentioned, some quick communication between BGG and Munair, calling out that the heaven is unwatched. Munair turning around, quickly getting the pick. The man out from there and then following it up. Mid push down this time around from Reckoning. Want to play aggressive. 4 people out here. Paint Shell pushing them back. Flat perfectly blinding. Trinity catching not one but rather 2 in that push. He's DC will eat up a ton of damage onto him, down to 8 HP. They've now got a couple of upgraded weaponries out there.
I mean, at this point, it's going to be interesting.
Winnable.
Winnable for sure. The last round.
Same for Reckoning.
Yeah, I mean, skip in that space. Let's not.
This was a good one.
Yeah, this was, but
Cage
yeah.
trigger. They found my watch. Careful now.
I hate to say that you stand corrected, but DC, please prove me wrong.
Trinity can definitely.
Yeah, he can. He's got that perfect angle, and Reckoning have no idea. Or maybe Paradox does.
remaining.
Now Tricky being picked off.
30 seconds
Now
left.
Paradox knows what's happening, but look at that spike. It's headed towards B. And Reckoning is not even close. In fact, Paradox in a 1-on-3.
He's one away from his ultimate though. Never mind. Yeah, he's gonna be going down. Cody's reposition unanticipated. Sends out the salvos.
Bye, Para.
And it's a bye-bye Para though. Trinity gets that pick. Kohli was trying to focus down on those trades. It's
Switching
a 5-7 swap. And I think so. .exe, they've actually
Still
done
fighting
pretty good,
half, yeah.
It's winnable. It is still doable for them. If they win the pistol, they're going to equalize the scoreline.
It's all about now playing the best Valorant of their lives at this point. And few mistakes from Reckoning, a little rotation too soon.
Overzealous out there
Yes.
in mid is what I'll say.
Just overstacking there, just went on to hurt them, but still, nothing has troubled them so far. Not to say that this match is kind of getting away from their hands. It's still, they're still in this.
Interesting to see Kohli not buying. I think so. He dropped the goose. Neat fight without anything else though, but over towards the side. Tricky out there, a bit of a problem. Ready, looks out of his misery.
Oh my god, that's absolute brawl fest. BGG walks away with 2. Numbers even. Kohli is eyeing for that one, and he'll get it. Instant snake bite deployed. Paradox will secure the plant though. But Machiavelli, DC and Kohli, they'll have to piece this one out together.
3v2 out there, and Monet dazed up a bit.
Machiavelli's position not compromised.
Oh my god, Paradox is rotating out to re-clear. That's a big one.
Now it's known. Machiavelli in his position. Monet. Ooh,
Last
that would have
player
been so
standing.
close, and Kohli gets an important frag, and Machiavelli will stick on to the defuse. It's a little too late for Paradox, as the guided salvos will go, but Machiavelli, yes, finally, much needed round. .exe get their 6th.
Should have thrown out the salvos a bit too early out there. It's so late in the round. Maybe he just got them off the cooldown.
But this was a very important one. And
Absolutely.
this also.
Kohli holding down the spawn was the big thing. Paradox had the salvos up for a while. He could have used them up as soon as he heard the tab, but I think they did not anticipate Machiavelli sticking it all the way down. The only thing, they were waiting for the second tap, and once it did not came, they realized, yeah, I think so, we're already a bit too late out there. But much needed pistol for .exe, and on the back of it now, find the opener, the outlaw against the Marshall on the other side.
Okay.
Get
Play that way. Trinity, a boom bot, changing its direction, and Tricky will pass through. Oh, Trinity could have gone close. All right, no damage done. Machiavelli will get the better out of Monet, and now Paradox has no other option to take that Marshall and scurry out of there. Trinity. Now, this time, right, the numbers stacking up for Reckoning. Be a little watchful. 2-on-5 situation there. And now Trinity, he's gonna aggress. This is much needed. You need to have that confidence. And yes, this flawless will earn them exactly that. As .exe, they've equalized on the numbers, and suddenly they've brought back life into this match.
Bonus is also looking pretty decent out here. A couple of Bulldogs, an Outlaw, losing members was the most important part, and they kept that.
They are mine.
So the economy is going to be looking pretty decent. Very aggressive out there towards A-main. Back members of Reckoning and maybe catching one, and absolutely well tricky. Getting caught out there. And with all that util bombardment, and now going to move all the way back and reposition towards the sides.
Reckoning really need to count the eggs in their basket at this point. They cannot let the match slip away like this. As for .exe, they're playing on their toes. They know every single round. So important. As Reckoning, they charter through B. Two players. Just the kind of pressing matters around mid as well. Applying immense pressure.
No, did not give a lot of information out. They do not know how many people are here.
That was a head smack, but Deadly did have the superior weapon. Now he lives to tell the tale as BGG squeezes through, and this is what .exe did not want to happen.
Player standing.
As BGG, that crouch and a head was nasty. And Trinity now left all alone in this retake.
He's just gonna try and do some eco damage out there. A couple of weaponries. Lovely stun. Oh, but what? Crispy shot out there. Half a second before that stun landed, but Deadly is gonna survive out there with 46 HP and get another
They think they're better than us.
ult point because of that pick. 17 in 30 Trinity. 10 and 9 Machiavelli, and rest all of them on the struggling end. But something that maybe the audience might not struggle, and that's going to be the quiz question. Which agent was previously a member of the Radiant team before becoming a part of the Valorant protocol? Sage, Phoenix, Jet, or Reyna? Quickly scan the QR code, fill up the form that shows up on your face, answer the question out there, and the one who answers the maximum questions by the end of the week will win, if I'm not wrong, 1,000 VP.
I mean, I know the answer to this one. I'm kind of a sucker for lores. I love reading them. So, again, unfortunately enough, I do not get to answer this one. But yeah, 1,000 VPs would have loved to have that. But for now, let's get back to the round. A very important one at that would decide the pace of this particular game. As now RBK all poised up, and now the flash coming out. A lot of utilities committed as Trinity with that showstopper. Monet and BGG, they respond back. Trades from both the sides, but Reckoning and .exe have their numbers even, have it intact. RBK, the danger man, still alive though. As BGG venturing a little deep towards the 8 hours. Might catch Kohli, or could be vice versa. Kohli deciding to shift his attention towards mid whilst it's a waiting game.
30
Maybe
seconds left.
trying to force somebody out. RBK to a bad angle, or maybe not. He's got that toxic screen, that little tinge of advantage. Oh, he's got such slight margin. And Monia is gonna check that angle, but RBK stands tall. Spike down, and DC gets the final kill. And .exe spring back once again. 8-all the scoreline.
Lovely trap play. On the back of the contact. That season showstopper combination was actually pretty good again, and Trinity finding the second one.
Yeah.
That is what kind of changed the way the game was going on again, and then Munair peeking first, Deadly not able to trade him. Also a bit of a problem. Scrappy by yet again, a hero vandal in the hands of Munair. He's the man who's been finding a ton of success out there. He's gonna start with a crisp bang though. Trinity on the other side, equalizing the numbers, equalizing the odds, and that's no more smokes available.
Oh my god, that's a nice transfer. Trinity and Kohli in tandem take 2 down. At this point, Deadly and Monet, they've got nothing left against 4man.exe. This is where you said, right? .exe, formerly OG, they were quite comfortable on Split, one of their stronger maps. And this is now shaping out to be. Okay, Deadly, you ideally do not miss those shots, but yeah. Now, .exe, they finally get the read, but Trinity, he's angered, he's enraged. A little bit of the teabag there.
Happens sometimes. Getting out on this round, getting that confidence back up. Also getting the lead. It's probably building up over towards showstopper as well again. On the back of that 3K. Halfway, or rather more than halfway through already. Fast play over towards mid this time. Control taken care of. Snakebite thrown out. Trinity tastes up, but does not matter. Shot accuracy as crisp as it could be. Maybe this outlaw could provide the same thing. BGG this time playing it a bit too slow.
Portal closed.
All the way back now.
Cutting through.
Paradox, the only man with a half shield along with Monair, so outlaw could be a problem for them, but Monair is on the other part of the map and he's trying to grab as much attention as possible.
Oh, look at this. Deadly 10 takes down Machiavelli. An important frag at that. By all means, is Reckoning. They're starting to lose control of this game. Rolling Thunder deployed, but Kohli this time quickly traverses.
Spike planted.
Could find the players of Reckoning off guard, and he does, but eventually it's going to be DC. Who's just better. Spike planted. DC Trinity positions compromised. Haunting deployed. 3 of them trying to shape it out as Monet shuts down Trinity, and now a very important neural theft at that. 2 people scaling up. Half the fuse won't matter as Reckoning sees this one through. This game is getting exhilarating.
I can see the excitement on your face as well. Fixes out here. It's been back and forth. Reckoning answer back really, really well. They realized that they were not able to establish control on mid, and they were not able to convert the rounds this time around. First getting the attention out there, even though they lost the fight, but they were able to scale up on the back of it towards B main. And then just a bit of noise made by Monair out there in A. Was able to divert the rotation towards that part and then pushing it all the way in towards the B side on the back of the Rolling Thunder. Really crucial pick by Deadly 10 onto Machiavelli though. Kind of turned around that round this time. Starting with almost the similar setup. The only difference is Euro's going to be going in with the team towards B main. Monair is just going to try and rendezvous with them at B main. PC in an off back.
Alright, drones deployed. PC down.
Holy smokes, no way he's surviving through all of that, and Kohli, the support is impeccable.
Oh my god, snatches the opportunity, gets into his bag as RBK quick on those trades. After Paradox finds that glimmer.
Save.
And should be a save. Save should be the call. You still have more. No way, Para. No way you're supposed to be doing that.
He's got the ult available as well.
Alright, and now they can venture through
30
A, or maybe
seconds
even
left.
try their luck at mid once again. The problem is Machiavelli is on a very good angle.
The point is Monair is just trying to fire in a few shots here and there. So that
Who's drawing
Paradox...
all that attention.
Exactly, so that Paradox can actually find a time and go for the plant on A, but it's only 12 more seconds remaining.
And he's gonna cut the
10
flank
seconds
off.
left.
I don't think so he's gonna cut the flank off, he's just gonna try and buy as much time as possible. It's a 1v3, and Paradox is gonna go in down for the safe plant though. No idea for .exe as to where he is now, they know. But Paradox needs to play aggressive. He's got every single tool that he wants.
I mean, all he's got to do is spot and trigger the Armageddon. He does. Not yet.
Oh,
Holding onto it. What? One with that guided salvo. He gets a second. Now he's got all that avenue, but will be responded back. Oh my god, with a dimensional drift. He's onto a Machiavelli.
He's stuck himself.
He stuck himself, and now Machiavelli is just toying around, maybe looking for that half diffuse. He's gonna
Full
stick it to
sticking.
the entire duration, but Padrox with an ace around. Oh my god! What on earth have I just witnessed? Para, you beauty! That was just not an ace. That was crucifixion.
Player standing.
Now I have become death, the destroyer of .exe. Paradox just demolishes not just them but their hopes in the previous round. What a play by this guy. He pinched himself up with that Armageddon and still came out on top.
Sheer balls of steel.
What
I do not know what to make of this game anymore. Just when you think .exe had this. Yeah, BGG taken out. Early moments of success. .exe need to find some recovery. Kohli does though.
They can actually win this one. They can. They've got a Guardian Frenzy, a couple of Sheriffs as well, along with Kohli with the Viper Spit, RVK with the Nightfall.
Spike planted.
It is doable.
Dogs
41 HP, my man, high on confidence, but needs to calm down.
does not have to. He's gone on an overkill at this point. Everything he's touching gets turned to gold. As Paradox still walks away with just not 1, 2 and Tricky. That's it, right? That was the final nail in the coffin that previous round. Enough to send a distress signal. Paradox. Just when we wanted to see his reaction, production betrayed us once again, man. Cruel people, aren't they?
Always putting us on the edge, huh? Just have to see this time around. Tricky's got the
I'm
dimensional.
pretty sure, you know, he would have had an expression of his face.
I agree.
Smirk, a little chuckle, whatever.
I'm probably thinking that everyone would be holding their heads out there thinking, what did we just witness? And again, a big thanks to Moner on that round. We'll talk about that in a while on the back of Paranoia. Right now, Tricky being picked off. There's still a Viper Spit that you need to deal with. Does not really stop the entry. Still players all the way back, but they're all going to be dealt with. BGG answers one more. Moner being picked off by Kohli. They're all getting stuck. And this time around, BGG, can you clutch? 7 bullets in the bag. You know there's still RVK around. You saw that
Enemy
seize.
remaining.
And you saw the head. He's taken that right with him. But it's all down to Machiavelli. One util. And he's going to know where he is. He's just gonna creep. He's just gonna walk up and he's gonna crouch it all down. BGG put out of the round. And .exe survive.
You know, at this point, I'm at the edge of my seat. It's gotten so much interesting. 10 to 11. Just when we were thinking, yes, maybe the players have gassed out. Reckoning. We'll have to hold it. And now a timeout called. .exe. They're playing like their lives depend on this.
One enemy remaining.
And
One enemy
at this
remaining.
moment it does. Just 2 rounds shy of getting eliminated. And they're bringing in all they've got. Reckoning will have to claw and scratch their way through. Those 2 rounds are not going to be easy. They need to at least secure the 12th for them. Otherwise, you never know. Fortunes quickly change. And it's a map of split, right?
Last time out of Reckoning burnt as well.
I need a drop.
Barely enough to make it a full buy. So could be set for .exe. Couple of players on the half shields. Outlaw in the hands of Tricky, who's been struggling in this map. VCT with a fake TP out there. Trying to create a question mark all the way. Tricky inserted in an angle. Not a bullet dazed him. They're protecting him from ramp push. RVK, he's 125. If he sees that, he's the only man apart from Trinity who can be picked off by that outlaw, so he needs to play safe. Look at the forward positioning of BGG right now in towards the bends. This could be the key play of the map.
Monet. Lot on the line for him. For Reckoning. It's an entire team RVK. Oh, he's gonna act on all that info. Now, pretty well deployed, not catching anyone, but Machiavelli does. Catches Tricky off guard. And now Paradox will have to spew magic once again, and this time he'll fail. As .exe, RVK scoops that one through, and now Reckoning. They are in shambles. It's just not .exe on the verge of securing a 11 because now just 10 seconds remain
10
and
seconds
they've
left.
got no
One
answers
enemy
whatsoever. As there you go, 11 the scoreline, and Reckoning in a world of trouble.
Because they do not have the buy.
Exactly.
It's gonna be a big problem right now, even on the back of that hero ace from Paradox. Seems like they are in their own paradox right now.
Stuck in a limbo at this point. Reckoning. Who gets to be hero number 2? Is it gonna be BGG or Monet?
If they play their cards right, they might have Rolling Thunder and Armageddon prepared for next round.
That's the idea, but Kohli has got no intentions of letting that happen. Just shunning them down and .exe.
Take the orb of B-main at this point now.
They're on the verge of pulling off something special. As for Reckoning, Deadly and Monet, 2 players, not the best of buys. And at this point, I don't see a world where they lose this one, but Monet, guess this man's alive. Nothing is certain, but Trinity, he's got that perfect backstab going on. Now spotted out, but still in a pinch. DC gets one. Monet still gets the trade, but enough for Machiavelli to put him down to sleep as .exe.
Match point.
They suddenly are on the map point. What a turn of events.
Seems like someone's full of life.
I mean, everybody is at this point.
Important round for both of them now. Trinity 1 away from a showstopper. Deadly 10 1 away from its Rolling Thunder. They need to play their cards right, as I said, and they are not playing it for the orb, but rather are setting Deadly up for ramp play. Only are gonna try and make that flash TP play again with the guided salvos. They want to take that ramp control so very quickly, or rather want to fake that they're taking the ramp control and rendezvous in mid. That is an interesting approach. And it has drawn rotation over towards the ramp. The Prowler being used in to try and find some information. The jump peaks will be out there. But I like the diligence from .exe. The re-clear towards the B main. It is going to give them the information, or at least help them retake the site if B is entirely lost. Look at how far they've pushed up. Oh my god, they're not even going to break the tripwire. That is so smart.
And so slick.
Trinity.
Oh, Deadly 10.
He's got the ultimate now.
Yes. And they'll have to act accordingly. This is it, right? Do or go for the third map, and BGG in a very precarious off angle. He's prepared. He's read this through. And Reckoning Esports, they want to push for OT. Okay. Okay. Alright, DC.
He's the ultimate already at this point.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, a 2-on-5, rather impossible. And now Monet, he's gonna catch DC. swinging off that tripwire. And
Machiavelli.
Machiavelli, yeah, I mean, an ace will only make up. He's begun his journey eventually to be pushed for a thwarting halt as Reckoning.
Switching sides.
They don't give up.
Overtime.
They go for an overtime.
On their opponent's map pick.
Pretty solid one out there, finally. Racking it all up, BGG. All the way back on top of the charts. Paradox and Monair as well, just 1 kill away from each other. And then there's a big drop, 10-10. Though he's still got 15 assists though, so he's still doing a pretty solid job.
Yeah.
Tricky on the other end, yeah, I mean,
He's been off today.
way too off. I mean, just on this one though. We did see him in the previous one.
Yeah,
step
even in
up
the
a bit.
previous game, he was around the bottom only. So, I think Reckoning, they've got their work cut out. Tricky. He's got to step up his game. But for now, .exe on the attacker side this time. As Reckoning on that defense. They've got a good setup around it. They've got both the tripwires. They've got Monair there on ramp. They've got the spy cam. They've got an abundance of information loading in. And now Paradox and BGG playing alongside together. They've got RVK to deal with him. A Prowler sent, nothing found.
Some information is going to be gained out by that drone as well. It's going all the way towards the B, but now the push. Again, the entire team in unison. RVK is going to be having a headache after that one though. Trinity answers back. Deadly 10 taken down. Paradox makes it 2. And that's the lead. Just really one member out there in the hand. The tripwire was set for the kill. And kill is all he gets. Trinity paranoid out there. Shotty on the face. BGG confirms the round.
And Reckoning. Behold the demons. Just one round short of just not securing this map, but to also close this series. But for .exe, all they've got to do is to secure another round to keep themselves alive. At this point, they know it's a lot on the line. Even their careers could go up for a toss. They'll have to win this one. And yes, a timeout was inevitable.
Dude, I couldn't have been for the higher stakes now.
Yeah.
As you said.
Machiavelli on that op.
Interesting indeed. He's found a bit of success out there. The question is, can he find it in the round that is going to matter the most? Imagine, Fixes, if it goes to another long overtime. And then eventually we move on to the third map. What's better than that?
No, I love to prove you wrong. I mean, at this point,
would you?
I mean, of course, why not?
You've been saying
you've already gotten proven wrong once.
You've been walking and shouting it's going to be a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1
Yeah.
for as long as I've been in this on this desk.
Of course, I mean, that's the kind of Valorant that's on display. Look at both these teams. Evenly stacked up. And now Machiavelli has to create difference with that operator he's got to work with. RPK. Alright. Now's the time to show up. He's been caught napping a lot lately. Machiavelli, a little ambitious, quite aggro. .exe trying to establish that mid control. Eventually realize that maybe some intervention.
Oh, Machiavelli's going to get picked off.
Oh, he does. He does get the pick instead. Machiavelli, crucial frag. And Deadly 10, the initiator, out of deployment.
Seems like we're going for another OT. By the way, how it has begun. Again, it's only the beginning though. Drone going all the way up in heaven. Should be able to pick on Kohli, but Machiavelli. Another shot. And another pick found. And this time it's on Tricky. Paradox has got absolutely no clue.
And BGG cannot land a shot of his own.
Monet wants to be a hero. The spike drop down on the ground and Kohli does not want to overcome it. BGG.
Nah.
Alright. At this point, ooh, a collateral would have been juicy.
3
Monet,
HP, Monet. It's a
3
bit
HP.
too much.
10 seconds left.
On a 1 on 2 or 3 HP.
10 seconds.
Yeah, that is a little concerning. I mean, he's saving up for something.
Why would you want to save up for anything? It's the OT, my guy. Come on.
I do not know. Exactly.
Hey.
That's what I'm trying to get my heads around.
Huh?
Is he going to take that weapon as
Switching sides.
he pushes for
Overtime.
another OT?
He's playing for the KDA.
Yeah, I think that's the idea.
He was.
That's
he's
the
literally.
only explanation I have.
He's literally playing for the KDA out there. 3 HP. Come on, my man. That is it. Or you know what? I think so. Strategically, it is so that BGG can discuss the strategy of the next round with the team, because you get an extra few seconds out there, extra 10 to 15 seconds. You're able to have that conversation as to what went wrong, or rather what now you want to do for the next round. Sometimes players tend to do that even in a scenario where, you know, it's a done and dusted round, and rather than just falling off to the spike, you just hold on, even if you've got a pistol, until the very last second. And that could be basically a game changer.
At this
Cutting
point,
through.
.exe another go at it. It's time through mid though. Oh, Machiavelli got so close there. And somehow
All missiles away.
survive Paradox. 2 guided salvos will catch nothing there. Monet noised around through the ramp. He's gonna take that peek. They know, and BGG finds some quick success, but Trinity better on that trigger, equalizing the numbers there as Monet realizes that Trinity jumps his way through, but Machiavelli catches BGG off guard. And this is a round that .exe can make theirs. As DC gets the plant, the clock starts ticking.
It's gonna go map 3,
A
my man.
3 on 4.
It's gonna go map 3. Look at the position of Machiavelli. A late lurk. If he catches the perfect timing, it's done. Utility for the stalling as well. Maka is creeping closer every single step, and he's gonna get that pick. He surprises both the players from behind, and now it's Monet caught lacking, caught lurking, and .exe.
Who's next?
They've got the smirks on their face like you fixes. We are probably gonna head to map 3, but that is if they get this one more round.
So far, I've liked .exe on their defensive half. Really enjoy it. Just one step closer. At this point, I'm pretty sure a refill
Enemy remaining.
is on its way, folks. Get your popcorns loaded. We might be going to a map 3
With extra butter.
with extra butter. If you get a cheese seasoning, that's fine as well. But for Paradox, I mean, at this point, Reckoning feeling a little hasty. And Machiavelli, this time on the Vandal. Okay.
Not really wanna risk it with the operator this time around, and they've also got the spam damage on a couple of people. BGG pretty low, tricky as well. Kohli on the other side. He's given up the space over towards B Heaven this time around, so B split could very well come to fruition. I don't really feel that that is where Reckoning really want to end up. Forward positions occupied by .exe towards A ramp as well. Cavalli is gonna hold in for as long as his TP is out there, but now he's got to give up on that space. Oh my god, RVK. He's gonna be either up for surprise or he's gonna take this round.
Okay. RVK. Oh, cannot miss.
This
was a crucial one and lost that duel. He's gonna be gutted about it as long as Machiavelli can make up for it.
30 seconds
Tricky, he responds back. A 3 on 3.
left. Spike planted.
Monet gets the plant. Reckoning, they need to get to their post plants.
BGG is gonna play in for the late round. He's gonna play in for the perfect timing. He's got the paranoia available as well.
Through the elbow, squeeze through. Monet has got the play of his life. Trinity though, he's got other ideas now. The numbers not favoring him, and DC closing things off as .exe finally can get those smiles on their faces as they survive a battle fought till the very end, and a map 3 on its way.
15, 13. Oh my god, why do I feel like someone's gonna pray for their safety tonight? But what a match! .exe again, not really willing to give up. While Reckoning on the other side, even after the heroics of their so many plays, still were not able to close this one out. Again, struggling a lot onto that attacking side over towards the end. They were finding some good success while they were going in mid, but again, there were a couple of players who could not really come online and were so struggling in this one, specifically Tricky and Deadly 10. To be very honest, Deadly 10 in the previous game was absolutely playing out of his mind, but this time around seems like his brain was being blown apart before he could do anything.
I think the only difference maker had to be Tricky, like you said. I mean, that one player caught napping, he's gonna need that hard reset, because now, let's put it this way. Reckoning might find themselves out of this competition.
It's a best of one now.
Yes, it's a best of one, and we know best of ones, as history dictates, could go anybody's way, especially .exe. They've got that momentum in their favor, and Trinity having the game of his life. I think in this OT, such impactful plays, and even Machiavelli,
I agree.
that glass cannon operator catching the players of Reckoning off guard in the first OT round, that sort of made the difference. I mean, Reckoning threw everything they had. I think towards the end, it was that lack of discipline that hurt them a lot, and eventually they were punished.
Came down to that timing, and I agree. In that very last round, it was a bit of lack of discipline from Munir, if I'm not wrong. His spray going everywhere, not really committing to one specific angle. That is a bit of a communication error as well, which I'll have to point out. But again, both the teams doing every single thing that they could, pulling off every strat from their book. No aces left this time around now, so Reckoning will be playing on the map of Sunset now.
Oh, Sunset.
Or DXC as well. We haven't really seen this map from either of these teams. I'm pretty sure it was not in the pool all the way back then as well. The split one.
Latest edition once again, Sunset coming back in, so it's gonna be another another breath of fresh air into this competition. I think we've seen Sunset once this entire split.
I don't think so. We've even seen Sunset.
Not yet, right? So
yeah, I think it's probably gonna be the
Sunset.
first Sunset for this entire. We have seen it going to. We have seen it in the Veto.
Yeah,
but we haven't really
not
seen
yet seen.
teams play on that map, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun.
Yeah,
Actually see now, and again, if Machiavelli is gonna land in shots like this, like the way he did in the last round, I think so. .exe will have a very solid chance in terms of the next one. But Trinity finally showing up, 32 kills, 335 ACS with 7 first kills, an impactful performance.
Indeed, I mean, this man, he was built different, and this is exactly the kind of a play that you would want from .exe side, especially when they had everything going up against them. You know, throws after throws in the early phase of that game, especially that spike left behind, game going into OT. This was a complete cinema. And Reckoning, would you say that they got complacent for a moment and the match slipped out?
I wouldn't exactly say they got complacent. I just say that .exe, they kind of evolved. They finally understood what Reckoning wanted to do, and they focused down on mid, specifically Kohli controlling the mail room in almost every other round of the defense was the main difference maker. In terms of kills, both the teams having the exact number, post plants as well, almost similar. Reckoning got sight 7 times, converted 5, while .exe got it 8 times, converting 5, 1 flawless each, thrifty for .exe, and I think so. If you really look back at the entire storyline, that thrifty, if that could have been avoided, maybe things would have been a bit more definite out here. But here's the thing, right? We've been talking about Deadly 10 and Tricky so much just because Reckoning are on the losing end of things. But even .exe, RVK and DC seems like
the kind of play that they really were hoping for.
I mean, at this point, RVK did everything he possibly could have done. I mean, the calls were right this time. I think over the time, .exe have gotten better as a team, as an entire unit. And this was all about hunger coming into place. This was all about knowing that, yes, it is the game where you have to either fight or you go home, sit down, practice, come back again in split 3. And this could have been a whole process. Instead, they decided no, they refused to give up, and they squeezed in a third mapper. Now, this is what concerns me, is that next up is going to be Sunset. Sunset, a map that none of these teams have been playing for quite some time.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure more than the tactical approach, it's going to be more about the W gameplay that we see a lot in the South Asian region, and that is exactly what's going to happen. Folks, I told you to get your popcorn refills because we're in for a decider mapper, a lot on the line. Everything continues after this short break.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你们胜利也不受崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. Yeah, you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth, looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你胜利也不受崇拜。Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 你看我的 set 就知道我的团队在团结。Team is the best， 他们值得 respect， 我们之间有巨大的差别。连我妈妈也叫我永远的神。我一回家，她说大儿子你很 tough， 一直不带不能被取代，比我更努力的人也不存在。到时我起来和演算奶直接出来那种 no。I'm great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You're on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受崇拜。我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你的胜利也不受。Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，快失败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈。And now we still go ape, hey. Standing tall to the test. Standing tall to the test. 咱们值得 respect. Standing tall to the test.
Last player standing.
looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका. देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जो अभी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja.
Yeah, all refreshed, all excited. We head on to game number 3, folks. Welcome back once again. You are watching Omen VCSA Split 2. And now it is down to this final game. The best of 3 converted into a single battle where winner survives, lives to fight another day, whilst the loser crashes out of this competition. And at this point, it is going to be sunset. And you know, this is where I want to resume the conversation that I was having. I have this opinion, we're going to see W gaming happening here.
It is highly possible because, I mean, Sunset is again very attack-centric map, which had a few changes after that, and you know, there's been a few tweaks here and there to make it a bit more possible to defend out here. It's a pretty small map at the end of the day, and if we really talk about it, right, I think so. It was eventually .exe who had the option to either get to Sunset or to ban out that other last map, and seems like they were focused on playing on the Sunset. Seems like they've got something up their sleeves, maybe some kind of idea, something that we are not really aware of. And with that Breathe Sova, we'll probably see that. There's only one difference between the agent composition, and that is the Teho on the one side, Sova on the other side, and Paradox was really feeling it with the Teho on the previous map.
Yeah, he's been abusing Teho left, right and center. I've seen him play Teho all the while. I think it was just that one game where we saw maybe a Paradox phase, I don't remember exactly. But for now, Reckoning, no room for error. Reckoning came into this matchup as favorites, and now they have been pushed back, where .exe showed extreme resilience. And I want to see if there will be strategies into the mix, or is it going to be about players starting to take over?
We'll just have to see how it all starts, because this is the beginning of the end. A sunrise for one team, but the sun is going to set for the other. Out here, Tricky all the way up in mid, a stun on the back of it to try and smoke off mid, and going for a market split. It's going to be a B split off the rim. Machiavelli, Paranoia, perfect on the fed. Faces, gets the first one, DC answers back, and Neon hops into. Quickly catching another one, Deadly 10 picked off. Going to be another pick, maybe. Trinity answers another one. Paradox right here now with the spike. Running it down all the way towards the A side. Sees one in mid. Jumps off to try and survive, but he's going to create a question mark. He's going to hold it all the way down. It's a shot on the head. Still tanks the body. 3 people all bruised up, but Trinity is not. And he gets a shot on Para.
Oh, that's lovely stuff. .exe kicking things off with a W there. And now Reckoning left hunted. Like I said, it's all about who's feeling himself, and Trinity certainly has been coming off from the previous game. He's been so good, and this is where Tricky's gotta make the difference. I do not know what's stopping this lad, but he needs to explode.
Explosion is what he's probably going to get right now on the face. Tricky, they saw where Machiavelli was previously in the market. And this time, an even faster play indeed. Some weaponry gained already. Tricky down to 34.
Okay. Alright.
Two players on the backside.
Point DC. Oh! He takes down Paradox off. And now Reckoning.
Spike down.
Really tough spot. Yeah, exactly.
One enemy
Not at
remaining.
the best of buys. And RVK is just gonna keep on farming those alt orbs. And now he's gonna get the round for himself. And .exe a 2-0. Now this is where Reckoning, they need to get themselves back up. This is where they have to have a buy. I'm kind of starting to get curious if Reckoning and .exe actually do have some set plans on Sunset.
They probably would have prepared a few strats out there, right? Because they're not going to let it all...
That's the thing, we've never seen it once, not even any team. Even DLT hasn't forced out a Sunset yet. Maybe the likes of Velocity or Nor and DX could be saving it up for the playoffs. But for now, what it stands, what it's worth, it's about Reckoning, finding some trades, but Kohli still intact in their bonus round. They're looking good. And this time, still Reckoning trying to be relentless, and then they get a pick off. They've got the numbers favoring them. Kohli down to very low HP. Still, quite a hurting round for Reckoning, even if they got the victory.
Only carrying a couple of weaponries out forward in the next round. So, indeed, wasn't really the best of the best bonus round here. .exe on the other end would eventually be happy on the back of it. Investment in any kind of operator whatsoever. Still sticking with the rifles in the hands, and a change in the setup. This time Kohli is playing all the way in mid. There's a trap play out there. Tricky gets the first on Machiavelli. Bit of a preemptive peek on the back of Paranoia. I did not catch Tricky.
Reckoning.
Mid push out.
Yeah, stalling the play a little bit. .exe wanna amp in all that heat. At this point, BGG spotted. Destroys the drone though. And now they venture out towards a...
Can be caught by RVK.
Yeah. In a very precarious spot. BGG holding on, does not miss. Exactly the kind of opening that Reckoning needed at this point. They've got the numbers favoring them, but the rotations have squeezed through on towards the A side. 30 seconds on the clock, and Reckoning are yet, I believe, to make a call. They head on towards A. Okay.
30 seconds
Elbow
left.
to A. That one trip fire is going to be crucial, because on the back of it, Trinity is ready for the play. And just right now, Kohli has also cleared the entirety of mid.
Good pick by DC. Tricky taken down, and suddenly you can see
One enemy remaining.
this is where Trinity trying to make all those plays, and Monet in that 1v1 will prevail. As Reckoning, they equalize the score 2-on-2.
Spamming it all the way out, Monair's position became most important. His entire cavalry fell when they were pushing out from the elbow. So eventually, he was able to trade out the rest of the mates, and again, a good smoke over towards the ramp. Cutting off Kohli, he had to rotate all the way from the other part now with a broken by .exe. Some of the crucial ultimates are almost on board, so they will have to Played smart, not playing it for the orb, rather outside of the A is where they're gonna pick the orb off.
taken out.
Okay.
Cage triggered.
One there. At this point, EXE have been reduced to a mere eco. Not the best of weapons. Just those sheriffs. And look at this. Reckoning trying to venture out at A, but tricky. Interesting spot there. And there you go. Gets punished. Gets overwhelmed with numbers and the flood comes in. Playing on that Campbell, of course. They do have Kohli.
I know exactly where.
The backlines though, wouldn't matter with that ghost. Still makes a difference. And Deadly yet gets the plant.
Neurotheft giving out a ton of information on the back of it. DC though, a nice shot landed on the skull of Deadly 10, but look at BGG's rewrap.
He's just gonna catch everybody off.
He also
Real points.
Yeah, he also had the support of Paradox throwing out that special delivery on all three of them. Perfect play indeed.
He's already got his from the shadows. He's just farming kills. 6 on the board. BGG Monye taking over once again.
Tech boss.
And the tech boss.
That's the. I'm
That's the
pretty
last
sure
thing you would want to see,
that's the
especially in
last
such
thing.
a.
That's the last thing you were probably hoping
Yeah,
for
I
in
mean,
such a scenario.
At this point, when this match is at such a crucial junction, we get it. We want even Steven playing grounds for both these teams. But again, now for Reckoning and .exe, both of them, they know that at this point, it's all about connecting shots. It's all about that. There will be mistakes made in terms of the utils usage, and you will see it from both the sides. It's all about who makes the least and who capitalizes, who connects the shot. South Asian Valorant has all been about that aim game. Who's gonna step up? That's the ask.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Tricky's been stepping up
Yes, this should
this time around. Bit of an
Revealing area.
opportunity on the other side. I have to say, my man has been feeling himself on this neon.
Coming
Good
through.
drive available already, and look at the push down in the mid.
Go, go, go.
It's gonna be an A hit though. Couple of trips out there, maybe for the kill trips and the Hunter's Fury. Goalie is so on point with that.
Yeah, 2 kills right off the bat for .exe. Deadly 10. Oh, he's playing with fire. 3 players around him. And Kohli's gonna get so much information stacked up. Even if you take a look, Machiavelli's pushed in so deep on towards B.
Kill.
At this point, Trinity just making it easier for them. And now, Trinity is just gonna jump through and Munye, yeah, dying efforts, but that's it. .exe squeeze themselves back. It's 3-3.
Just a bit of change out there from .exe. Not really fighting on site, but going in for a quick retake, early burst. We're able to find that opener as well on the back of Kohli with the Hunter's Fury. Just catching one, but rather helping it set up for the second. Trinity throws it all the way out perfectly with the help of Kohli. A couple of weapons carried forward in the next. But here is where things will get troublesome for .exe, because Reckoning now got 4 ultimates. Holy smokes, Trinity!
He got out and BGG is gonna punish Trinity for that aggression there. That quick reveal, and now Reckoning, they are starting to take on. Just when they thought that maybe things aren't favoring them, here they are. Countering B, while Kohli
Take flight.
leads the game of his life. A 2-on-3, bring it down to Kohli in a very nasty 1v3 with his position given out. Still fighting tooth and nail. And now he's gonna do something about it, but Munye is not gonna give him that space.
It's gonna shut him out as well. On the back of it, Reckoning get another round. Big one if you talk about it. Had this gone into the hands of .exe, that means the next would have been their eco. But rather, .exe
This is a nice
now
one.
going to be forced onto their own eco. Trinity, full shield. He's going to go out of the B main probably.
Yeah, indeed. And at this point, Reckoning just stalling around outside of B. BGG, he's on the lurk. And .exe just on those upgraded pistols. And 3 players holding on to that B side. It's heavily stacked up. You've got that Cypher Tripwire set up. You've got both Machiavelli and Trinity there. On the other side, we still have AC alive, mid guarded by Lee, and it's just A that's being held on by RVK. And now look at that. I think they're buying this. They're heading towards A, all of their players, whilst DC is going to be that lonely man through the elbows. It's going to be an interesting battle. Here. Going to be a blood feud at that. Rolling Thunders deployed. Maybe on the cards, fault lines initially maybe. Yes, and that is going to instigate
30 seconds
such
left.
turn of events where Deadly 10 this time delivers on that breach. Trinity taken out of the equation. BGG on top of the boxes. Deadly 10 will make no haste in getting the plant.
I'm already set up the information. Moner, oh my goodness. It's fine, it's not wall bangable, so he's gonna be safe for now, but maybe not for Machiavelli. Tricky peeks in, gets a pick, and BGG still on top of the boxes will finally reposition. Oh my good god.
Last
Okay,
player standing.
DC. Alive. How long? Gets one. Can he get a second? At this point, efforts, but no results.
Pick forced by Moner though through wall bang.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, that's fine. Now, so for Reckoning, good 2 quick rounds. And the previous one, yeah, I think you can say that, obviously, not the best of 5s, but this is it, right? If .exe have to pull this one in, this round is absolutely crucial. 2 alternates.
None of them
And 4 on Reckoning.
oh useful out there. That's the big thing, right? They only have the expensive recon and the neural theft. With more expensive recon.
Off your feet!
The Holy Thunder on the other side. Kept the side empty. It went down to the market as well. That's why he is pushing all the way up in the cage. Will catch one, sends out the stun, maybe answer the second. Moner is there. They've established control over towards the B side.
Yeah, indeed, they have.
Spike planted.
And now it's a 3-on-4.
Go ahead.
.exe very low on these numbers. And BGG will even make it worse for them. But Trinity may be a last resort. They'll have to commit to this. And now he falls. Paradox having spotted Kohli out. Not at the best of HPs and puts him down. As Reckoning, they now are getting that momentum swing in their favor. And .exe need to call a timeout. Need to talk it out. And need to get a reset and need to lock themselves back in.
Breaking that momentum is going to be the key. The one which they seem to have lost for now. Pistol and eco, then one round in between. Defenses either way is difficult on this map. It's hard to get a read, specifically if you are giving away the space of a main. Give up that space, that means now there are 2 avenues open for an A split. So you have to fight for that. And .exe are not doing it. So not just they're losing fights over there, but also at the same time, the other side becomes empty. In the previous one, there was just a bombardment of ultimates, so it's fine. This round, actually have the buy. But they're kind of getting right stack up on the right place.
Yeah, this was a nice one. Much needed, and now Duelist out of this round. Concerning for .exe,
Spike planted.
especially on the post plant, and just to make matters worse, do not have the best of weaponry as well. Now Reckoning seem to start taking over, but we have seen this time and again there will be a point where .exe bounce back, but now with Tricky getting back to life. But hold on, Machiavelli, two crucial important frags in a 1-on-3. Very difficult though. Maybe wants to chip their economy a little bit. That's what he can do at the very best at this point. Has a go at it and unfortunately fails.
7-3 right now, Reckoning and a massive lead. And if .exe do not collect the next 2 rounds, this is gonna get out of hand. And you were hoping for a timeout. .exe finally pulling it off. Operator available. Couple of ultimates out here, but only one of them, or rather, only gained value from one ultimate till now, and that is the Hunter's Fury from Kohli. Nothing apart from that.
And this is really, I mean, do you feel like .exe could have squeezed in a timeout a little bit earlier now? Not really like the timing of this. Half almost about to end. The best they can get is a 7-5. They've got those spies. Surely they'll have to win this.
Because if they don't, this definitely will be a 9-3. Might not have the economy to go for a full buy in the next one. It's gonna be broken. Got to try and pull something off, man. They need to set the fire to those rockets. They need to reach those new heights. And it seems like the operator is gonna be posted up towards the elbow. Good stand out here. Reed seems to be nice.
Alright. At this point, Tricky. Ooh, Deadly still gets through. Deadly has been fragging on all cylinders. And RVK. Oh, he's been spotted. Hasn't. Okay, alright. As BGG gets Trinity down, still walks with one. BGG being the difference maker there. 2-on-3 situation.
He's got the ultimates, but not the bodies.
Yeah, a little far off from home. Spike has been planted. DC has got to make the play of his life at this point. And there you go. Dazed and Paradox and Deadly in tandem. Wipe them out, and Reckoning are starting to ball.
Before the switch.
8 rounds already on the attacking side of Sunset, and seems like they are much more prepared for it than .exe. I was hoping that maybe .exe have got something planned out. Because probably in this map veto, it was .exe that banned out Icebox at the very last. So they had the choice to either pick Sunset or Icebox by banning out the other.
There.
They decided it should be Sunset. Seems like they miscalculated it. Reckoning. Look at this Breach Deho, man. This is the main thing about Breach Deho, that you can use it wherever you want to, but a nice trap on the other side. This time around, Tricky's Trinity is gonna fall. Tricky's gonna get a pick on him, but RBK quick on that trigger, quick on that answer. They've already found a pick on Monair, so there's not gonna be any problem off the lurk, and this hit is gonna go towards the A side.
Yeah, they certainly can. But still, knowing Reckoning and the way they've been doing things, you never know if they change their course. And that was an important drone coming out of Kohli. Gets that information, and on it, DC instantly reacts back. Heads towards B once again. But now,
30 seconds left.
entering through tiles. BGG, he's got that tripwire to deal with. Okay, he breaks it out. Cause attention, tries to cause that chaos. Dark cover also deployed. RVK, an important fault line at that. and Machiavelli
Spike
swings
down A.
across it. Paradox getting taken down through the walls as RVK and Machiavelli finally find a string of success. And the half ends at 8 for something for .exe to latch on, especially when they head on to the attacking side. They have to win the pistol round.
It's even more crucial. While .exe need to win the pistol round, for all the people out there who are watching, you can win 1000 VP out here for the giveaway. Which agent was previously a member of the Radiant team before becoming a part of the Valorant protocol? Sage, Phoenix, Jet, or Reyna? Quickly scan the QR code to answer. You've got to fill out a form out, and once you do that, if you answer most questions correctly at the end of the week, you will be eligible for the giveaway, or rather winning 1000 VP. It's gonna go directly into your Riot account. No need to worry about that, but maybe Kohli needs to worry about what's in front of him, and that's BGG with his Ghost along with Moner and Tricky.
And now Reckoning, they're starting to mow down .exe one after the other. A mid play, I told you, it's gonna come down to just frags. Who's better at their aim, and imagine 3 players just squeezing through the mid, completely catching .exe astray, as now they'll further dive and maybe get a spike plant at the best, few extra creds for the next round, or 2 DC and Machiavelli have something cooking up their alley, because they've ventured in quite deep. Look at how they're waiting. Oh, that's not gonna age well. DC is spotted out, and now Monier and Paradox, they're gonna respond on towards it, but DC now holding on in a 1-on-3 situation. The best he can do is maybe try and force a plant.
5 bullets.
He's not doing that. Finally he gets the plant, but they've got the wall back ready. Enough to daze him, and then you can see so much utils being thrown at his way. At this point, DC keeps himself alive, not for long. Tricky gets that kill, and Reckoning will get that defuse.
Spike's dead.
9-4 now.
You're welcome.
10-4 into the making. And as rounds fall for Reckoning, the hopes for .exe keep on crumbling. They're trying to soar high, they're trying to fly high, but it seems fixes. And they've probably flown a bit too close to the sun. The wings of Icarus melting. Fallen into the jungle of the wolves, and wolves reign supreme out here. Broken by a force by Stingers with a half shield. And a Sheriff in the hands of RBK. Full on push down by Trinity, just trying to take the space though, but Tricky and Deadly 10 answering back on the other side. Machiavelli low on that HP. Will eventually crumble as Paradox standing out there, becoming the nemesis of .exe. And it seems like the foes from Split 2 finally getting their revenge. Recon not enough. Flash not enough. Reckoning move on to double digits now.
Yes, and you know, this is something that you called, but if .exe need to bounce back in, this has to be the round. Or seems like isn't. I thought they're gonna force, and they're holding on to what? 10 for the scoreline. Everything's gone their way, and this is it, right? This is where you hit that mental blockage, and it feels like mentally .exe I've just given up. And Monet being so close on towards that entrance, and he's got that perfect crossfire going along. with BGG. This duo, and then you add Deadly 10 into the mix. He's got the mid covered, you've got Paradox, and Tricky finally finds his confidence back, pushing the A side a little bit. He's got Paradox to play along with him. Oh, timing could be of absolute essence, and there you go. Before the stun even comes, Tricky gets the pick, but Trinity quick trade, but Paradox follows up. Quick guided salvos, instant kill secured. 3 players still scaling from the elbows. Paranoia deployed. Maybe they anticipated for them to come through short, but hold on. Machiavelli, but Deadly 10. This is something they did not see coming. Oh no, stop it. Not a knife. Not a knife at
30
this
seconds left.
moment, and maybe a little too soon, but still
Spike down
too good.
A.
They've got them cornered down, and there you go. BGG, final kill, and wrecking havoc as .exe left stunned and stupefied.
11-4. Still remember a team who was able to make this comeback.
Yeah, they're not fanatic.
Yeah, they're .exe. No, listen.
30 seconds left.
Still
Spike
remember that
down
map
A.
of Icebox. And that was fluttering emotions. And I'll be honest, it was what, 5 in the morning? It was a late night cast. I was there on the desk, and boy oh boy, that was one hell of a matchup. But this is it, right? This is where
Right here.
you know, is where Reckoning
my
have just
God.
proven that
Down B.
yes, they're mechanically just better, and this pretty much marks the end, right? Machiavelli, Kohli, they've got their buys, but just 2 players, and the next round, of course, they'll have to force it. But by the looks of it, I don't think Reckoning is gonna give them that inch of space. But Machiavelli fighting till the very end, not giving up, as Tricky just cruising through, pressure eased off, and now he's starting to deliver.
Machiavelli's got the ultimate available, so he can really go towards the A, plant up, and maybe then put on a surprise for the other side. He's gonna stick it all the way down as well. Once he does, they're gonna know. Paradox was already waiting. If it was a big brain play, he would have just surprised him on the other side. Now Machiavelli going a bit more aggressive from the ram. Find something. Question. Absolutely nothing, says Tricky. The angle perfectly checked. The discipline is there. And Reckoning. Just 1 round away from facing S8 UL tomorrow to qualify in the LAN of OMEN VCSA Split 2.
Yeah, just that one last spot remaining, and by the looks of things, Reckonings have established the supremacy at Sunset. They've shown that they've got depth, they've got character, they've got composure, and most of it all, resilience. Coming down from a map which they could have won, went down to OTs, and then that mental reset, and now sitting at the series point. .exe offer a force. Quick spots there. Tricky again. Advancing through a. This is where BGG getting riled up. Just around market. And look at this, Trinity. Oh, he's playing with fire. Deadly. He's got his weapon. And with this drone, he gets exposed. And that was a nice bait play. Deadly 10. It's not gonna miss. And a 4-on-5 as .exe have been broken, battered, bruised. And it's their final war cry. And Tricky, just good for that RBK. Finds a trade, but a 3-on-4 in a 12-and-4. Not really helping their case, but Machiavelli still refusing to bow down.
Still refusing to give up. Still holding the
30
position
seconds
down
left.
though. Manad is gonna see here the rotations. Paradox here. Sunned up, dazed up, Deadly for the support. Sends out the guided salvos to buy some space. Kohli. Can he do the unthinkable? He cannot. It's 10 more seconds and there's going to be the Armageddon on his face as Mark Kevin, he can't even see his death. And it is Reckoning to move forward and survive the deathly hollows of the lower bracket.
Oh, that was a close one, but Reckoning, they will take the victory. A hard fought one at that, and for .exe, different scenario. RVK, he knows this meant a lot to him. Completely caught off guard. Did not have preparations for Sunset. And Reckoning just out-aiming them, out-gunning them.
Outplaying them entirely.
And completely an outplay. And it was an absolute shutdown. Something that we hoped would be a very exciting best of 3. We could not see that fight back from .exe, not even once. And this really brings us down to a very epic rivalry actually now. SA12 versus Reckoning. They've got such bad blood outside the game. You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers know a lot about the Twitter wars. It's come from the Battle Royals into FPS, into Valorant, and I'm pretty sure a lot has been cooking on the social media handles. And this again is going to be a very exciting matchup. But the only takeaway for me for this map, honestly speaking, Scare, would just be Tricky finding some sense into himself.
He was just feeling himself this time.
Yeah, the pressure was eased off.
Absolutely. It was not on his shoulders at all. And the same thing could be said for even BGG and Monet. Since the rest of the players were also stepping up, they were also a bit more easing into this one. And they had ideas. They had prepared all the stuff up. The stun, fault line plays were always there. They were getting some big success on the back of those guided salvos too. The ideas setting up perfectly. And the big fact about it is the adaptation of Reckoning was a bit on the better end as compared to .exe. Deadly 10 is going to become the MVP for this one map. And finally, the guy finding success on the Initiator. This time around, he was struggling in the previous one, but 16 kills for this one. 271 on that ACS. 271 ACS on 16 kills. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Deadly 10 on that breach. He's been quite good, especially right from the very start. He had multiple kills, and this was, I think, kills distributed across the board, and one of the lowest MVPs because for all the right reasons. Everybody was performing from Reckoning side. As we take a look, 8 out of 8 post plants secured, whilst .exe could not do anything. This clearly shows that .exe came unprepared for Sunset.
Yeah, they really were not. They thought maybe Sunset is going to be their territory. Or rather, they had to pick their poison between Icebox and Sunset. So they decided...
I mean, I'd still go with Icebox if that was the case.
I would too, but they thought maybe Sunset's going to be a bit more of a smooth sailing. It turned out it was, but for Reckoning, 16, 10 and 11. Lovely performance by Deadly 10 again. 16 for BGG, 15 for Tricky. Finally, we're seeing Moner on the bottom 2 position out there. But he's still
15 to 8.
Exactly, still going 15 and 8. It's absolutely insane. BGG becomes the match MVP, though consistency is the middle name.
Yeah, I mean, for BGG, be it the AWP, be it, him on the smokes, the way he was playing, the contact plays, the first kills. I think we all know, right? He's been such a key player, especially this duo, Moner and BGG. They have been doing so much for their team, and Reckoning really need to ensure that they have a good night's sleep because SA12, they might be already starting, they have already done their prep work. And tomorrow, not a lot of time remains, right? Just mere hours, not even, I think around 12, 15 hours, out of which they'll be sleeping and they'll have to wake up, they'll have to get that reset, and they know they'll have to figure ways to deal with King Kappa tomorrow. And Miz is also actually in form. But at the same time, SA12 cannot disregard or look down upon Reckoning, given the fact that Reckoning, pen and paper, they had been the better team, and Monet and BGG are such a menace with Deadly 10 bought into the mix, and Paradox finally regaining form.
Yeah, today he's going to be very happy with the way how things went. He was able to frag out as well. Utility was on point, but really seeing that inactive back when he was playing against VLT, even in terms of the utility too. So I think so this next matchup that's going to be between SATUL and Reckoning, it's going to be pretty important for both of these teams, specifically for Reckoning, as now they've got their players in form. And I love the fact how you mentioned about King Kappa as well, that Reckoning will have to find a way to deal with him, but at the same time I think so SATUL will need to find a way to deal with Munair. And this is kind of the battle which we will see between both the lurkers kind of players that's gonna basically divert the flow of this entire game. Miz up against Tricky. We've also got Deadly 10 now doing a fantastic job. I think so every single one on both of these teams, players are now feeling themselves back in form. The only link which I think might need to outdo themselves tomorrow would probably be Hawks in terms of frags.
And also if Tricky can deliver.
Yes.
Because his counterpart Miss, today he was stellar. So I mean, when there were doubts raised, SATUL answered back in style and fashion. So I think SATUL has got a lot of homework to do, a lot of VOD reviews, and Reckoning, I mean, tomorrow, simple call. BGG Monia, go kill. Get that aim that they had showed today. No rooms for error, because SATUL will be one of the toughest matchups for Reckoning so far, as they have to stay alive. But that being said, today indeed was a long day, an exhilarating one at that. We had two amazing best of threes, and tomorrow we'll have just one. But that is all from us today. We will be taking a dues. Goodbye and see you tomorrow.